Good morning, everyone. Happy Saturday, and today is the day here with my friend Darlene Smith on this beautiful here in Canada. 9 o'clock exactly as we promised. A journey back to our humanity, and we have a big lineup of some beautiful speaker. And Darlene will give us the name of all those 22 speaker. My friend Darlene.
Wow, we have a jam-packed day with, yes, 22 speakers from all different locations. So you never know where we're just going to fly into. Thank you for joining us today. Make sure, too, you don't want to miss any. They'll be coming up every 15 minutes. We have the honor of, it's going to be kicked off by Ali himself, right? Let's listen to him to kick things off. Now, you can put your comments if you're joining us live through the Facebook. Don't forget, you can share this with your people on Facebook too. So push that share button and share it along, right? Remember, sharing is caring. You want that. Now, please put your comments in underneath as well. We're bringing it live through StreamYard, right? A great tool to be able to promote all over the world. Now, we won't have time to take your questions, but please put your comments in. We will be monitoring the comments in the chat. So if you have something for one of the speakers, put that question in, and I'm sure afterwards they will have an opportunity to do that as well. We will be taking a few minutes break. We'll have a lunch. We're here for the next 6 hours and let's say 28, 27, 26, 25 minutes. Yeah. We are mobile. So if you're listening to us on your computer, that's okay. You got to run around the house and do your work, whatever. Take us with you. So you can listen to us on your phone. You don't want to miss anything because I tell you, it is a jam-packed lineup. I'm excited to listen to a lot of these people for the first time. A journey back to our humanity. Now we know that virus is still going. So because we're all social distancing, meaning that we're all different rooms, houses, and countries, we don't have to wear a mask. So that is a bonus today. Ali, are you happy about that too?
I'm very happy about that. And we are in the orange. Yeah, I'm really loving that.
We've got all throughout. So we will be bringing it. Now, if you have some technical difficulties, just log out, log back on. We've got our fingers crossed and everything because the technology, well, we're in all countries. So if it happens, don't worry, we'll get them back. If we have to change up the schedule, we will. Again, be patient with us just in case technology decides to take a break when we're not ready, because it sure can happen. Ellie, I'd love to see a video.
Let's do it.
Let's do that.
A journey back to humanity. Let's.
Hey, be the change. That's what we want. Ali, thank you for bringing all these 22 speakers together. I understand you know them all from all over the world, right? You are that connecting man. You've connected people and humanity, which is awesome. And so I think that's wonderful. So many different organizations, that's how you've met all these people?
Well, through my experiences in everywhere, like I was a cab driver, I was in Toastmaster, I was in Chamber of Commerce, starting my business and all that stuff, the Les Brown program and different programs. So I just been gifted with that, feeling the energy of people and align people with my energy. So my vision is a well-connected, balanced, and fulfilled life. And that's how I feel and I sense people and people who can really, for service and significance, I align myself with them. And I know they are there to offer help. And they have people from Nigeria, Sam Ibobi. We have all over people from Netherlands, from Mexico, from USA, from UK, from Africa. So it's people that they want to make a change in people's life. People who don't want anything except to start that ripple effect and to be the change you want to see in the world. And that brings us just to We Are the World. Can we play that song, darling? We Are the World. Michael
Where
Jackson.
are the world? Play
Yeah,
it.
let's do that.
Play that, man.
Let's do it.
There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own life. It's true, we make a better day. Just you and me.
Oh,
Holy. That's like We Are the World.
we are the world. I was just singing away. Thank goodness my mic was on mute. Karaoke time. It is not. I love that. And what a way to get you energized and pumped for this beautiful day. With so many wonderful messages that you're going to receive throughout. And I think that is so
I
often.
already see people like
Oh, look at that, Anne Marie.
We are one. We are the world. So let's start giving. Love that.
Love it. Awesome.
Janet, one of the speakers as well. What she said there.
We
We
are
are
the
the world. It's the change, just the time, my friend. See, let's read the vision of the summit.
That's a good one.
Let's read the vision. Let's see. Like, what's the vision of this summit? A world that is well connected, balanced, and fulfilled. Who don't want to be part of that world that's balanced, connected, and fulfilled? The mission: a diversified world to foster global unity through understanding, communication, respect, regardless of our differences, where humanity matter. And the core value, that's why you asked me that question, darling, earlier. How do I connect with all those people? Respect, inclusion, communication, authenticity, and unity. 5.
Those are 5 awesome things. And for us, that's just the normal way to behave, right? Like-minded people being brought together as well, and some great missions on there. So we see all kinds of people are jumping on. We're playing this also, coming live on Facebook. Hit that share button, share it with your group, with your tribe out there. Don't keep this to yourself. It's too good of stuff. So moving on. So
too good to keep it for yourself. Sharing is caring, huh?
Like sharing is caring. I love that. I've heard that once before. I'm not sure where, but we've got that. So we got a bang lineup, and I think the best way to kick things off is probably with, why not you, Ali? I think we should kick you off. Anything? Any words before we put you on the virtual stage?
I just want to tell people, like, stay tuned. There is some good speaker, and we have a friend who is a singer and who is speaker, and he have a song that's called One Love, and you will hear about it after. His name is Sam Ibubi, and his song is just rocking the world right now. It's just like with the mission, with what the world needs. It's just that love, one love.
Oh, multi-talented these people are, no question. And I was reading through some of the bios, and they're like, wow. I'm like, yeah. And blessed, and thank you, Ali, for letting me come back and be part of this great summit number 2. Find your voice, and it's all about sharing the positivity out there in the world, and that's what we're going to do today. All right, let's kick this off. Ali, a little bit. Well, he lives life full, love openly, and yourself. He's focused what he aligns with, and he is who to work in the terms of his vision and energy balance. You talked about that. Yeah, you're born in Morocco, Canada, 207. Now, you went through a lot of hardships and struggles, which a lot of people have, discrimination, depression, divorce, single dads, addiction, rejection. But all those great lessons you put to work into why in your life, and now you know your clear vision and mission. And it's all about inspiring others to living a meaningful life, which you are doing. It's so great to see, you putting into action. You want people to find their voice, work on their vision. That's why we can live our life purposely. Attention, connection. Oh, and that balance word, you see that a lot on there. Connector, organizer, global summit speakers, podcast host, Allie's Dose of Inspiration. I love that. You bring people from all over the world. Allie, you got a book that's coming out, Just a Cab Driver. No, you are not just a cab driver now. I love it, from behind the wheel to behind the microphone. So, Allie, the power of one. What's it about? This virtual stage is all yours, man.
Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you for this amazing introduction. And let's share my speech and kick me out when I'm at 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome today. My speech is about the power of one. The power of one. I want you to imagine a world that is well connected, fulfilled, and balanced. This world where there is everyone connected, understand each other, communicate, and have a place where they can grow and thrive and live in a life that they feel respected, that they feel valued, that they feel their voice matter. Imagine. Just imagine. Now, I want you to imagine another world where it's unbalanced, unfulfilled, unconnected, where the ego is taking over, where pride is taking over, where there is no communication, where there is hate, where there is competition, where there is all the bad stuff. Which world would you be part of? Well, I don't know about you, but let me tell you, I know which world I want to be part of. I want to be a part of the world where I feel I am connected, where I feel I'm balanced, where I feel I'm heard, where I feel that communication, connection, and people listen to each other. People complement each other. People see the best in each other. That is the world I want to be part of. A dark place, a dark world, or a dark family, or a dark community, or a dark world where you see people fighting against each other, where materialism is all what matter, where your ego is all what matter, where selfish is all matter. I care about love, and that is why I want to be part of this world where everyone coming together. Let me share with you a story. Back in 2010, when I used to drive a taxi, I was like happy starting Alibaba Cab. And the reason I started that, I started to change people's way to look at cab driver. Because all of them, they are educated, they are doctors, there is professor, there is all that. And their diploma didn't recognize. So to save their pride, they have to drive a cab. So I want also to change the way people look at diversity, multiculturalism. So I started that. I was happy. I was part of the community. In the sudden, I was driving downtown Main Street. 3 people waved to me. Want a cab. A guy was running toward me. I thought he need a cab. He punched the cab and he said 8 words. Get out of here. You are not welcome. 8 words. I thought I was part of this community. I thought I was part of this beautiful city. Get out of here. You are not welcome. 8 unkind words. Hurt my feeling. Hurt my pride. Break me to pieces. Those unkind words. That is belong to that word. That is ego. Ignorance. Closed mind. That's what we don't want. I want everyone to be part of this world where diversity, community, connection, understanding, respect, open-minded. This guy who said those 8 words, get out of here, you are not welcome, he is already putting himself in border, physical border, that he can't go anywhere, that he can't connect with anybody, that he can't be associated with other people from diversity. So the power of one, my friend, is, look, this hand have 5 fingers, and this, let's say, have 2. Imagine this hand, this is black, white, red, yellow, blue, and this is black and white. Which one will make a beautiful canvas? Definitely the one on the right, because it's colorful, it's beautiful, it's alive, it's diverse, it's unique. But this one on the left have a black and white, will make a boring, ugly, sad picture. My friend, 5 fingers can grab something hard and lift it, because that's the power of one. Diverse, unique, support, try. 2 fingers, it might take it, but it will fall. The power of one, ladies and gentlemen, is when we come together, we support each other, we get together. Let me share with you another story about the mindset. I was driving a cab a while ago. I was having a nice conversation with a gentleman at the front. He was sitting. He was a gentleman. Then we were talking, having nice. The moment he asked me, where are you from? I said, I'm from Morocco. He said, oh, are you Muslim, Arab? I said, yes. It's almost like you take one person and you put another person. He became hateful. I can hear the hate in his brain. He was ready to hit me. He was ready to kick me. He was just like so hateful. Why are you here? You are Muslim. You're terrorist. All that stuff. 2 words. Because I mentioned I'm Muslim and I'm an Arab. You see how the media can change people's mind? You see how people, they are close-minded when they don't really learn about other people. It's all about education. And he tried to hit me. And he almost punched me. And actually, he did punch me. And you know what? I waited till I get paid and I get out of the cab and I beat him up. That's 2 things wrong there. After I think about it. We have a saying in Morocco, don't bite the dog that bite you. Don't bite the dog that bite you, because that is the way he is. I should educate him, teach him, be patient. So the media taught that guy to be hateful, or he refused to ask or be open-minded and understand or educate himself. For myself, I should change my mindset and don't react to what that person did. So Martin Luther once said, darkness cannot drive darkness out. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive hate out. Only love can do that. So the mindset play a big role in our life. So we have to be open and don't be hostage to our thought, to our mind, and create that physical border between us and other people. Let's communicate. Let's be open to discuss. Let's strive together. So the power of one is when we come together as diverse community, as diverse family, as diverse community, as diverse globe. We need that in our society. The humanity is crying more than before, ladies and gentlemen. The humanity is crying more than before. This is the first time in history that the humanity united because of COVID-19. The poor as the rich, the student as the teacher, the developed country, undeveloped country. It doesn't matter if you have a red passport or blue passport or a green passport. You can travel because COVID make us one, the same. So why we have to wait till it is a big power outside of who we are and change? It's all care and share. I really love what Amanda Gorman said. The new dawn bloom as we free it. The new dawn bloom as we free it, for there is always light, if only we are brave enough to what? To see it. If only we are brave enough to be it. Light is everywhere. Light is everywhere, my friend. We just have to be brave. We just have to be brave to use our voice, to speak up. That's why all those speakers from all over, 22 speakers from all over the world come together, because they are brave enough. Enough is enough. They want to stand up. They want to speak up. They want to use their voice to change what's going on. It's not about material anymore. It's not about what is for me. It's not what is I'm taking away from it. It's become disgusting that people do something and expect something back. That's become business. Even with your family, I did this for you. Let's change our mindset. Let's think about the power of one as one. It's not like what is for me, what I'm taking from it, but it is what is for the people. And there is a saying back home in Morocco. It say, the giver is more happy than the one who take, because you are giving, you're helping, you are getting people to thrive. And the problem is, what's stopping people is fear. What if? Let's stop that. And instead of saying, what if, focus on the faith. Even if there's obstacle, I will try. Even if there is hate, I will turn it to light and love. Even if there is darkness. The power of one, ladies and gentlemen, it's me, you, Nigeria, Morocco, United Kingdom, Canada, Netherlands, UK, Lebanon, Muslim, Jew, Christian, doesn't matter. We are all human. Kindness is loaning someone your strength instead of reminding them of their weakness. Kindness is loaning your strength instead of reminding them of their weakness. Because people nowadays, they try to break people and they focus on the weakness. They focus on what is there that is not good about people. Let's focus on what is good in them so they can try. Let's all be part of that world. That is, we connect, we try, we grow, not on world that hate, darkness, with two color, with greed, with just ugliness. Let's focus on what is there for people. Let's focus on using our power. Amanda Groman said as well once, if we merge mercy with might and might with right, then love becomes what? Love becomes our legacy and change our children's birthright. But that has to change with us first, ladies and gentlemen. It has to change with us first. Then teach it to our children. Then teach it to our community. Then teach it to our country. Then teach it to the globe. We need to start from home. We need to teach the children, the future leader, because that is what we need. In the Quran, God say, God will not change the condition of a people unless they change themselves. That's a very powerful verse from the Quran. It says, God will not change the condition of a people until they change themselves. You can't say, well, humanity needs to change. It needs someone. Who is that someone? Isn't that someone me or you or he or she or they? Humanity needs action, not just word, my friend. I read a few years ago a book by a Canadian author called Andrew Dudley, and the book is called Day One. And it's am I living up to what is important to me, or living to fulfill a requirement of life that has imposed on me? So let's all use that power of one to grow, to help, to spread that love. And love is everywhere, my friend. Thank you very much. And I'm looking to hear all the speakers to share this journey back to humanity. The power of one is powerful. And just a reminder from the last summit, we wrote a book which called One, Let's Connect. One world, one people. All those 17 authors that come together, they come for one reason, to spread love, to spread what is good for humanity. That is all what we need. Thank you very much.
Whoa! Standing ovation. If you're on this is the way you cheer on that. Woohoo! Humanity is crying, Ali. It is. I like it. Don't bite the dog that bit you. Only love can drive out the darkness. You are true, and that's what we're doing. Stand up, speak up, and you certainly did that. Thank you for a great kickoff. I'm excited. I am giving you a standing ovation sitting down.
Thank you very much. Thank you, my friend.
All right. That's the great way to kick it off. You know what? We're on a roll. Why not? That's not stop.
Oh, that's some Ibo from Nigeria.
Oh, we have just flown from Canada to Nigeria. We are good.
Wow.
We are good. Well, this looks like a very nice gentleman, and he is. This guy is, wow. Do you want to hear about him? Do you want to learn about him, Ali?
Definitely, please tell us.
Please, a little
Yeah.
bit. Well, he is a certified youth coach and leadership expert. He's the founder of Stay Alive Civility. He's passionate about helping youth and adult leaders. Fast rising professional speaker, trainer, and a few notes, a magician. Not a magician, a man, musician. You're going to do magic with your music. He's worked and been able to reach millions of people all around the world. I love this. Recognized as Voice of Greatness Award 2020 and inducted into the World Book of Greatness by the Greatness University, London. He loves seeing young people become better versions of himself. Right? He raises awareness of suicide prevention, prepares young people to meet the challenge of adolescence and adulthood. He believes that staying alive purposely is part of the youth development process and supports young people in many developments. He has that awesome ability to guide and direct others on the course of action. He serves as a role model. He certainly is part of a global movement of more than, listen to this, folks, 9 million people. That's right, 9 million. We're going to increase that a few million. Take action and end extreme poverty. He also unveiled songs to support global efforts of World International Peace Day. And there's so much. Wow. Sam, you have an awesome background in the worlds and lives that you've already touched. You know what?
Darling, can we play his song just a little bit so people know see it? Let's just like get to it for
What an
that.
excellent idea. Let's start off and play his song.
No more
Let's see,
pain,
let's
no
see,
more
let's see.
worries. Make we stay together. Hey. I believe we can make this world bigger. There is power and ability. If we believe we can make this world bigger. Better place. Oh yeah. We get different colors, but in love we see ourselves as one. We are strong if we united, but we are weak if we divided. Where there is unity, there is victory. Even the wicked get the power in their unity. If we must prosper, we need each other. So you and me can make the world a better place. All we need is one love, one love, one love. The kind of love from above, above, above. God has made us as one, as one. There'll be no more pain, no more worries. Make we stay together. Hey. I believe if we try, we can make our order. Oh yes, we can do it. If we believe, we can make our world better place.
I can see the future in your eyes.
That's powerful, my friend.
Oh my goodness. Ooh, that is awesome. We need to get that sharing. Beautiful, beautiful job.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank
Wow. All right, we just need to hear from you. We're not going to take any more time for now. Let's kick it off. This virtual stage is yours.
you. Wow. I want to say a big shout out to my brother from Morocco, Ali. Thank you so much for having me. to speak on One Love, One World. And for everyone that is watching right now, I want to tell you, kindly share this, because sharing is caring, as my brother Ali from Morocco said. I want you to know that there is so much that is going on around the world right now. And I want to leave this word with you today, that civility is for you and me. There is so much power in love. There is so much power in civility. Civility is telling you that you have to be kind to everyone around you, irrespective of where they are coming from. From the song that was played just now, One Love, One World, it says, I can see the future in your eyes. Now, for each and every one of us, we carry a medicine in our hands, and that medicine is for someone special. Now, everyone around you is so special. So remember, your good act of kindness, of civility matters in these transformative times. We are in a crisis times. We are in a time that is very crucial, and it is expected of everyone to be kind with everyone. You have to speak well. You have to put a smile on your face. Now, it is time we make a call. This is the perfect and accurate time for we all to make a call. What's the call about? The call is about humanity. The call for loving one another. The call for being civilized. For civilized approach to people, because once you can change one, you can change all. So when you bring to the table a new narrative, a new word, which is one love. Now, we can only achieve this if we treat everyone well, good. Now, I want to quickly say this to everyone that is watching right now. There is power in unity. There is so much power in love. When you love one another, now you can't just love if you don't have the mindset, the tools that is required of you to show this kindness, this civility, this love to people. First and foremost, I would like to talk about the mindset. Now, we are changing the narrative. The new narrative is you treat everyone as you want to be treated. Now, I want people to smile at me, so I smile at people. So when you reach out to people, when you meet people and you smile, good morning, blessings to you, you are awesome, you are amazing, you are royalty. Now, this establishes in their system, in their mind, that they are loved. We want to show to people that we love them. In the process of doing this, you are going to be loved. So for everyone out there that is watching, that is still going to watch the replay, there is one medicine, and the medicine to humanity is love. Now, for every religion all across the world, there is this power of love, and that is more reason why we all need to hold to this. This is more reason why we need to live by this. When you love one, you love all. When you are kind to one, you are kind to all. Now, there is this book that I have out there titled Stay Alive. Now, you can only stay alive when you know the value of life itself. Now, life is beautiful. Life is amazing. Life itself is awesome. So how do you stay alive in these crucial times? There is pandemic everywhere, but there is a pandemic that is on a high rise. There is a serious pandemic, and the pandemic is not COVID. The pandemic is suicide. If you look at the number of people that we are losing all across the world by World Health Organization, it says in every 40 seconds, someone somewhere is committing suicide, is welcoming the thought of suicide, which in a year we have over 800,000 people. Now let's look at the figure of the numbers of people that we've lost to COVID. We've had thousands of lives, but the rate of suicide is higher than the COVID. So if COVID can put the whole world on a standstill. Now, there is more reason why we need to look into staying alive purposefully. It has to be a lifestyle and not a movement, because every movement stops. So for me, I am establishing this with you today, that there is so much reason why you need to stay alive. You have to stay alive because life itself is beautiful. The more reason why life is beautiful is the reason why my brother Ali and the other world speakers that we're speaking today is here to share with you facts of how we can make humanity work. The new narrative of a new world is what we are bringing to the table today. And one of it is one love, one world. When you can love one, then you can love all. It doesn't matter where you are, in Africa, Asia, Australia, Canada, America, wherever you are, Europe, no matter where you are, when you love one, then you will end up loving all. So I'm leaving this word with you. When you love one, you love all. Staying alive in these crucial times matters. And that is more reason why we bring to you today some of the ingredients. I see these as tools that will help you to navigate the times that we live in right now. One is love, two, civility, and three, staying alive purposefully. So when you can work with these three tools, you're going to see yourself changing your community, changing your environment, changing the world. And that is the reason why we are here today, to give you all these powerful tools. Some of my co-speakers, they are still coming up to give you more tools. Before I round up this session, I want to say this. Tough times, people and their stories. Tough times, people and their stories. Rich mind, empty grave. Now, when your mind is enriched with all the tools that is required to stay a purposeful life, then you will live an abundant life. You will live a fulfilled life. How can you achieve this? By knowing for sure that you have a purpose here on earth. And to fulfill this purpose, there is one thing that will help you to navigate it through. Knowing for sure that the life that you live was pretty given to you by God. So when you appreciate the life that you live, then you live a purposeful life. What does it mean to appreciate the life you live? The breath that is in you was freely given to you. So the more you appreciate it, the more blessings you attract to yourself. You can't attract what is not within. So I am giving you the power that is within you. You have to be very appreciative. You have to build a heart of gratitude. When you have this heart of gratitude, it leads to you being kind to people. I see people all around the world. When people go on the streets, when people go to the workplace, they carry the challenges of life in their heart, and it's so big that you can't contain it. And the solution to living a fullness life, to live a purposeful life, is being appreciative. You have to appreciate what you have. If you don't appreciate what you have within, you can't give what you don't have. So you have to be within yourself. You have to be lovable. You have to love people. You have to love yourself, because it is out of the abundance of the love that is in you that you can give to other people. So you go about being good because there is goodness. There is that power of goodness in you. So I'm telling you, there is so much inside of you. Don't bury it. Just let it shine, because there is diamond in you. And this is why the song One Love, One World, it says, all we need is one love, one love, one love. The kind of love from above, above, above. God has made us as one, as one, as one. There'll be no more pain, no more worries. Make we stay together. Hey, there is so much power in staying together. And we can only stay together if we love one another. We can only love one another by valuing each other's differences. The differences in each and every one of us is what actually makes us unique. And that is the uniqueness of every human here on earth. There's something unique about my brother Ali from Morocco. There's something unique about every speaker that will be speaking with you today on this platform today. And that power of uniqueness is what we are sharing with you. One of the major power of my uniqueness is music. I use music to talk to the heart of men. And I'm leaving you, as Ali has played the song, One Love, One World. There is so much power in love. When you love one, then you love all. Ali, I am saying to everyone right now that when you love one, darling, you are amazing. When you love, look at when I said, darling, you are amazing. There is this power. There is this energy that comes when you show love, kindness to people, civility to people. Just tell them sweet words, irrespective what they've done to you in the past, at workplace, in your environment, in your community. Speak good words. Tell them you're amazing. Then it establishes in their system, and they will go about doing good to other people. And by doing so, we are changing the narrative. We are changing the world together. And that is the power of one love, one world. Thank you.
Wow, I love it. I could just keep listening to your sign. I got so excited here that my banner fell down in the back. That's how I was dancing so much. Love mindset, how appropriate with Valentine's tomorrow. Hey, smile at people. I love it, right? Win love one, love all, right? The value of life itself. And this is scary when you say suicide, 40 seconds, 8,000 per year. Right? Stay alive and purpose. I can see why you have touched millions of people, and there's millions waiting to hear you and your song. Folks, share that song. As you can see, I was just dancing around. Excellent, my friend. It's been a pleasure. I'm just going to be singing all day. Love, love. Don't sing, darling. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Wow. Whew. Ellie. Whoo, now, Ali, I know. Ali, you're dancing away. Turn your mic on. I know. You'll just see us dancing all day.
I was just thinking, one love. That song is amazing, huh? One
Isn't
love.
it amazing? And what a setup for our next speaker.
Are we coming back from Nigeria? I think back to Canada.
Yeah, you know what? Let's come back to Canada. Let's see how many miles we can travel today. I think we should bring up a lady now. Who should we bring up?
Let's bring Sharon, Joseph. Let's bring her. I like that lady. Let's bring her.
Let's bring her.
Okay.
She's a nice lady.
Let's do it.
Yeah. It's something about a mirror. I'm looking in a mirror.
A mirror.
A mirror. Where's Sharon? Sharon, where are you? Is she still in front of the mirror? She needs to be in front of the camera.
She have a mirror, but it's transparent. We can't see.
Oh,
here's the mirror.
Hi. I was just looking at the mirror. Good morning.
Good morning, Sharon. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
This is awesome. You know what? What are you about, Sharon? You know what? I think you are a speaker, a founder, an executive coach. You've worked in the technology sector. Oh, yes, that's challenging. Learning management industry for 35 years. You can't be that long because you're only 40. So
I started when I was 2.
Got it. I know the math. A natural leader, problem solver, and humorist. Levels all the conscious connection methodology to build empathy, compassion, individuals in leaders. You are a seasoned speaker, certainly educates your audience to constantly transfers their perceptions, celebrate those roadblocks that we may have, setbacks and adjustments to more productive, purposeful, and peaceful existence. Sharon, I'm looking in the mirror. Take it away, girl.
And you look fabulous, Darlene. I have to say, thank you so much for that. Welcome, everybody, to this incredible summit. You are definitely going to want to share this because there's an incredible lineup of speakers. You've already seen a couple of speakers. And of course, Darlene, as always, is a fabulous MC and host. And there's an incredible lineup behind me. Today, I am here to talk to you about yourself and mirrors. I'm not talking about the traditional mirror on your bathroom wall, although that mirror is powerful. Mirror work is always powerful. I'm talking about mirrors when you see somebody else, when you're looking at the people around you, because we have capacity to see what in others we ourselves have. And Sam did a great job leading into this, talking about self-love. Ali talked about it as well in his examples of how he was told he did not belong. And when he told this other gentleman that he was Muslim, the person he was talking to completely changed. He went from being friend to foe. And why do we do that? We do that because we unconsciously impose ourselves on other people. We apply our characteristics to other people. Number one, it's not fair. Number two, it gives you an incomplete vision of what the people around you are. So what I've done in my life is I've assumed. So I want you to play this game with me. When you think about someone, think about them wearing a mirror, and they are mirroring you back to you, because you are going to recognize what you like about yourself in others. You're also going to recognize what you don't like about yourself to others. It's really awesome the way this works. Why? Because you can give yourself power to change you. When you talk about connecting to humanity, the first step to that is connecting to yourself. Do you know who you are? Do you like who you are? And ultimately, do you love who you are? Because ultimately, and Psalm said it, you project to the world what you have within you. If you do not have love within you, you are not projecting that. You cannot love other people until you love yourself. It just doesn't work. I know, I've tried. And of course, what I'm talking about is from experience. When I started this journey, I realized what image I was projecting by the people that were projecting back to me, what they were projecting. I didn't like myself very well, which meant I didn't like other people very well either. I thought they were bossy. I thought they were too controlling. I thought they were mean. I thought they were pushing me away. Well, guess what I was doing? I was the bossy one. I was the one always trying to control. I was the one pushing other people away because that's who I was. And then I started to realize we need to take the power of our environment. Mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and physically, we build the world in which we live. What kind of world do you want to live in? Ali talked about one world. Psalm talked about one world. Darlene has this incredible program, Sharing is Caring. She started this when COVID hit, and she wanted to continue to connect with people. She wanted people to connect to each other. So she does video every single day without fail. Sharing is Caring. So these are three people that you've met so far that it is asking you to come back to you. Fall in love with you again. And the way you can do that very easily is take a look at the world that you've created around you. What is within you will attract to you. So when you start looking at people as reflections of you to you, you can take back your power and start deciding what kind of person you want to be, what kind of world you want to create, because you are always a choice to present yourself authentically or continue to pretend to be someone you are not. Ultimately, I would ask you to show up authentically, because then you are bringing your authenticity to the world, and essentially you are giving other people permission to be authentic as well. Let me give you an example of how mirrors work and how this works for me. So when I was starting this journey, I had a mentor who said to me, find something to compliment for everyone and make sure it is authentic. Be open and honest about it. You will be able to find something you like about everybody without fail. So I started complimenting people, and it started a little bit insincerely because I didn't know how to give compliments. And I saw this one gentleman one day, he had a lovely tie on, and I complimented him on his tie. Something so simple. And yet his face lit up. I said, "Sir, I just have to tell you, I love your tie. It's a beautiful tie. And it may seem insignificant, but it changed his whole day." He said, "Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Nobody's ever commented on my tie before." And I walked away feeling good because it was a true compliment that I was feeling. And then it started to get easier. And I would compliment ladies on their hair, and I would compliment men on how they were looking and their attitude and what they were doing and the magic they were bringing into the world. And then I started to think to myself, wait a minute, I'm starting to recognize in others characteristics I like about me. And it was an awakening. And I thought, wait a minute, I'm also recognizing in others what I did not like about myself, which was interesting. And then there was a third group of people that had absolutely no impact on me at all. I didn't like them. I didn't dislike them. They just kind of passed, and I didn't notice them at all. And I thought, well, isn't that interesting? Why didn't I notice anything about that individual? Well, because they didn't have characteristics that I had, so I couldn't recognize anything in them that I didn't have for myself. What an awakening moment that was for me. What an aha moment. And I started to really look at people as a mirror to me. And I thought, well, wait a minute, this is awesome. I can start to change who I am to make me a better person so I can fall in love with me and then fall in love with other people. The power of the mirror. So when you're out there looking at other people, start recognizing what it is you like about people, what they are mirroring back to you that you don't like, so you can look within. And let's be very clear. There is two things. There's love and there's not love. I used to say there is love and fear. But as humans, we slice and dice fear. Well, it's not really fear. It's anxiety. It's not really fear. It's something else. Well, it's not love. So now I say it's love or not love. So if you recognize not loving characteristics of another person, it's not about them. It's about you. It's all about you. Because I guarantee you, and this was another hard lesson that I had to learn, not everybody gets up in the morning to upset me. They really don't. I'm not at the center of their world. I'm at the center of mine, and that's the way it needs to be. They're at the center of their world. So they don't get up in the morning and say, yeah, I think I'm going to upset Sharon today. I'm not that important. I'm really not that important in their world, right? So when they come to you and you recognize something in them that you really like, that's because you like it about you. When they come to you and there's something you don't really like about them, it's not them. It's you. So when Ali talked that story about the person who was sitting in his cab, very friendly, and then when he found out Ali was Muslim, he changed. What fear, what non-loving characteristic was this man imposing on Ali? And I know Ali very well. He is a loving individual who loves everybody, calls everybody his friend, and he means it. He absolutely means it. So why would this individual assume that Ali was not loving? Because he imposed his personality, his characteristics on Ali and reacted that way. I'm sure Ali didn't mean to upset this man, I'm sure Ali didn't get up in the morning and say, I'm going to go upset somebody because I'm Muslim. No, Ali wakes up in the morning and says, I'm going to go love people because they need it. So how about you start loving you? Take a look at the world around you. What is that world? What are those people mirroring back to you for you? Take back your power. And you can do this anytime. We are all, many of us are in isolation. Use this opportunity, use this time of aloneness to fall in love with you again. Think about the people in your world that you really like, and you will recognize those characteristics for you. Think about those people you don't quite get along with. Find out why, and then look within to heal those characteristics so that you can once again fall in love with you, so you can send love to the world and bring humanity back again as one, because we're all in this together. There is only one world, and you are part of this big, beautiful world. Like Psalm said, shine your light, bring people back to humanity, love yourself, and love others. Darlene.
Woo! Standing up. Sharon, awesome. It's always wonderful to hear from you. I was looking and listening, and I was like looking in a mirror. Oh, because I see some great similar qualities. I love it. And thank you for the shout outs, the compliments. Authenticity, right? Be yourself. We are all different. And I love that. Fall in love with yourself. It's Valentine's. Fall in love with yourself.
Absolutely.
It's not, Sharon, it's not about me, but it is about you because you did an awesome job. And what do we like on other people? I love that.
We love everything about people, right?
That's right. Look at this one. I am the center of my world. Yes, you are, Christina. We are. So some great messages. Appreciate you being here on this virtual stage here in Canada. God bless you. And
thank you so much.
When I look in the mirror today, all I'm going to do is see Sharon.
I love you, Darlene. You're amazing. Keep being the role model for the rest of us.
All right. Thank you, Sharon. All right. Hey, listen, I'm telling you, some great speakers. And we were in Canada, and I think we need to go somewhere else. I think we need to go to, where should we fly to, Ali?
Where shall we go today? You are the captain.
No, you've got the pilot to the plane. What country would we like to go to? Pick one.
Let's go to USA.
Oh, all right.
Let's go to Denver. I like to go to Denver.
You want to go to Denver?
Yeah, let's bring Anza Goodbar.
Oh, that sounds. And what's the title of her speech?
The title of her speech, Anza Goodbar, she is use empathy to find common ground.
Ooh, common grounds. Well, we've now landed. Welcome.
Welcome to Denver, you guys.
I love it. Are you in the mountains part where we can ski, or are you in the flat part?
I'm in the flat part.
Okay.
Down in the city.
All right. I love it. And I love, hey, this is all, if you're not seeing the theme, it's purple. I love how you've already dressed for the things. What about you? Well, you're a serial entrepreneur. Wow. John Maxwell certified coach, life direct design.
A mouthful, isn't it?
Oh my God, strategist. My tongue doesn't work to this day. A trainer, a motivational speaker, five times best-selling author. After experiencing financial setback in 2008, I love this, $27 in your bank account. Woo, you weren't broke. Open up your first online business. Within the first year, she created thriving 6 figures. That is the way to how many times your $27 designed a business model with multiple streams of income. I love this. Recession-proof her revenue possibilities. And that's what we need. And I love that you're going to help women whose lives have been interrupted with COVID. I love how you put that, right? Restructure, retool, revitalize their strategies, overcome those challenges that come from working at home and juggling, e-learning, kids, families. She's going to teach you how to build 6-figure businesses on their skills, experiences, passions, flexibility. You know what? The virtual stage is yours.
Well, thank you so much, Darlene. I am so excited to be here this morning. I just can't tell you what a blessing it has been to listen to the speakers already. And this morning I'm going to talk about empathy, and it is just falling right in line with what everyone else has talked about, because our most basic need as humans is to feel seen, heard, and understood. And empathy is the emotional process that builds that connection between people. It's a state of perceiving and relating to another person's needs without blaming them, without giving advice, or trying to fix their situation. For those of us who are fixers, it's sometimes really difficult just to sit back and listen to what's going on. But listening is truly the skill that we need to help build intimacy, trust, and a sense of belonging with others. Empathy is truly being able to put yourself into someone else's shoes and walking the path that they're walking. That's not a new concept, but sometimes it's one that we've set beside, and we need to be able to reacquaint ourselves with looking at other people's situations from their perspective. For most of us, empathy comes very easily. Here are some signs that will let you know if you're an empathetic person. So put on this mental checklist and see how this rates with you. You're really good at listening to what other people have to say. People often come and tell you about their problems. I don't know about you, but I can be standing in the grocery line amongst hundreds of strangers, and all of a sudden the person next to me in line has to tell me their whole life story and let me know what's going on. You're good at picking up how other people are feeling. It's like you have this sixth sense, you just know. Sometimes empathetic people are called sensitive. And so if you've been called sensitive, that's a great sign that you're empathetic. You often have people come to you for advice. You're like that go-to person in your circle of friends or in your circle of influence. You might feel overwhelmed when tragic events happen. You might feel it very personally and very closely. You love helping people who are suffering. You don't ever want anyone to feel excluded. You have spidey senses about telling when people are dishonest. Sometimes you feel drained or overwhelmed in social situations. That can be from being empathic, but it also can be from being an introvert. You care very deeply about others, and you find it difficult to set boundaries because you want to help. You want to put other people before yourself. And so we do have to be careful as empaths to make sure that we are protecting ourselves by having healthy boundaries. So there's several types of empathy that we can practice, but today, because of brevity, we're going to focus on two. One is emotional empathy. That involves the ability to understand another person's emotions and to respond appropriately. Such emotional understanding may lead to someone feeling concerned for another person's well-being. It may also lead to feeling personal distress if you're feeling what someone else is feeling. So this can come through sharing an emotional experience, responding to someone else's pain, or just simply feeling compassionate towards another person. There's a positive correlation between emotional empathy and the willingness to help others. Cognitive empathy is more cranial, right? You're tapping into the idea that you can see someone else's situation, but you don't necessarily get emotionally invested. So you try to look at something from another person's perspective. You imagine what it might be like, and you think that you can understand how they're feeling. So in moments when we see somebody who's hurting, it can be from a distance. We might be looking at the big picture. We might be protecting ourselves from getting sucked in. But let's look at how we can experience emotional empathy. So let's say a loved one comes to you, maybe it's your cousin, and they express that their grandparent passed away. And they're sad. They may even start to cry. They might not even be able to speak because they're so emotionally wrought. You, if you're using emotional empathy, may say something like, I'm sorry to hear about your grandmother. I know that you miss her. And you may actually be overcome by emotion and cry with them. On the other hand, if you're practicing cognitive empathy, that person may come to you and say, my grandmother just died and we were really close. And if you're just in your head, you may simply say, I'm sorry. I know that you're sad and I know you're going to miss her. That may come off as being cold or uncaring, like you don't understand, like you can't relate. So sympathy and compassion are related to empathy. But the difference is that with empathy, you want to take action. You want to be more involved in helping them work through that without offering that solution. Once you recognize that you have experienced this emotion from another person, this is going to put you in their shoes. It's going to allow you to feel what they feel, and be able to relate and build a bond. And I think one of the most powerful empathic experiences I had was many years ago, I had a miscarriage, and it was the most painful time of my life. And I didn't have anybody that had gone through that. And they really just couldn't understand what I was feeling, the depth of my grief, the depression that I felt, that sense of loss that I didn't feel would ever heal. And I just cried out to God. I was like, what is this for? I don't understand why I'm going through this. A couple of years later, we had a new pastor and his family come to our church, and the pastor's wife had a miscarriage. Immediately, I felt drawn to go to her, to comfort her. And the first thing she said to me was, nobody else could understand how I feel. The emotion that bonded us together transcended words. We didn't even need to speak about it. We both knew what that loss was. There were no words to describe the depth of our pain, the level of healing in our hearts that we needed, but that was something that built trust between us. It gave us a sense of emotional intimacy together. It gave us a sense of belonging. And while it really stinks to be a part of that club of women who have lost a baby, it's a very tender place to be. So don't be afraid of sharing tragedy in your life with others. It gives them an opportunity to reach out and provide comfort and to be able to really connect with you on a deeper level when you're vulnerable. Now, I'm talking right now just about some simple friendships, but empathy can be effective in every aspect of our life, in our business, with business partners, with people in our community, with collaborators, in our dating relationships, with our kids, with our spouses, with our siblings. It can be practiced all across the board. So what can you do to practice empathy, to develop empathy if it isn't something that has come naturally to you? Well, first of all, I want you to understand that empathy closes the emotional gap between people by creating that shared experience. So if you haven't had that modeled, you may be simply utilizing cognitive empathy, that you can rationalize logically what somebody is going through and logically see the outcome of that. So really what you want to do is be able to tap into your emotions and into your heart. Sometimes we feel like if we share our emotions, that there's a link in our armor that somebody's going to be able to go back and use that against us. And we've got to be able to drop that and know that when we're our most authentic self is when we create our deepest, most meaningful relationships. Because at the end of the day, people want to feel seen, heard, and understood. Several years ago, I was a part of a book project, and I did a survey of several hundred women. And I wanted to know, really how they felt in their relationships. And we looked at friendships, at business relationships, and at their work relationships. Their romantic relationships. And straight across the board, 33%, everybody struggled with feeling seen, heard, and understood. But in their romantic relationships, 67% of the 33% who already didn't feel seen, heard, and understood actually felt invisible. Why is that? That's a huge number. And like Ali said, the power of one, our spouse can make a huge difference, or our life partner can make a huge difference in our life by practicing empathy, by listening to what we are saying, by asking probing questions into the story that we're sharing, to truly seek to understand how we feel, what we're thinking, why we're hurting. And if we can employ those listening strategies every day and really seek to find out somebody's why. Why are you hurting? Why are you sad? Why are you withdrawn? Why aren't you reaching out to me? We can draw those emotions out. We can find those answers. We can find that common ground to be able to build connection and community with our family, with the people that we work with the people in our community. It just starts with making that change within ourselves to be able to deepen those relationships. And then just really being able to put ourselves into the other person's shoes. Don't try and fix anything. Just be there to listen, to add support, to let them know that you really care. This might be a surprise to you all, but we don't speak just to fill the silence. We speak because we have a need that needs to be met. So be mindful in your conversations moving forward, and know if somebody is sharing, they may not be reaching out to you specifically saying, hey, I'm hurting, I need this specific thing. You may need to be able to read between the lines and be able to fill in some of the blanks by asking probing questions. When you ask questions, people know that you care.
Wow. Awesome. Awesome. You should see the chat was blowing up on how calm you are, right? I love it. You know, we need to be seen and heard and empathy understood. I love the mental checklist. I was going through and I was like, yep, got that one. And not to feel excluded. You know, it's so important with everything that's going on. It's such an important thing. And I love when you said the emotional gap. There's a lot of that going on. And share tragedy with others, right? Walking in their shoes. And I appreciate you sharing, you know, the miscarriage with you. And it's funny how, you know, with the pastor's wife, you just connected right away. We need more of that that's going on in this world. We were blessed to have you here from Denver, and thank you for bringing your calmness. And I like Denver. I want to walk in your shoes. Is that okay?
Well, yeah, come on to Denver. We can walk the path together.
All right. Awesome. Thank you. Awesome job.
Thank you
very
so much.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I love it. Yes. Emotional gap. Set boundaries. I'm going to work on that one. Oh, Ali, you know what? We're on a roll. We should keep going. Where should we fly now from Denver? Where should we go?
Then we have to go somewhere. Do you know where is Shakespeare from?
Am I supposed to say yes or no? No, he's from somewhere.
Somewhere in UK.
Somewhere in UK. Is it not Manchester?
This person lived not far from where Shakespeare lived. And he's going to tell us where exactly the name of that city. This is my friend in Harvey. Let's bring him. There we are. Hello.
Hi, how are you all?
Good, how are you?
I'm better than fantastic, thank you.
I love his accent. I can just listen to that all the time. Oops. All right.
You're recording.
Time to create history. I think that's interesting. Well, let's learn a little about Ian. Well, he's a well-developed business acronym, a keen eye, good insight. I bet you are commercially well aware, and his ability to make sound decisions under extreme pressure. That is a skill. Naturally positive, enthusiastic. I love it. With an achievement-driven disposition. All right, he's got mixed with his excellent communication skills, negotiation, presentation skills. You have somebody that has the ability to lead, train, motivate, organize others effectively. It always shows his unquestionable determination, commitment, and strong drive to succeed. 35 years, again, you don't look it, just saying, helping thousands of people remove those barriers to their success. Now share his expertise, which is awesome. His aim is to provide business leaders how to improve their results and efficientness. Sometimes there will be a view of turning around if all in business to a profitable organization. And his bespoke company-specific training program, a key factor. I want to learn more about this. Virtual stage is yours. Take it away.
Yeah, thanks very much. Well, just so you know, it's Stratford-upon-Avon is where Shakespeare was born, and his sister's there as well. Well, was there, and his mother. So yeah, tourists come 5 million a year plus come to have a look around 3 homes. And this year, I don't think they've had more than about 50 people. So it's had a bit of an impact this year, you know. So anyway, it's a great place to live. So the speakers before have been absolutely phenomenal. Really, really, you know, I have been doing this for 34 years and I've got like pages of notes already, which is incredible. I'm going to make myself a little bit vulnerable today because I'm going to actually share something with you that not a lot of people know. But it fits for what we're doing. So when I was young, at the age of 3, I was diagnosed with a skin condition, and the skin condition was called psoriasis. And most people have it on their elbows or their joints. Well, I had it top to bottom, absolutely covered in it. And I still have it now, but not so much now, just on my hands and knees and whatever you. However, I had to go to school when I was 4 or 5. And when I got to school, you know, children in their innocence, just like, oh, what is that? Oh, what is that on your hands? That is horrific. And it upset me so much. It was so unhumane, really, that I didn't actually leave the house for 6 months. I absolutely decided I am not leaving the house. The village nurse used to come every day and wrap it all up and take care of it, but I would not leave the house. And then my mum said something quite poignant, and she said, oh, you're going to stay in the house for the rest of your life then? And it started to make me think. And even from that age, which was now, I was only like 5, I was realizing, you know, this was probably going to stay with me for the rest of my life. And I had 2 choices. I could dwell on it forever, or I could actually make a difference. Even at that age, I was thinking, you know, I have to now stand up. So I went back to school and I did get some abuse and I learned to actually overcome it. And that's actually now been transferred into my adult life. Because, you know, the one thing I see hundreds of people, I've been doing this for 34 years, hundreds of people who are locked away in their mind because of something that happened. And you'll notice, you know, on my hands, I still have psoriasis, you know, and it's quite interesting because obviously now we don't shake people's hands. But when we used to, you know, I'd actually put my hand out to shake someone and people, I could feel them like, oh, and I say, oh, it's okay. You won't catch it. It's not contagious. So even now that still plays out for me, but I've rode above it. And so the one thing I'm going to talk about today is I'm going to talk about how do we get rid of these mental barriers, because what was really going on, I had a choice whether I was going to self-sabotage the rest of my life or decide to come out and actually stand up for myself. And that's what I decided to do. But it's all about what's in your mind. Your mind is incredible, and it's both ways. And I just feel so excited to have been given, you know, the calling to help other people. And that's how I view what I do every single day. It's like, I am called to help and I'll do my best. So I want to give you an example. I want you to walk down a garden in California, beautiful sunny day, and I want to pick an orange off the tree. I want to pick that orange and I want to squeeze it. Now, what do you think comes out of the orange? No one has touched it apart from me. It's like, here we go, squeeze the orange. What do you think comes out? Most people say orange juice. But for a lot of people, it's actually apple juice. Now you're going to say, oh, you know, if you took the wrong pill today, you sound a bit crazy and what have you. You know, the reality of this is, of course, you squeeze an orange, you get orange juice. But a lot of people on the outside say, oh, no, that's okay. I'm handling this and I can deal with that. You give them a squeeze. Well, I'm not allowed to squeeze anyone, but, you know, you can squeeze yourself. If you give yourself a squeeze, what really comes out? What's really going on the inside? Because, you know, it's absolutely so essential that you actually have the inside sorted first. It really is. And people say to me, oh, Ian, you know what, you should think outside of the box. I say, oh, okay. Well, I can't do that. And people say, well, why can't you think outside the box? I said, because I don't have a box. I have no box. And what it really is, it's just a set of mental beliefs, mental barriers that we build. Because I have had a full body scan and I've had top to bottom, and there was not a box inside of my body. No box whatsoever. So if you've got a box, trash it, burn it, get rid of it, because you don't have that box. All you have is your mental ability is being put into a band to say, that's my box. But think about it. Think about it. If that's your mind, because people say, oh, well, it's your mind. Well, if you were to go to the doctor and say, cut my arm off, they'd cut your arm off. And if they say, give me a new brain, we can give you a new brain. But if they say, give me a new mind, what are they going to take? Because there's actually nothing for them to take. And it really is just a set of mental beliefs. But for sure, we can't change history. What's gone has gone. You can't change it. You can try as much as you want to. It's done. It's in a tablet of stone. But what you can do is you can create history. You see, what a lot of people do, they say, okay, I'm going to create history. I'm going to move on. I'm going to get rid of all of these mental barriers that I have built up. I am going to stop self-sabotaging myself. But the reality is they only go half the way. Because if you're going to start to create history, you've got to get rid of the other history, but the history you can't change, we can only create it. So to move on, what you need to do is you need to lock the door behind you. You need to bolt it, you need to chain it, you need to get rid of the bridge and burn the boat. So there is no way back. That's what I had to do at the age of 5. I had to make the decision, am I going to let history come forward with me? Even now, in the summer, if I go on holiday, I see people looking. Because you say, oh, well, you've grown out. Yes, I have. I have worked on it. But you know what? There's a lot of people out there who pick fault in everyone. Now, mine is psoriasis. Some people, it's colour. Some people, it's the way they walk. Some people are just out there to mess with your brain, to mess with your beliefs. And I call these people, I don't know if you've ever been, but there's a sand, it's called quicksand crowd. This is the sand. If you stand in it, it will pull you down until eventually it will suffocate you. It sucks you under. Well, I would like to add one more word. Quicksand crowd. Now, crowd of people. These are the people that tell you it won't happen for you. You can't do that. People like you don't make it. My teacher told me when I was leaving school, oh, people like you don't make it, when I told him I'm having my own business. Well, I proved him wrong. These are called the quicksand crowd. They're people who want to pull you down all the time. You want to break free from your bondage. I want to break free from my psoriasis. And they want to keep you there, keep reminding you, like saying, do you think you should wear long trousers because your legs are a bit like, it's like, no, it's okay. You can't catch it, so it's fine. But people don't realize one word can make such a difference. And when we're talking about humanity, there are so many people locked into bondage because people say things and we don't release them. We hold them. And so that, the best way to create history is to face your way forward. There's no going back. Just make a decision that you are going to move forward. And you're going to have to change things. You are. To move forward, you're going to have to reprogram your mind. But what a lot of people do, they say, okay, I'm going to reprogram my mind and I'm going to start to read books and I'm going to watch tapes. I am going to do this. And that's great. The problem is if you don't get rid of the rot, you're just adding to it. So imagine if we were to go and buy a house today and we walk in the house and we look up and the beams in the house are all rotten. So the first thing we're going to do is let's get rid of those beams. We pull the beams down and guess what happened? The house collapses. Too much pressure. What you should do is first of all put in a steel bar to support the house. then you can get rid of the rot. So one thing I believe totally in is doing some affirmations, programming your mind to get rid of the actual wooden barriers, the barriers to your success. Put your metal RSJ in, your metal bar in, so that you can stand up for yourself. Stop letting people drive you into the ground. I know what it feels like. I see people looking at me. I don't care. You can see my hands online now. One time it would have been a case of yes, but it's like face up to it. Stop letting people grind you down. Be so careful who you hang out with. And I just want to share one more thing with you. I want you to imagine that I'm giving you $86,400 right now. And here's the deal. I want you to go and spend all of that money in 24 hours. Now, what you don't spend, you have to give me back. And nothing can cost more than $5,000. So it's $86,000. It's yours. Go and spend it. But what you haven't spent by this time tomorrow, give me back. Would you try your very, very best to go and spend that money? Yeah, some people in my coaching program say, you know what? You just wait there. Don't even go. And they're gone. I said, see you in 24 hours. The reality is you have 86,400 seconds every day. It's called your time. And you need to be really careful who you trust with it. You see, we get emotionally attached to the wrong things, because if I did give you $86,400, you would spend it. If you was walking down the road and someone stole £10 off you, $10 off you, you'll be ringing 911. I've been robbed. Someone stole £10 off me. Hey, come and get my money back. And you'll be like giving hell. And yet you've got 86,400 seconds, your only real currency. And we let negative people waste it. Hi, Ian, I thought I'd give you a call. Oh, yeah, okay. I've got 2 minutes to spare. What for? Well, I just thought I'd have a chat. What he's really saying, I just thought I would steal your time. And the other part, of course, is people plowing negative stuff into you. They are stealing your time. So if you do nothing else and you learn nothing else today, take control of the only one thing you can. Use your time so carefully, and just if anyone says to you something bad, like, oh, look at your hands or whatever, to say, you're not trying to make me feel guilty, are you? Because we've all got hidden challenges. Mine's visible, but for a lot of people it's not, and we don't realize. Be kind to people, and remember, one word can break a camel's back. It can be the final straw. So when you're speaking to other people as well, be kind and choose your words carefully.
All right. Awesome. Ian, thank you for your valuable time and spending it with us today with an awesome message. I love it. The mental blockage, I'm going to spend it all. Create the new history. By the way, while you're speaking, I went to the garage and I did throw it a box. So the box is gone. I love your descriptive words. Lock that door behind you. Mental ability. And yes, this is a band and we have to stretch it. And I appreciate you sharing your story of young and the challenge. And it's not an issue for you at all. If you hadn't even told us, I don't think we would even have known, because we're focused on your words, that message. So thank you for your valuable time. I could listen to you longer. Love the accent, by the way.
You're lucky to only get 10 minutes. It's usually an hour.
We'll take whatever we can get, and we do certainly appreciate that. And the comments were just blowing up on crazy, on awesome, make decisions, choose wisely, everything in there. So thank you, Monsieur. And Shakespeare. I put that on my list. Allie, I'm going to put that on my list. We need to go visit Ian so that we can go see Shakespeare's house as well, because we have that time, and it's a valuable time as such, and the time is clicking away. But now that we've been in there, I think we should back on the plane. Where's it heading?
100%. I think after this summit, we should go see Ian there. Just see where Shakespeare is from. Get some wisdom. Get some really great wisdom from there. And I think now we are going to... Do you think we have enough fuel to go to Nigeria?
We'll fuel up when we get there. We're flying on. We're flying on the energy. No, we've got rid of our fuel blockages.
Excellent. So we are now going to see our friend Miyuowa Fasakin, and he is in Josi in Nigeria. And his title is going to be beautiful title, Creating a Better World. Let's bring our friend Miyuowa Fasakin.
Wow, all the way from Africa. I love how we just move in and around. Awesome. Hey, welcome. Welcome to the virtual stage in Africa. Good. Well, you're pretty impressive here. Africa's leading creative intelligence expert, first African advisory board member of the United Nations World Creativity Innovation Day, convener, founder of the World Change Summit, members all over the world. I could see that already. Certified life coach, trainer, consultant, author of several beloved life-changing books, right? Two-time mentor, facilitator at Coca-Cola Youth Empowerment Program. I have to ask, do you drink Coca-Cola? I'm not supposed to ask that. Yeah, head of the School of Creativity in Nigeria, John Maxwell team member, facilitated several trainings in Nigeria. You were also invited to the Miami University at Oxford, Ohio in March, lectured on creative intelligence to students, faculty members, and Africans. Conveyor of teacher enrich appraisal meeting. Team. We all need some team. Oh, host of popular radio program, Empowerment for Life on Rhythm. You know what? The virtual stage is yours. I can't wait to hear some more. Creating a world.
All right, that's great. That's great. Thank you very much for having me. All right, thank you very much for having me. Like my friend introduced me, my name is Muyua Fashakin. Of course, it says so much about me that I don't need to go there again. So, creating a better world. Creating a better world. Now, it might be difficult if you want to go ahead and create a better world. It might really be difficult. But it's not difficult to create your better world, your own world. Now, like I always say, it might be difficult to rule the world in what you do, but you can rule your world. So it's better to create a better world when you can create your better world. So when you say creating a better world, it means people need to be in your world to know that you have created a better world. So you're going to create a better world. You have to start with your world, because all of us, we have our world. So people are looking for a better world, but they prefer, if your world is better, they can come in. So they check into your world and see that there's love in your world. They see that there's kindness, there's gratitude in your world, there's help in your world. They see that there is kind gesture. They see that there is generosity in your world. They want to stay in your world. They see that we have good products in your world. They want to stay in your world. They will love your world. So don't be in a hurry to create a better world if you have not created your better world. So you start with yours. Let the world stay, but you start with your own better world. Create your better world first, where we can see happiness, we can see joy, we can see ingenuity, we can see loyalty, we can see generosity in your own world, where there is no hatred, there's no bitterness, there's no war, there's no violence in your own world. So if I create a better world, and you create a better world, and she over there, she creates a better world, and all of us takes it upon ourselves that we are going to create a better world. But for us first, we will notice that the whole world will get better. It's because most times we point accusing finger and you say that president over there is not creating a better world. That leader over there is not creating a better world. Don't worry about that. Create your better world. Invite others to experience your world. When others experience your world, the knowledge, the inspiration, the experience they gather from your own world, they take it to their world and create a better world in their own environment and community. So the question for me as a round off, because of time, is how can I create my better world? The major thing is through mindset management. You've got to know how to manage your mindset, because there is no better world without a better mind. The mind controls everything. So, of course, the Holy Book said that the Bible says, so a man thinks, so he is. So that's what controls your mindset, controls your world. It's your mindset that controls everything happening around your world. If people are going to get interested in your world, if people are going to be blessed in your world, if people are going to, get dreams fulfilled in your world, then you must desire to create a better mindset. And how do you create a better mindset? Is by managing your mind. So the question is, sir, how do I manage my mind? Very simple. Let me just give you 5 ways. I call it the flight model. Okay, it's just the flight model, which gets you on a fly. You keep going all. People keep looking at you, that you are just creating an environment for people to thrive and to do well. So you're on a flight mode. So I call that the flight model. That's how you can create the better world. Can I quickly explain it? Number 1, feed your mind with the right things. If you feed your mind with the right things, you will create a better world. If you feed your mind with the right messages, the right music, the right movies, the right inspiration, you will definitely, because you are what you feed on. So if you feed on the right resources, you feed on the right messages, you feed on the right instructions, you feed on the right, movies and all that, you will eventually have the right mind, and you can create a better world for the people to live, for your nearest, community. You can create a better world for them. Don't really bother about the others in other countries. Just do your part. I do my part. You do your part where you are, Ali. You do your part where you are, Cynthia. Everyone does this. You do your own part. Then we have a better world. So number 1, feed your mind. Consciously and deliberately feed your mind with the right message, with the right inspiration, with the right thoughts, with the right instructions. If you feed your mind consciously with that, you will likely have the capacity to create a better world. Number 2, flush your mind. Flush your mind of hatred. Flush your mind of bitterness. Flush your mind of, envy, jealousy. Flush your mind of unhealthy competition. Everything that will not allow you to create a better world, flush it out of your mind. That is consciously flushing it out of your mind. Number 3, because of my time, fix your mind. Our mind needs to be fixed. Sometimes we've been hurt. Sometimes we just don't like what somebody has done to us. Maybe our husband, the wife, or our neighbors, and you're just hurt, and you carry the hurt about, the bitterness about, and you have not fixed your mind. If you don't fix your mind, you can't fix any other thing. If you don't fix your mind, you cannot fix your world. The world is not as big as your mind. Funny enough, you think the world is big. No, your mind is bigger. Because if you fix your mind, you can easily fix the world. You can easily fix your world. You can easily fix your environment. You can easily fix your community if you fix your mind. So the world is waiting for your mind. The world is expecting to get better. If your mind gets better, there is the ability of the mindset that you cannot undermine. You cannot undermine the potency of your mindset. So you feed your mind, you flush it, you fix it. Number 4, you fund your mind, invest in your mind, invest positively in your mind, pay for trainings, pay for workshops, Pay for seminars, conferences that has the capacity to change your mind. Pay for it. You are investing in your mind. So you've got to invest in your mind. The books you buy, you are investing in your mind. The messages you get, you are investing in your mind. I'm a John Maxwell leadership coach. I've invested there. I'm a UK certified coach. I invested there. Sometimes I don't even have the money. I go and borrow. Why? I want to fund my mind, because I know if I get it right with my mind, I will get it right with my world. I will create a better world, for my people, if I get it right with my mind. So I'm not in a hurry to change anything on the outside. I'm much interested in changing from the inside. I'm much interested in changing from within. If I can change from within, I can change the outward, the outside. So I'm always looking at how am I going to feed my mind? How am I going to flush every dirt and everything messed up in my mind? I want to flush it out. How I'm going to fix my mind. Then I think of how am I going to fund my mind? And another thing I will say last, because of time, is I think of how I'm going to frame my mind. You got to frame your mind. You got to frame the picture of your future. Because of interference, they are negative people. They are dream killers. They tell you negative things. They tell you things that will destroy the world. They tell you things that will destroy your neighbor. They tell you things bad about your friend. Frame your mind from such people. Cut them off. They might be on social media. Cut them off. Frame your mind. Because if you allow every kind of externalities, negative externalities in your mind, you will destroy your mind and you will destroy the world. So if you're going to create a better world, check your mind. Create a better mind. Fix your mind. Feed your mind. Fund your mind. Do all those stuff on your mind. Get a better mind and create a better world. Thank you.
Oh, wow, wow, wow. We have certainly fed our mind here for sure. Definitely. And I love Just Above Your Head, Start With Your Why, a great book. Just wanted to say, we have to change within so much. And it really is. Hey, create our own world. I love your 5-flight model. I think that's awesome that you've put in thing. Everybody do their part. That's what we should be. As there is no better world if there's no better mind. I just love it. I could go and listen to you longer. We appreciate you bringing those 5 tips to us. Yeah, I love it. Flush your mind. I love that one.
So powerful, brother. Holy moly, you can't fix the world if you can't fix your mind. And borrow money if you don't have to invest in your mind, because the power is here. I really love your message, brother. Thank you very much. You just roar all the way from Africa. Thank you.
Awesome job.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Well, since the 5 ways to flight model, since we've been flying, where should we fly next?
We need to put some gas on the plane. I think we are almost out. We are going to do it. We are going to do it UK. You know how far that? So we are going to see brother Ali Yuba, and he's in Manchester, I think.
I feel that our fuel, I've funded our mind, and I fixed the plane while he was speaking.
I think we should be good.
Who's next? Oh my God, that was number 7. Lucky number 7.
Ali Yuba, all the way in UK, Manchester City.
Ooh, he's the man. What's his title?
Oh, his title is so powerful. Another powerful one. Holy, I can't even say this. Lost Connection.
And we don't want to lose connection because
please.
We've got so much good stuff to say. Welcome.
Let's break it.
He was born and raised in West Africa, sales and marketing profession, worked as a printing company, as a salesperson, insurance company, one of the honest car dealership salesmen, just put that out there. He moved to England 2013, his first job, Amazon, in the West Midlands of UK. Moved to Manchester 5 years ago, worked for a wholesale company doing ladies' fashions as a sales advisor. That sounds like interesting. 3 years. Then he realized he needed to learn some more skills. So that's when he started doing some personal training and nutrition. I love this. He is a coffee expert. That's right. One of the baristas, and he worked in all kinds of different coffee shops in Manchester. And a chef, whoo, coffee, take it away. And the self-developments, started reading books and revolutionized his whole life. That's right, Manchester is in the house. I can't wait to hear about your lost connection. Virtual stage is you. Yeah, we just got to get you. Don't interrupt it. We can't hear you. You got to unmute yourself. We have been reading your lips, and I want to know, you were saying some great stuff, but I think it would be better if it came from directly from you than me translating what I was reading your lips. That's okay. Just start again. Take it
I'm
away.
sorry about it. I just unmuted myself.
Not
Hello.
a problem.
Thank you very much, Dali, for welcoming me today. And Ali, I really appreciate it. I'm just from Manchester right now, landed in the airport of Canada. But I feel the cold here. You can hear me. Can you hear me? So I can feel the cold in Canada already. Assalamu alaikum. May peace be upon you all. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Aliuba. I was born and raised in a small village called Nyabina Dankonko in the Gambia. My profession is sales and marketing, and I work for few corporate companies in the Gambia. I got different skills, and the one I'm passionate about and I love so much, dear to my heart, is being a motivational speaker and a mindset coach. I believe it's something worth doing is worth doing badly until you get it right. By my mentor Les Brown. And a job is what we are paid to do, but a calling is what we are made for. By Les Brown. I believe today we have a big umbrella.
Ali, I think just the sound is kind of like there is an echo. So maybe put the volume down just to check and see if there is any change. Let me see.
Yeah, you're kind of going in and out a little bit. So you were just cracking up, literally.
Okay,
Maybe I jinxed you with the lost connection. I should not have said anything. Oh, I'm going to just trash that out of my mind. You're sounding better now.
Okay, maybe my phone was also on the side. That's the problem. Can you hear me now?
Much better. Go ahead.
Perfect. So where I stop is today the topic is a journey back to our humanity, and we have a different topic by different speakers here today. And under this big umbrella, my topic is going to be focused on lost connection and how we can bring back that connection back. If you look at the history of humanity thousands of years ago, when God created Adam and Hawa in the Quran, and in the Bible, it called them Adam and Eve, and from the Hebrew book, Adam and Eve. But also in Hebrew, Eve was called Shavar, which is derived from the word child, life. For she was the mother of all living people. Where we all are the same people today, see all over the world, we are all cut from the same cord, and we have the same color blood. But because of our geographical location determines our color skins, also depend on our environment we are surrounded with, we adopt our beliefs and culture and also different religions. I came to realize that shared belief system made people intelligent to one another, and that system wasn't just about belief, because who live by the same code are rendered mutually predictable to one another. They act in keeping with each other's expectations and desires. They can cooperate, and they can also even compete peacefully because everyone knows what to expect from one another. A shared belief system, partly psychology, partly acted out, simplified everyone in their own eyes. and the eyes of others. A shared belief system simplifies the world as well, because people know who know what to expect from one another, and also can act together to tame the world. And there is perhaps nothing more important than the maintenance of these organizations, this simplification. If it strengthens the great ship of state rock, it is precisely that people will fight for what they believe, and they will fight instead to maintain the match between what they believe, what they expect, and what they desire. And the fact they will fight to maintain the match between what they expect and how everyone is acting. It's precisely the maintenance of that match that enables everyone to live together peacefully and predictably and productively. It reduces uncertainty and chaotic mix of intolerance, emotion, and uncertainty inevitable produce. This is from the book of 12 Rules of Life by Jordan Peterson. How could the world be free from
brother Aliyu? Sorry to interrupt you. I think there is still the problem with the voice. I don't know if it's
you can hear me?
Now I hear you good now when we are talking together, but as soon as I moved you, I don't know if you still have the phone playing at the same time, but it's
no, I off the phone. I off the phone totally.
I don't know. Put maybe the volume down a little bit. It looked like when you are on your own speaking, it's kind of like hard to hear. But let's put the volume down a little bit and try again, and then just
let me put my computer volume down a bit.
Okay, let's try that, my friend.
Okay, sorry about that.
No, it's all right.
And
let's
how could the world? Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, now I hear you. Yeah,
hello.
Let's try it. Yeah.
Can you hear me loud and clear? Can you hear me loud and clear, Ali?
Yeah, I hear you good now. I hear you good there, Ali.
Okay, perfect. How could the world be freed from a terrible dilemma of conflict on one hand and psychological and social solutions on the other? The answer is this: through the evolution and development of individuals and through the willingness of everyone to shoulder the burden of being to take the heroic path, we must each adopt much responsibility as much as individual life, society, and the world. We must each tell the truth and repair what is disrepair and break down, and recreate what is old and outdated. It is in this manner that we can most reduce the suffering that poisons the world. I have recently worked with a Jewish man whose simplicity I admire a lot. Most of them are still using the old small analog phone, which are Nokia 3310 and Alcatel. And these were the phones that I used to use in high school. And I asked the Jewish man, why most of them are still using this old age phone when we're in the era of smartphones? I was surprised by his reply, which he said, we only need a phone for call and text. Why should we be using all smartphones? And I went on further asking questions. So at your home, you don't even have smartphones, for your kids or TV or whatever. And he said to me, no, all we do is sit down and chat. We didn't even have a TV in our house. I was like really surprised. I was surprised about what the Jews do. And then I believe when we do what the Jews do, we will all be connected, not by all this technology, but by individuality. And I remember also visiting a good friend of mine. When I went there, all the kids were watching, in their tablets, busy up and down, watching some programs which was on the TV. And one of the characters there was called Sadness. And what happened there is Sadness was also behind the scene with some other characters, which is like, they're like really bad characters. And then also there's a good one among them, but they will control these scenes on that TV program with the kids when they were watching it. So what happened is, after, when the kids were watching it, they the behind the scene, when they were controlling it, the other kids started controlling the bad habits in that particular kid. So they were in the dinner table eating, and the kids started misbehaving because they've been programmed back at behind the scene. So what happened is, the dad realized that this kid is really moody on the dinner table. So the dad sent the kid back to her room with angry. And then when my friend realized that, he did not like that part. He got caught and he was on his phone, concentrating. Then he told the daughter, change that program, don't watch it. So when I sat down with him later on, I told him, bro, you need to be very careful and then observant what these kids are watching, because I was watching it. And I don't know how dear these people can,
Aliyu,
yes.
Aliyu, brother. I
Yeah.
don't think the problem still with the audio. What we can do, maybe
Oh, what
I
is
really,
going on? You can hear me?
I really want to hear your speech big time. Let's instead of taking the break at for 10 minutes, give you a chance to fix the audio and bring you at
Okay.
11.
Okay. I don't know what's the problem. Can you hear me now clearly?
Now it seems good, but the moment you are speaking by yourself, it seems like you are a social person. You want to be a part of us and talking while you are here together.
There was
And
a real.
is allowing me to be part of it. Huh?
Yeah. It seemed like when they popped me back up and I stayed up on the screen, your audio got better, which made no sense, right? But it was very hair. I don't know.
Technology sometimes is not favoring us. Technology is not on our side sometimes.
I know.
Okay,
No, no.
Ali.
So let's do this, my friend. I know we have a break for 10 minutes. So let's take that time for the break and give you that spot so we can speak after John
Okay, so I
Ogulu.
can try to see what's the actual problem. I'm sorry about that then.
No,
Because
it's all right. Technology happens, my friend. It's
yeah, exactly. Technology sometimes trip. Yeah.
But that's what
All
we
right,
will
no
do.
problem.
What we will do, my brother Aliyu. See what's the problem, and if the computer, maybe use your phone, and we will give you some time from here. So come back at 11:10.
Okay, no problem. That's fine. That's fine.
All right, brother.
Thank you.
See you in a bit.
Okay.
All right.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Lucky
Hello.
number 7 was not lucky. Oh my goodness, those things happen.
So no, I think it was a problem with the plane. We didn't put enough fuel. I think that's what happened.
I think that's what happened. I got rushed and we kind of yeah.
So I think now I'll go back to the state, USA. But
Okay.
let's fuel up the plane, and we will land in USA with my brother John Ogulu. Let's bring John Ogulu.
Ooh, what part of the United States is he hanging out in?
Let's find out from him. I think John, my brother.
Just testing.
Hey, how are you? Can you hear me?
We hear you good, nice and clear.
Awesome. That's great.
Which city
I'm
are
from
you in, Aliyu? John?
Atlanta, Georgia.
Atlanta, Georgia.
That's right.
Excellent.
All
let's,
right.
Let's darling, my friend, tell us a little bit about John, and we will go from there.
All right. He's going to be identifying and eliminating limiting beliefs. Really? I don't think we have any, but you're going to make sure we're not. He's a strategist and a motivational speaker. He helps individuals and organizations achieve their strategic goals. So important. He is a founder of an organization with his same name. Boom, I love it, right? A nonprofit providing empowerment to children and young people, so important. Between the ages of 8 and 22, think I don't qualify for that. Coaching and mentoring, so important. And founder of the Cornerstone Christian University. It's good. I want to hear about the eliminating those beliefs, and I'm just going to eliminate myself off the screen. John, the virtual stage is yours, man. Take it away.
Hello, everybody. First of all, I want to say thank you to Ali and Darling. You've been doing a great job, darling, but unfortunately, I had to take someone else's turn to speak. And I want to say a big thank you to all those who have spoken before me and those who would be speaking after me. You all are amazing. My name is John Ugulu, and I am absolutely excited to be speaking to everybody right now. If you can hear me, I want you to please type "I can hear you" in the comment section. I just want to be sure that I am not speaking to myself. But anyway, we are used to speaking to ourselves. Now, today's topic is very, very interesting. A journey back to humanity. And for some reason, I love that topic because it took me years. It took me years to really discover what my purpose on earth was. And today I want to give you some tips and also talk to you on how you also can return back or realign with your true purpose in life. I know everything in life is a cliche, but it is whenever that cliche resonates with you that truly matters. So I want you all to please listen to me with an open heart, because today you are going to learn something. You are going to get that reminder that would spark that calling that you have. So I remember being a very shy person, extremely shy to the extent that I couldn't even imagine myself getting on the stage to give a 1-minute toast. It was that bad. And what do we call things like that? They are typically called limiting beliefs. I typically like to break down words that probably might be new to certain people. So what's a limiting belief? Please grab a pen and a notepad and start writing down, because you are going to learn a lot. Limiting belief is a belief or a conviction that prevents us from achieving our dreams. It's as simple as that. A limiting belief is a belief or a conviction that prevents us from achieving our dreams. I was so shy. That's a limiting belief, because when you are someone with shyness, you typically wouldn't want to be seen out there. You typically wouldn't want any attention on you. And when you have that in your life, there's a high possibility that you would be just an ordinary person. I knew I had in me what the world needed to hear. I knew I had the power. I knew I had what it takes to influence people positively. But how did I return back to my true calling? I want you all to write this down. In order for you to return back to your journey to greatness, you need to ask yourself 3 questions. The first question is, who am I? Please write that down. Who am I? The second question is, why am I on earth? And the third question is, where am I going? Initially, you might feel you know the answers to all those questions. For years, I thought I knew the answers to those questions. But when you sit down, write them out and ask yourself the first one, who am I? Nobody's asking you about what you do, your profession. No. Who are you? Do you truly know who you are? Every human being was created on purpose for a purpose. Every human being was created or conceived in the womb and would one day end up in the tomb. But what matters most is how you lived your life in between. So who are you? What were you created to do? You need to, first of all, realign with your true calling. You need to search your subconscious mind and ask yourself who you truly are. For some people, it could take weeks to find out who they truly are. For some people, it could take months. Some, it could even take years. Like myself, it took me years to find out who I truly was. But I thank God that Les Brown and his work unleashed the potential in me. Les Brown single-handedly, with his words, his message, unleashed the greatness in me. He made me see myself for who I truly was and who I truly am. It's a journey. And I want you to also ask yourself, who are you? Then when you find out who you truly are, you should go to the next question, which is, why am I on earth? Research has proved it that when there is an ejaculation of semen, sperm, millions of those sperm cells struggle and flow towards the ovary. And out of those millions of sperms, it takes only one sperm cell to fertilize the egg. And that particular sperm that fertilized the egg is you. That's why you are in this world. So out of millions of sperms, only one sperm was selected to come into this world. And that's you who's listening to me right now. That means you were created on purpose. It means you are special. It means you've got greatness in you. A lot of us don't know how much potentials we have in us. You were selected on purpose to come to this world. And when you figure that out for yourself, then you can go to the next one. Where am I going? Where are you heading to with your talent? What do you intend to achieve with your gift? Because we all have a gift. You should be able to realign with your true purpose in life. Right now, we are going through perilous times in the world. The COVID-19 has turned things around. The level of depression has increased. The level of anxiety has increased. The level of domestic violence has increased. But as you are listening to me, I want you to be hopeful, because Heraclitus said, the only constant in life is change. So whatever we're going through, if you have been impacted one way or the other, be hopeful, because it's a phase in life that will certainly pass. Same time next year, we will be having a different conversation. If you ask me when will these things pass, I don't know. But I am sure that it is a phase in life that will pass. So you should always sit down and ask yourself, why am I on earth? Who am I? Where am I going? That would help you realign with your true purpose in life. Les Brown helped me realign with my true purpose in life. And I have chosen that for the rest of my life, I would lead, I would impact, and I will continue to be a vessel of hope. So I want you to think about it. Who are you? That's what will take you back to the journey of humanity. I really haven't met you. I don't know how much you know about yourself. Neither do I know how much the people around you know about you. But one thing that I'm sure about you who is listening to me right now is that you are destined for greatness. You were born to rule. You were created on purpose for a purpose. So you should be able to sit back and ask yourself, who am I? It's a deep question, not a surface question. Not until you know who you are, you would still be wondering. You would still be living a life of other people's based off of other people's opinions. But sit down, ask yourself the question, reflect on the things that you once had a passion for, reflect on them and take action. We all have that potential to be great. No matter what life has thrown at you, remember that you are stronger than you think you are. Henry Ford said, whether you think you can or think you can't, you are right. So if you think you were created to make an impact, you are right. If you think you were created to just be ordinary, you are also right. It's a matter of choice. A matter of choice. Like I said, I haven't met you before. For you who's watching this program, I haven't met you before. I don't know what you know about yourself, but you are destined for greatness. And remember, today is the first day of the rest of your life. Think about it and have a great rest of your day. God bless you.
All right, we've got the great John that we have just listened to. So powerful, and when you say deep questions, that is correct. Who am I, right? Where are we going? Well, we've been traveling all around the world today, which is awesome. And to think about it, yeah, why are we here? The greatness. We all have greatness. Some people are not sharing their greatness, right? And finding that passion and purpose in life, so potential. We all have the potential, and we just need somebody like you to kind of bring it out us to be great. And we have all great speakers. Thank you, John, for blessing us.
My pleasure.
With it. Oh, look at that. On purpose. Love it. Yes, it is. On purpose, you are here, John.
Right. Thank you.
You guys are rock stars. Yeah, there's a lot of rock. It's rock stars in the house because everybody's here on a purpose. Things happen for a reason. That's why Ali has brought these great speakers together because they're all great and they're showing off their potential, just like John said. Ali, we can't hear you. I'm reading your lips. Ali's saying, John, you are a superstar. I appreciate you.
Oh. You got John. All I'm saying is, John, that was amazing. And remember, who are you? It's a deep question. It's not a surface question. It takes some work inside, I think. And that takes over. Thank you very much, Mr. John. I really appreciate it. And we will bring up brother Ali Yuba. Let's back again to UK. I think you have to pay for gas this time. We're not going
That's right. Yes, we're charging him with the fuels. All right, so we're going to bring him back instead of taking a break. But hey, we're still doing great. We had 8 speakers so far. We still got.
We have to apologize to Barry. Barry, brother, I think we are stealing a little bit of your time. So bear with us, please. I think Ali, you will cover that as well.
So, oh, he's back. Okay, got it. He's back, man. Thank you for returning. Polly.
No problem.
Yes, I'm not going to take any of your more time. Let's go. We can't wait to hear your great message.
Thank you very much, Daddy, for having me back. Can you guys hear me now properly? Can you guys hear me?
You're much better. A little bit of echo, but much better. So just take it away.
Okay, amazing. Technology sometimes is not on our side. Assalamu alaikum. May peace be upon you all. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ali Yuba, born and raised in a small village called Nyadankungu in the Gambia. My profession is sales and marketing, and I work in a few corporate companies in the Gambia. I got different skills, and one that I'm really passionate about, and I love dear to my heart, is being a motivational speaker and a mindset coach. I believe it's something worth doing. It's worth doing badly until you get it right by the mentor Les Brown. And a job is what we are being paid to do, but a calling is what we are made for. If you can hear me, can you put your hands up, Daddy? Can you all hear me clearly? Can you hear me clearly?
Well, you were cut. You
Yeah.
were good when you started. Ali, you're still muted. But when you got going, you've muffled again. We were reading your lips. I was making up. I don't know. Maybe you
What's
just gotta
going on?
shake it. You just gotta shake the
The
computer.
devil is a liar today. The devil is. I was getting ready for days.
No, we threw the devil
I don't
out
know
with
what.
water.
So I think when we are three of us, we can hear you good. So we are going to stay. You look like you are a social bee. We will stay with you and do your speech. We'll just be
Okay,
muted.
I think that's
Try
much
that.
better.
Try that.
Okay, that's my. And when you hearing me, just make sure give me a thumb up, Dali, Ali, yeah, so I can understand. Okay, thank you very much. I'll continue. So today the umbrella topic is journey back to our humanity, and we have different topic by different speakers under this big umbrella. And my topic I'm going to focus on is lost connection and how we can bring back this connection. If you look at the history of humanity, thousands of years ago, when God created Adam and Hawa, in the Quran, and the Bible called them Adam and Eve. From the Hebrew book, Adam and Eve, they also called. And also in the Hebrew, Eve was called Shavre, which is delivered from the word child, life. For she was the mother of all living people. And we are the same people today you see all around the world. And we are all cut from the same cord, and we all have the same color blood.
My brother,
But because of our geographical, yes.
Disconnect any extra microphone that you have and just use the volume of the computer. That's it. If you have any microphone or something, disconnect all extra mic and headphone. Just use the volume of the computer.
I don't have any extra mic connected. Even my mic is not connected. I have to disconnect it the first time and then trying to see whether it will work.
That's
yeah. So when I'm speaking, you guys can hear me properly.
It start like this, good, but after that it becomes just like it's almost like echoing, and it's hard to really hear it very clear.
It kind of goes in.
Maybe I'm using my laptop.
Can you use maybe just your phone, Aliu? Like log out.
Okay, I'll try to use my phone then.
Yeah, use your phone.
Yeah, I will log out and then use my phone.
Yeah,
so
log
you
out
can
and
get someone back online. Yeah, you can get someone. Why did I fix that? Sorry about that. Technology is not allowing me to shine.
No problem, brother. So while you are doing that, Aliu, we will bring Barry and Barry Overton, and let's bring brother Barry.
Hello, how are you guys doing?
Good, my brother. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great, and I love the fact that Alu is still smiling through all the technical difficulties, and he's passionate about his message. So it's coming.
Yeah, it's coming for sure. So I will let Darlene introduce my friend Barry Overton, and his speech is powerful. The human perspective. I really love that. So I will go to get my friend Darlene Smith and.
All right. Thank you, Barry, for being patient with us. And he's persistent. His greatness will go through. We're not going to let you stop. And I'm not going to mess with you, Barry. Why? Well, because you spent 26 years in the law enforcement, military police officer as well. And God bless you. Thank you for serving Operation Desert Storm. 21 years in Denver police. Glad I didn't spend time in Denver. Narcotics division. Okay. You learn structural and thinking outside the box, creating effective plans, and lead to successful outcomes. And this is so valuable, ability to make split decisions, second decisions in life-threatening situations. There's no better skill than that, and I'm sure you've had lots of them. But the entrepreneur since 98, then you decided, let's go into real estate. Did that since 2001. And of course, you guessed it, he was a top producing real estate agent and mentored many other businesses in areas of brand development, vision, execution, mindset. Over $75 million in real estate sales. He knows how to do it. He's been speaking also to find the greatness that lives inside. He has a book, The Secrets to Lighting the Fire Within. I bet Barry's going to lighten it in. All kinds of topics: entrepreneurial, real estate, the power of positive mindset, troubled childhoods, overcoming fears to become fearless, and of course, back to the community policing. Barry, take it away. We can't wait to hear about you.
And thank you so much, Darlene. You're doing an excellent job keeping the energy going. And I appreciate you and Ali for putting this together and allowing me to speak on this platform and the opportunity to really speak about the journey back to humanity. What an excellent topic. And it comes at a time when I think all over the world we need it the most. So really excited to start sharing this, my particular story in regards to this, in regards to the human perspective and restoring love by mastering perspective. And I want to share with you, number one, that again, being human beings, we are the highest species on this earth. We have the ability for logic and for reason and for creating in this world. And we have that ability to have our own perspectives and our own viewpoints. But one of the dangerous areas that we've been in for quite a few years now, we've seen it continue to evolve to a point of where it's toxicity to a certain level of the ability to have our views, but the inability to necessarily see the views of others. And viewpoints and understanding other people's perspective and having empathy for others and their thoughts is a very important part of our continued evolution in the right direction. But what we've seen lately in regards to the views that people have is argumentative states, confrontation, and divisiveness. I can tell you that just going to my Facebook timeline, because of my background, being a war veteran, being 26 years in law enforcement, an entrepreneur, a real estate agent, a community leader, all the things that I've been involved with, it blessed me with this very eclectic group of people that I have the opportunity to call friends on my Facebook timeline. But it's also blessed me with something very interesting that I didn't expect. And that is the ability to see different points of view, different perspectives of people. As I mentioned, again, being a retired police officer, I'm a part of a lot of different police groups within Facebook. Being a community leader and working in the African American community, I'm also tied with a lot of African American organizations. So I'm just going to give you an example of one hot button that we have experienced here in the US over several years, but particularly over the last year with the George Floyd incident, has really propelled the idea of police and community and understanding those two. As I mentioned, I'm a part of a lot of different police organizations and within Facebook. And when I'm in those groups, I hear a particular rhetoric in regards to the community is against us. The community doesn't understand us. They don't understand the job that we do. They don't see how dangerous this job is. They don't see how it impacts me as an individual. It impacts my family. It impacts me emotionally. It impacts me psychologically. And when you have a group of police officers, they all have an understanding of that, but they're in this group alone. And then on the other hand, I'm in other groups within Facebook where, for instance, it could be a Black Lives Matters group, or it could be a group that is promoting and not being the victim of police brutality or things of that nature. And the conversation there is that the police are doing things in a wrong way. The police are not on our side. The police are against us. So what I see, I have the opportunity to see, is both of these two different perspectives. And oftentimes I compare it to two islands with these different causes, these different beliefs, these different ideas. And a lot of time what happens is when you get into your tribe, so to speak, you have these strength in numbers, and now your voice is bigger, and you are just throwing, let's say, missiles or projectiles at the other island. So what I often see on my timeline is this island throwing projectiles at this island and back and forth. But the thing that I don't see is the bridge between the two islands. See, and that is where empathy, that is where understanding, that is where perspective lies, is being able to be the bridge and build the bridge. And that's the area that I work in, that I want to be able to be the bridge between two conflicting thoughts. Now, I'm giving you an example of police and community issues, but there are so many areas that we have to be able to build the bridge between two different disagreeing areas. And the first step in that is putting yourself in the shoes of that other individual, having empathy for the story that they are sharing. Many times, because we get so involved in our own opinion, a lot of times it's hard for us to listen and hear the opinion of others. So we go into it blindly, where only thing that we can hear, and I shouldn't say blindly, but maybe even deaf, because the only thing that we can hear is our voice or any voice that says the same message that we do. And in this instance, we have to be able to open our ears and listen to the other side. I want to, Martin Luther King had a quote that he said, "We must learn to live together as brothers, or we will perish together as fools." And I can tell you that we are starting to perish as fools, and not just perish from a mortal standpoint of death, but we're perishing from a death within inside, a death of being able to have compassion for one another, being able to have sympathy for one another, being able to put ourselves in a position of understanding of what someone else is experiencing. And through that process, we are losing ourselves and we're losing that humanity. So I want to give you an example of something that Wayne Dyer had a quote that he said, "If you can change the way you look at things, the things you look at change." And I'm going to give you an exercise that I want you to understand how perspective works. So for instance, right here is this book. I know you can't see me, but we're going to do this for just a second. But I want you to understand the idea of perspective. So if I was to tell you as an audience that there are no words on this book, you would probably look at the book and say, "Barry, you're wrong. There are words on the book." And then I was come back and tell you, I'm touching the book, I'm looking at the book, I'm looking closely at the book. There are no words on this book. And you would come back in response and say, "Barry, I got to tell you, your opinion is wrong. I can see the words, I see the color of the words, I see the letters that make up the words. There are words on the book." And then if I was to come back to you one more time and say, "You know what? I vehemently stand by what I've said. There are no words. This book is free of words." And you were to come back one last time to me and also say, "You are wrong," and you get heated to a point of saying, "Look, I'm frustrated with telling you that there are words on the book. I see the words. You are wrong about what you're saying. There are words on this book." But if I was to show you what I'm looking at, my perspective, you would agree that now there are no words. As far as from my point of view, there were no words on the book. And this is a huge lesson to understand, that, again, we all have our perspective, but what becomes very important is that we can look at multiple perspectives. We can look at when we have an argument with someone, we have to step back for a moment and be able to take a look at the other side. And what does that take? Simply adjusting our position. So again, instead of looking at the book from the front and not being able to see the back, if we can adjust our thinking and adjust our position, now a slight look to the left, a slight look to the right, I am able to see both sides of the argument. I am able to see both sides of the idea, of the concept that, yeah, from this perspective, there are no words on the book. But from this perspective, yes, there are words on the book. And we have to be able to do this in life. We have to be able to do this with very controversial, hot button topics that come up in our world. The ability to be able to see and understand both sides, that creates the empathy that we as humans are able to have at a larger scale than any other species on the planet. Do you know that there are animals that are actually able to have empathy for one another? And yet here it is, we're the highest species on the planet, and we have struggled with that over the years. We have to get back to a place of being able to have empathy for one another. I want to share one last thing with you before I let you go. And the biggest aspect of being able to share this empathy and making changes to how we communicate with one another is the idea. Now, while it's great to have your team, to have your tribe, to have the people that you closely associate with, what's important is that we don't get lost in the idea that my team is better than this team. Let me just give you an example. We live in a world where it is very common to have a versus. For instance, iPhone versus Android, PlayStation versus Xbox, Apple versus PC, red states versus blue states, black versus white. We live in a world these days where all of these examples are something that are common for us. But I can tell you that word right in the middle automatically creates divisiveness. See, versus, the term itself means opposed to, it means against. So when you think about it from that standpoint, we're already saying that we're opposing one versus the other. We have to get out of a mindset of being able to do that. I can tell you, I've owned an iPhone and I've owned an Android. I drink Coke and I drink Pepsi. I've played PlayStation and I've played Xbox. So once again, it is important that we see both sides. While it's great to have our team and have loyalty to a particular team, so to speak, but we can't put down another team. We can't feel like we're against another team. This is an area where we have forgot our identity. And we must remember that of all races, we are of one, the human race. And we are first children of God. So with that being the case, we have to love one another as children of God before it's any other section that we place the other individual in. So Mahatma Gandhi has a quote that's on the last thing that I see when I leave my bedroom. It's stenciled on my wall. And it says, be the change you want to see in the world. You have to start by being the bridge between two islands. You have to also start by being the book that can see, that allows you to be able to see from both sides. And you have to be the change that you want to see in the world. Thank you guys for your time, and it was a pleasure to share this with you. And I look forward to being able to be on this journey back to humanity with you.
Was awesome. You know, thank you for sharing your perspective with us. And I loved how you used the book on all sides. And it just like, okay, I got it. It made sense. And there is a bridge. And what awesome examples that you've used. Sometimes we don't stand. Do we wish some other people would stand in other people's shoes? No question to understand. And if you look at your past experience, you have seen both sides very much. There is a difference between listening and hearing. You got it, man. Some people, they're listening, but they don't hear you. And be the change you want the world to see. That's when Ali is doing by bringing all these great people together on this one platform.
Yeah.
Going through infancy. That's right. You showed your greatness, and people have been blessed to have you in the police force and have you serving overseas. And man, if I get in trouble, I want you on my side.
Thank you so much, Darlene. Again, it was a pleasure to be here.
All right. Thank you, Barry. Awesome.
Thank you very much, Barry. That was fantastic. I really appreciate it. And thank you for your patience. And sorry for when you were speaking, I forget Darlene on the screen. I think Darlene, she wants really to hear it, especially from you, instead of backstage. So thank you very much. Very appreciate it.
Absolutely.
And we will bring sister from all the way from Switzerland.
Oh, the plane is fueled because we're going like far. Are we really going to Switzerland? Really?
We are going to Switzerland. Oh my goodness. All the way to Switzerland. I hope we have enough gas and enough fuel.
Now,
just a little change for the schedule. I think we really love this guy, Ali Uba. This is the journey back to humanity. We're being human. We're taking our break. Instead of 30 minutes, we're taking 15 minutes to give him that 15 minutes, to give him another chance. Otherwise, you are going to pay for fuel. You are paying for all this, Mr. Aliou, and for lunch for everyone that's watching. So let's bring Sister Fanny Timmy.
Oh, and she is in Switzerland? Is that true?
She's in Switzerland, yeah.
Is it cold? Do they ski there? I hear it's a great place. What is she going to be talking about, Ali? She's also
she is going to talk about something I really love. Everyone have that, and everyone want to do that. I have a dream. She's the second version of Martin Luther King.
Awesome.
All right.
Thank you, and I bet you do. And I need to know a little more about you. Because you are an impactful certified mindset coach. Love it. Trained by no other one. We've heard his name mentioned a couple times today, Mr. Les Brown. And you shared the stage with him twice. Congratulations. That is what an honor. Believe in multi-streams of income. Hey, I do too. So we are already connected. And founder of Christu Faith, online Christian clothing company.
Yeah.
Talented CEO and founder of an organization named after yourself, speaking and coaching companies in Switzerland. Committed to motivating, training individuals to achieve, and leaders. She's introduced you to Your Dream Life is Possible system. Oh, love it. And I can't wait to learn more about your system. Virtual stage is yours.
Thank you, darling. Thank you so much. And hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be here. Let's start with some music. Oh.
You have to unmute yourself. We can't hear the music. You're doing a great job singing. I'm singing with you, but I don't know if we're singing the same song.
Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Oh, who is enjoying this summit? I'm enjoying this summit. Come on. Let's dance. Let's dance. All right. Yeah, today's going to be a great day. Today is a great day. Who agree with me that today is a great day? I want you to type a double yes in the chat box. Today is a great day because you and we are alive. So therefore, it's a great day. Yes, it's a great day. I want to see some double yes in the chat box. This is an interactive show. Come on, guys. Yeah, thank you so much, Ali, and thank you, darling. Wow. This is really, really awesome. I enjoyed. I'm Fanny Temi, as Darlene mentioned. I'm an inspirational speaker and a mindset coach, and I'm really, really happy. It's my plumb pleasure to be here and to spend these few minutes with you guys. Thank you so much for having me here. Wow, what a team. A journey back to our humanity. What a great team. Wow. How many of you agree that this is a great team? A journey back to our humanity. Type a double yes in the chat box. I want you to see your comment, guys. I want to see a lot of comments. Yes, a journey back to our humanity. Such a powerful team. I want to start by sharing a story with you. This story was shared to me by one of my coach. So it's a story about a man who came to him, to my coach, for help. And he came complaining about his boss. He started giving all sorts of names. You know, my boss is awful, he's horrible, he's mean. He gave all sorts of adjectives. Complain, all the negativity that you can imagine. He kept talking. After some time, my coach, I remember, said to me, he said, okay, I've heard you. Now, can you share with me, now that you've shared with me all the things that opposes you, can you share with me one thing that you have in common? What do you have in common? And he said, nothing. I said, come on, think a little bit more. He said, nothing. We have nothing in common. And after like the third or the fourth time that the question was asked to him, he said, well, I guess that we are both human beings. Say, okay. A good start. What else? Well, we are both men. Okay. We are both married. And the coach kept asking and asking. And at the end of it, he came up with 25. Can you imagine? 25 similarities, 25 things that they have in common. And out of these 25 things, 5 were really major similarity. I mean, about their core value, the things that they really value. So the man pauses, and as he was sharing, he started saying, maybe I guess I was wrong about this, about my boss. I guess I was seeing the things with another person. I had another perception. And, you know, he started saying that, oh, in fact, it's a good person with a lot of qualities. But he says one thing but one thing that really annoys me is because he has some of the things that I can see myself in him. You see? I love this quote from James Allen, who says that we think in secret, but it comes out. And our environment is but our looking glass. So most of time, what you perceive about other people, what you think about them, what you think, the way you think they are or they are not, is a reflection of the inside you, of your inner self-image. Wow. Okay. So I believe that my dream is that everybody will come to the awareness that we were all created by the same creator, and that we are all God's unique, unrepeated miracle, that we are all unique, full of greatness, full of talent and gift, and that we are complementary. And it's amazing because after that, he started seeing so many things good in his boss that he became friend with him. So I'm here to share with you, maybe the way you perceive the humanity. You and I, we are humanity. We are humanity. I mean, humanity is not something, it's you and I and each of us. So maybe I really advise that you start by sitting and reflecting on how do you perceive yourself? Who do you say you are? Because You cannot give what you don't have. And if you don't know who you are, if you don't perceive yourself as the way I perceive you, I see you the same way that God sees you. You are beautiful, you are awesome, you are talented, you are positive. Oh, you are just a prosperous person. You are abundant. You are amazing. You are strong. You are so powerful. That's how I see you, because that's how I see myself. So if only each of us, we could sit and think and more come back to love ourselves, to know ourselves, to know who we are, to know who is our source. He is our source. There is a creator. He's the great I am. And if only you knew who he says you are, you will see all the other people the same way, because you cannot give what you don't have. The word says that love thy neighbor as you love yourself. So you can't love thy neighbor if, first of all, you don't love yourself. And loving ourselves is really taking the time to knowing our strength, our weaknesses. What is my value? What are the things? Who does God says about me? I dream of a world where everybody would take the time to sit and reflect on who God says I am, and saying these things to yourself every single day. You know, my coach, Bob Proctor, always says, kiss yourself, give yourself a kiss, learn to love yourself, because only you will be able to love other people. You'll be able to give love, to give compassion, to give gratitude, to give forgiveness. So how do I love myself, Fanny? How do I come up with that self-inner image? Well, I believe it starts by having a specific goal. If you don't even have a goal, how would you have an inner self-image? It is said that our result is a reflection of how we perceive ourselves, our inner self-image. So if we want to change our life, to change the way people treat us, the way people perceive us, we must start first working on ourselves. You know, it takes courage to take the responsibility. So right now, decide to take your life back. Decide to take back control by saying that, yeah, I might be responsible for all the things that is going through. Not all of them, but some of them. It comes from us. As we perceive the things, as we start changing our way of seeing the world, of seeing other people, of seeing ourselves, who God says about us, that we are great, we are beautiful, we are awesome, we are talented, we are gifted, we are positive, we are awesome, we are abundant. We will start seeing other people the same way. So sit, reflect, and have your goal. But if you don't have a goal, the goal comes from a vision, and a vision comes from a purpose. First of all, what is your purpose? Do you know the reason of your presence here on earth? I believe that we were all sent here with a term of reference. You have a term of reference. I do. With a specific assignment to do. And unless you come to that realization, and it's deep inside of you, that thing that resonates so deeply inside of you, and you know, and you know, and you know that that's who you are, that's what you were born to do. Start thinking of it and start really, really having it in mind. Focus on it. Pay more attention to yourself. Why am I feeling the way I'm feeling? Why am I thinking other people doesn't love me? They don't want me. They don't do this to me. Maybe because it has to be some way, somehow, I'm projecting it. I might be projecting that to the world. So as I love myself, as I start seeing myself as the highest creation of God, and I will also see other people as the highest creation, because we the same blood inside of us, no matter your origin, the same blood, the same everything, the same faculties, the same abilities, the same mind. You know, it is said that the difference between the rich man and the poor man, they have the same mind, but just different arrangement. They're different arrangement. Sit and write down your purpose. Come from your purpose, come up with the vision. From your vision, come up with the goal. And as you write yourself that goal, let it be something that really energizes you, that really excites you. And see yourself with your end goal fulfilled. See yourself with you possessing that goal. It might be a financial goal, 10K, 100K, 1 million, whatever it is. What do you need that 1 million for, that 10K for? And imagine what already you doing those things with that money. And who are you? What kind of people are you interacting with? Who are you talking? Who do you have around you? What are you doing? What kind of people are you serving? What kind of people are you? What kind of clothes are you wearing? What are you eating? Where do you live? And write it down and read yourself this script of your ideal life every single day. Be that person, be that change, as my brother Barry said. Be the change that you want to see in other people's life, and start taking the step. Because if you can see yourself, that highest version, that great person, you will start seeing everybody the same way. Because you can only love thy neighbor if you love thyself. So I have a dream that everybody will start working on his lane, because it's like the Olympic wall, the Olympic competition. Every sprinter is running on his own lane. We all have our own various lane, and we don't compete, we co-create. Leaders do not compete, they create together, they co-create. So I love you so much, and I'm really, really here to help you. If you need any help, let me know, and I'll be more than glad to help you. And let's see each another's like complementary. We are one, and I believe that we will come to that awareness that each of us, we are one. We are one. Thank you so much, Ali. Thank you, everyone, for listening, and God bless you all. I was so honored to be here with you and to spend this time with you. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. And we are blessed to have you. And I love it at the beginning. I was up dancing, yes. And I love your double yeses, not just a plain yes. Let's double it, right?
Yes.
Yes, in our looking glass. And you know, we don't spend enough time to sit down and reflect, right? Really, what is inside ourselves? We are unique. We are gifts. We are greatness, right? And it comes down to, very important when you said, can't give what you don't have. And I love when you said, we've all got the same blood. No question. We are so blessed to have you. Thank you for sharing your message. And beautiful. I just want to continue to dance now, Ali. These people are awesome.
Thank you so much for having me. God bless.
All right. Wow. So inspiring. You see the chat's just going like crazy with all the excellent comments there.
I really love the energy. I love the interaction. I love the comment. It's amazing. It's just like now the plane is going to a nice place. It's going to be hot, I think. I have to put my thing. I'm just afraid it will scare them. They will say, oh, it's a Muslim there, tourist coming all the way. But we are going to nowhere. We are going to Virginia.
Oh, we're going to Virginia.
Fairfax, USA, to my sister Khadija Tutu. Let's bring Khadija Tutu.
Ooh. And what's she going to be talking about?
Oh, what she's going to talk about. I really love this. I can't wait to hear it. It is called Voice for the Voiceless.
Oh, I think she's going to be a great voice. No question. All right. All right. Let's learn a little about Tutu. It has the soul of a true artist. I can see that right off the bat. Grew up with, empowered by mom, who would say, if you told yourself no to an opportunity you want, well, go after it anyways. Because what's the worst answer? It is yes. right? Don't deny yourself it so much. A BS in master's communication, a broadcast journalist, African American studies, career as an international educator. Oh my goodness, array of themes: spiritual, race, class, gender, philosophy, religions, mental health, and wellness. Woo, holistics for sure. And she performs her artistic expressions through storytelling and sing. Are you going to sing for us? And theater. Who knows? Hey, thank you. Welcome to the virtual stage. And I can't wait to hear what you've got to say. Let your voice begin.
Thank you so much, Darlene. I just want to say thank you to everyone today for being here and attending everything. Ali, thank you for putting this on as well. We are definitely on a journey back to humanity. That is no doubt. There's no doubts within that. There's no doubts of what we need to do for ourselves. As I begin this, I want everybody to take a second to just breathe. And I want everybody to close your eyes. As you close your eyes, I'm going to do something that I've never done on the virtual stage before, but I feel it within. As being a Reiki healer, when you feel something, you have to acknowledge the feeling that you're feeling. And I feel that there needs to be more healing in the room and in this space. So I want everybody to close their eyes. Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring. Ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of our new day begun. Let us march on till victory is won. Today I'm going to be talking about voice to the voiceless. I want you to write this down. Power. Power. We need to be speaking truth to power. As we write this down, I want you to write down the acronym as I go by them one by one. P stands for press. You need to press towards the mark. You need to press towards that which you want. I'm the host and founder of Entrance You, the podcast, where we know we are the deliberate co-creators of reality. We seek truth, love, justice, and acceptance of one another. We are one people living through different simulations. We define and choose to be our own truths while living within multi-dimensional realities. How do I know this? Living across the seas and a totally different continent for over 5 years as a teacher, you learn a little bit of something about society. Society is 40% children, 100% of our future. And if we truly want to make the change, we need to not only begin at home, but begin with our children. We need to press towards the mark. We need to press and tell our children correction is the true sign of love. What does love look like to you? As you sit there and you think about your goals and dreams and everything you want to accomplish, I need you to understand that just because you may not face a certain reality that other people face, it does not mean that the reality does not exist just because it doesn't exist in your realm. As I said, we are living in multi-dimensional realities. How do I know I paradigm shift? I'm a shapeshifter. I shift from being in China to being in India to being in Thailand to being in the United States. And I notice one thing about myself as I go across and cross-culturally and learn all of these different languages. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace. Hola. ¿Cómo estás? Ni hao. How many tongues can you say just to do a simple greeting like hello, namaste? As we sit here and we figure out our peace, the peace, yes, it begins within, but it begins by looking out to see and not understand, but understand, to stand within yourself, to know that we have to press against the mark. We cannot heal. We cannot heal until we confront the issues that we may not want to face. I sat back and I watched the news and I'm like, yo, what is going on? Why are people acting in such ways? Then I realized, as a man thinketh, so is he. You don't have to tell me what you're thinking, so I'm guessing it. No. I can look through your actions to know exactly how you think. I can look through your actions to know who you think that you see. What you think you see. If you undermine or underestimate me, then it is what it is. But guess what? I choose. I choose to react or respond. I choose what I want to do for me. I choose it, and you choose it too. Because if you want to be free, if I want to be free, there's a quote by Bill Gates that goes, if I want to be free, I got to be me. Not the me that I think you think I should be. Not the me I think that my husband thinks I should be. Not the me that I think my children think I should be. If I want to be free, I got to be me. And I better know who me is. I better know who me is. How many of you know who you are? And when you know who you are and you know that you stand upon the principle of truth, love, and acceptance, you are able to speak truth to power. Because why am I standing here? Because I am the voice for the voiceless. I am going to speak using words and connect. I may not speak a lot, but please believe when I do, I'm not speaking from just my own self, because I've talked to this community. I've talked to that community. I've talked to that community, and I've talked to that community, because you know what? They might not have the courage. They may not have the time to be able to explain to people how they truly feel and what their reality is. I have to make an effort to go inside of certain communities. How much effort are we putting into understanding and seeing perspectives that are not our own? When we sit at a dinner table and we call up our friends, hey, when we have a birthday party, what does your table look like? Because if your table looks just like you, surrounded by people who look just like you, that speak exactly the same language as you, and you are in the United States of America, if you are in Canada, I will hold everyone accountable. As our nations with intermixing, there is no reason why your group should look a majority like you. That means we all have some healing to do. And this isn't just, oh, we work together. No. Are you inviting people into your home? Are you really establishing a relationship with them? Press towards that mark. That's P for power. Oh, let's move on. Oh, own it. Own who you are, but make sure that you are cognizant of other people. Make sure that you are cognizant of understanding and understanding, like we said before, understanding what others bring to the table. You can own yourself all day. Yes, please do what you do. Follow your dreams and goals, but make sure in your dreams and goals, you are being of greater service. What service are you providing to others to uplift them? What service are you going to own to serve the world, and thereby serving yourself, and thereby serving the children of our future? W, win. As you press towards your mark, as you own yourself and you commit and take ownership of what you do and take accountability and responsibility for that which is yours, you win. You win. Because when you don't see any obstacles, you win. Dr. Seuss once wrote in Oh, the Places You'll Go, you have brains in your head, you have feet in your shoes. You can steer yourself any direction you choose. You're on your own, you know what you know, but you are the one who will decide where you go. Win. It's 100% guaranteed once you make a decision and you decide to stay persistent and consistent. It's up to you. But once you win, be sure that you empower. Empower those around you. Empower those others who brought you to your level that you're on to rise up and to be how you are. And you need to reach back and empower other people. Because I remember one time when I was sitting back and I was crying. I was like, God, why me? Why did you choose for me to go through this circumstance? How come I can't go back home in China? Why did I get stuck in the United States? And then you got George Floyd on TV. And you have Breonna Taylor on TV. Why do they hate me so much? Why do they hate my skin color? Because no matter where I go across the world, it just seems that the world hates me. It just seems like the world, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where I go. Empower. Reach back. People are hurting. Heal. The only way to heal is to face that there's a problem. You don't watch your brother or sister cry. You don't watch them cry. You help them if they choose to be helped. Now, maybe they're kicking and fussing, but we can love. We can still send them love. R is for repeat. After you've chosen to empower people and show them and give them more information, give them more knowledge, give them more of something to lean on. It's not just about giving you a motivational speech. It's not about just sitting here and inspiring you to be your best self. It's about taking action. What kind of knowledge are you then going to take moving forward? Sure, I can give you the speech and I can make you feel good right now. But what are you doing after you hear this? What kind of action are you taking? Again, repeat. We are pressing towards our mark. We are setting our goals. We are owning it. We are owning ourselves and owning what's within us. We are going to win because we don't see any obstacles. We only see the objective. And when we only see the objective, our results are 100% guaranteed. We empower. We empower ourselves, but we empower and reach back to other people's, and we repeat. We repeat the process of press, own, win, empower, and repeat. And that's how you speak truth to power. And that's how you become voice to the voiceless. My name is Khadija Toto. If you ever want to contact me or have anything, you can go to khadijatoto.com or entranceyou.com. And thank you so much, Ali. And
Whoa, Darlene.
Darlene, thank you.
Well, I'm on fire now. Man, do you ever have the power, girl? That was so awesome. So talented. First off, you were singing. Then you had us sleeping. I mean, closing our eyes. So I had to take a deep breath just to keep up. And now you're a poet in there as well. The power of the truth and the reality. And I love how you put the power. We are so lucky to have you as a voice for the voiceless, because the power that you put into that, the comments were going crazy about reaching out, bringing back the power. Free to me. I love that. Free to be me. And who's sitting at your table? Listen, girl, you can come to my table anytime you want.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll tell it. All right. I'll be at your table. Ali, can we take a ride to, to some people's houses? I want to sit at her table. Ali?
Oh, let me just say this. Sister Khadija, I love this name because my sister, actually younger sister, her name is Khadija. And she just started with singing and she make us all smiling. At the end, she make us crying. Holy, like, who's this girl? Every day she's in front, and she started with hola, ni hao, salamu alaikum, como esta, all those beautiful. It's all about diversity, inclusion. And let me share this with you. Being a human is given, but keeping our humanity is a choice. Keeping our humanity is a choice. And let me share with you today, because the future eyes on us today, and the history eyes on us today to make a change. Each one start from there where they are. Ripple effect. Everyone want to be a speaker, but for what? To speak, to make money, or to make a difference? Speak to reach for the voiceless, like Khadija using her voice to empower, to help others, not to compete. Thank you very much, Sister Khadija. Like the comment is going crazy, like shaking my laptop. I have to hold it for a second. Killing it. Thank you very much.
All praises due to God. All praises due to God. Thank you so much for having me.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Oh my goodness, she is so powerful. Wow.
Oh, very powerful.
I'm not going to mess with her.
Guess what? Where are we going now, darling?
Well, I really don't know. Let's we're full of gas because after that powerful voice, right? We are. I don't know. Where do you want to go?
We are going to USA, and this sister, she is originally from Morocco. Can you believe it? She's from my country, from Morocco. So I'm going to put this one like this. Like I am feeling I'm home.
Feeling at home for sure. Awesome.
Let's bring Sister Mona Lo.
Well, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, excellent.
I'm telling you, after I listened to Sister Khadija, I have nothing else to add. She said everything I wanted to say.
She did not steal all your power. She was your warm-up act, as everybody has for everybody else. But just to know a little bit about you, you went to the United States in 1990 through a cultural exchange student program. Awesome. That's when you were very young. Graduated from the University of Central Florida, a master's in political analysis, international relations. Wow. Few internships with political figures. I wonder who. Had entrepreneurial mindset and spirit. Several top producer awards and certificates, which I can automatically see. Ventured on her own. Runs a premier real estate business catering to the foreign nations and corporate clients. Founder of the consulting speaking business, where she works with organizations and leaders and enhances their what? Their culture intelligence, increases profitability, important harmony, team performance, and I think she likes to dance as well. We're blessed to have you, and the virtual stage is yours.
Well, thank you so much for that introduction. I'll tell you what, I was not able to attend the introduction throughout the week, but I sent a video to Ali, and that video talked about so many things that we'll cover today. And I will start by sharing a story back in 1992 that changed my life, changed everything I had at that time. And it happened this way, exactly this way. I had spent the night in a library, in a computer room, studying and preparing for a project in school. I went back home at 8 a.m., obviously trying to catch some sleep. The phone rang at 11:20, and that was something I did not expect. It went like this. Hello? Oh, hi, Mona, this is Sean. Hi, Sean. What can I do for you? I just started to sleep. Well, Mona, I have a favor to ask you. Can you come and help us today? At work, we are short-staffed, and if you come at 3, that'll be so helpful. But, Sean, okay, I can be there. You said 3 o'clock? Yes, I'll be there. Click. At that time, we had one car. My husband and I had one car. So he was working at 3, luckily, and I asked him to take me, drop me off at work. As soon as I got in, I went to my station and I was called to the back office. Sean, who was my manager, I had a great relationship with him. He turned all red. So much suspense. What's going on? And he said, I have some bad news for you. What is it? I'm afraid I have to let you go. Wow. What's the reason? I really have, I don't know, but I was told that the assistant general manager did not the way you spoke. But I've never had any complaint. I am here every day serving. I'm here working. I have a great relationship with everyone. Customers love me. I had no issue whatsoever. He said, I know. I have to follow instructions. Wow. Have you ever been in a situation like this? Humiliating. And if you're not strong enough, it's traumatizing and simply ugly. Here I was, so faithful to what I did, but yet it was not enough. But the best thing is yet to come, because I found out why was I let go. 3 months later, I met the person that I begged to take me back home when I was terminated. I said, hi, Mona, but I want to share something with you. The reason they let you go is because you were a Muslim. And so did not like people from your part of the world. That's exactly how it was told, whatever that meant. Now, that's another blow. What a perception deception. Perception deception from both sides. Her looking at me through one-dimensional image of certain people, and me having that perception deception, not being well informed of what I should expect in my new home in the United States of America. I was not given the big picture. And I said to myself, what a prison, what cages we built for ourselves. As you mentioned, I live in Orlando, which is pretty much very diverse. A lot of people from all over the world. It's the Mecca center for tourism. Therefore, we are expected to know, we're expected to be informed about other people around us and about the visitors that come here. But apparently is not happening, because either we refuse to be informed, or we built this huge walls and barriers around us that we're not accepting to look beyond those walls or those cages. And here I remember a saying, a Mongolian saying that goes like this. There are men who walk through the woods and see no trees. I'll say it again. There are men who walk through the woods and see no trees. That's how much programming we have been subjected to. Throughout my experience, international experience, I know that statistics show that 70% of international, intercultural relationships and business dealing fail because of lack of information and lack of knowing the other cultures. We have so many D&I, diversity and inclusion trainings. We have so many intercultural trainings today, but I am afraid to say that they are just a Band-Aid put on a boo-boo. Until we have a serious commitment, they are of no use. They can be a catalyst for curiosity, and they can be somewhat something that can raise our eyebrows, but until we have a serious commitment to know and understand, they're not going to be of any good use, because the purpose of those programs is to change behavior. Are we ready to change behavior? There's so many businesses that are losing millions of dollars month after month. I see it, and I have so many stories to share. And also, there are talents being let go, talents that don't even have that chance to get in just because the HR or management are looking at this application, this resume, and they see name different than what they're used to and say, "Nope, next." That's happening every day. And we can share tons of stories. But to end my talk, I would say, let us work together. And this is a great program, and I thank Ali and the rest of the team for putting this up. Let us really seriously tear down these man-made artificial walls that we have put around us. And like Khadija said, reach out. If you have neighbors and if you have coworkers and you have never invited them to your home or to your culture or festivities, how can they know? And vice versa, people have to be curious enough to reach out and ask questions to understand. It's time for a cognitive awakening and search for truth. Search to revive our critical thinking that we have lost in our societies today. And there is a reason why I'm standing behind this door. This door can be either closed or opened. If we want change, if we want behavioral change in how we perceive others, it's time for us to let this open. Thank you so much.
All right. I love your door behind open and closed. That is awesome. You know, and I know how you feel. I got let go from 3 jobs as well. That was their loss, you know, and those walls. Yes, those walls. And I love how they put it, fire my boss, hire myself. Never forget that. Changing behavior. There's some behaviors that need some changing in the world. And it's good that we have people like you and some of the other great speakers that are able to do that. My favorite was, hey, walk in the woods and don't see the trees. And you know what? There's a lot of people out there that do that. So maybe the tree fell on them beforehand. I don't know. But I love that. I love that. Great job. Wonderful. I love a lot of people there. The comments love the doors. So appreciate it. Right. The power, empathy, and go in there. Awesome job. So
thank you very much, Mona. Shukran jazilan, ya Mona.
شكرا لك وشكرا على الفرصة. Thank you so much. Hope to see you all soon.
Very powerful. And
all the rest.
That door, it just remind me of back home. Most of the door in Morocco is made like that. That's just show the artisanal and the craft work of Moroccan people. Thank you, sister. That was powerful. And they really love it because we have to open our mind to be open to see what's there on the other side. That's the only way we can be appreciated. I can't believe we have 10 speakers already. Thank you, Mona. Wassalamu alaikum.
Oh, I tell you what, those people from Morocco, they rock.
Thank you very much. I can't believe it. We already have 10 people, already 10 speakers.
No, we had 12. We're on number 13.
Aliyu, like he's still coming after.
Oh, yeah.
So I think we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, 11, yeah, 12. We are waiting now for Sister Tarnia Colwy from Manchester, UK.
Oh.
We are waiting for it to log in, and we will be rocking. I hope, like, she found the connection. I think we should tell Aliyu to change his title from Lost Connection to Found Connection, so he will be connected.
I feel bad. I feel like, you know, like I shouldn't have put that out there. We hope we don't lose connection, but we didn't lose connection. It's just the sound.
Just to sound like I really love his spirit. He is hanging
Oh,
there. He is so passionate, and I love his energy, and he want to deliver that message so nicely. And Tarnia, if I think we will maybe bring our brother Ali. If Tarnia not here yet, we can find the connection. I think his title now found connection. He found it. I think.
I think that's awesome. You know, that's where it's being able to roll with it. Things happen. And, you know, this is a group of people where challenges, they don't stop. There's no walls. They just plug through. You just make those adjustments. There's no big deal, right? There's so many other people out there in the world. Number one, they should be listening to us today, right? I love all the nuggets that people are putting down. You just see it down. The doors are just, yeah, fantastic on that. See some great points made by all these very powerful speeches from many different perspectives.
Ali, sorry, buddy. I think your sister Tarnia in Manchester City, she is here, so you have to wait till break time to buy us lunch. I want Subway. What do you want, darling? Because he's
Subway. That sounds good. I'll take whatever happens to be going today.
Yeah, because he's taking 15 minutes from the 30 minutes. So we're giving him that because we are being human today. So he have to buy us lunch.
That's right. So who do we have now that popped up on the screen? Look at this.
We have Tarnia Colley, and her speech is living on purpose.
Ooh, living on purpose. And we're from back to the UK, which is awesome. Hey, another great person with Les Brown. You know, she's a respected and influential speaker for over 17 years, many different stages. Down to earth. I love that approach to empowering women, helping individuals live their life purpose. And we need that. We've heard a little about that. Self-published author for several books, best-selling. This you could not plan this. It's called Open Doors. And I mean, that's cool. After her Open Doors, personal development coach, resulted in transferring hundreds of women around the world to make their goals become reality. That's so powerful. Dream big, believe in yourself. That's where it all starts. All right, the virtual stage is yours. The door is open. It looks like are you there? You looks like you froze. We can't quite hear you yet. It looks like you froze on the screen. Oh, you just moved. That's a good sign. Okay, we just got to get you moving again. You're inspiring. It's Open Door book behind. I love that. Click, click. Are you
okay, darling? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. You go. The door is open for you.
Thank you, darling. The door is open. I tell you what, I don't know what's going on in the UK, but our connection, we need to fire it up. So thank you so much for having me, Ali. Thank you for inviting me. I do take it as an honor and a privilege. Thank you, darling, for that lovely introduction. So I'm talking about living on purpose. I want you to put that in the comments. Living on purpose. If we're bringing it back, who remembers that song? Bring it back. Bring it back. We are bringing it back. And I want you to put that in the comments. Living on purpose. Okay. We're still here. We're up this morning, this evening, this afternoon. We're here. So we have an assignment to fulfill. We are still here and we are living on purpose. And a question that I want to ask you today: are you owning your future? Let that just sit with you for a while. Are you fully owning your future? And I want you to put that in the comments. Are you owning your future? Let me tell you, I've been making notes. I've run out of a pen already. I've got my second pen. If you're writing things down as well, I encourage you to write these things down, because all the speakers have given us so many golden nuggets for a roadmap for 2021. Okay, so Are you owning your future? So as I go through just these few short moments, I want you to think about that question. Are you owning your future? If we are bringing it back, we have to look at ourselves first. We're not looking at everybody else, what they're doing, what they're not doing. They should be doing it this way. They should be doing it that way. No, we're bringing it back and we're looking at ourselves first. We're going to assess where we really are. Okay, so 76% of people are not living their potential. When I was younger, I was living life on a default setting, just cruising. If anybody can identify with that, I want you to put that was me in the comments. That sure was me, living life just cruising. I was on cruise control. Nothing much going on around here. And that was me for years. And someone asked me that profound question. Are you owning your future? I thought I was. But I wasn't living life on purpose. I was a lecturer for 15 years, got married, got children, owned my own house, doing all these things. But I wasn't living life on purpose. I was doing things that was expected of me and not fully owning my future. And they said, yes, that was me. Come on now. Yes, Ian. That was me. So the question I'm going to ask you again, and I want you to write it down. Are you owning your future? Because if we are bringing it back, and Ali has brought this amazing summit with so many dynamic and profound speakers, we're bringing it back. 2021, we're bringing it back. And are we living on purpose? We're in a pandemic. When the pandemic goes, there's going to be other obstacles, other challenges. Life is going to still happen. We have to look at ourselves and make sure that we bring it back and living on purpose. At the time, I wasn't living on purpose. I was going through the same routine, the same old. Who remembers the day? Just new and predictable. That was me. In 2021, no, that's not going to take place no more because we're living on purpose. I had to create a larger vision for myself. I had to get clear on what I wanted. For 2021, if you want to go somewhere and be something, you got to get clear on what it is that you want. And living on purpose, there has so many meanings, but for the purpose of time, I just want to touch on a few things. Intention. Put that in the comments. Intention. Anne-Marie says, on purpose with assistance of my higher power, like just mentioned. Yes, we have to be intentional in what we are doing, where we are going, and living on purpose. If we are going somewhere, we plan ahead. What I do. I don't know about you guys. I plan ahead. Where am I going? How long is it going to take me to get there? All these questions the night before I get there. And this is just like with ourselves. In my up and coming book, I talk about goal positioning systems. Come on now. You got to position yourself to live on purpose. And it's about intention. No more sleeping lions for me. I had to wake up and pay attention. Just like that song from Sister Act. I don't know who's watched Sister Act. I absolutely love that film. If you want to be somebody, I'm not going to be Khadija and sing it, right? If you want to be somebody, if you want to go somewhere, you better wake up and pay attention. I'll say that again. If you want to be somebody, if you want to go somewhere, you better wake up and pay attention. This is 2021. This is a new year. We're 6 weeks in and we're on fire. We have to keep the fire burning right throughout the year. Despite the distractions, the challenges, the hardship, we keep on going. This is the year We make things happen. Put that in the comments. We're going to make things happen in 2021. Why? Because we're living on purpose. We're being intentional. Remember what I said at the beginning? We're still here. We are still here. Purpose of life is a life of purpose. And that's what Robert Bryan said. We're living for a purpose, with purpose. We have to be intentional. The 24% of people that are living on purpose, there are a few things that they do. And I'm just going to say them. And I want you to write these things down. They are not lions. Lions after their prey. And we're going to be like those lions, chasing after our goals, chasing after our dreams. And on the way, it's not just all about me, myself, and I. It's about helping others along the way. Because that's what we do. We know we can help, or we know someone else can help you. We're bringing you along. We are not having any casualties. This is not the year to be a spectator. This is not the year to stand on the sidelines watching people chase after their dreams, chase after their goals, and you're standing there looking with your binoculars. No, this is not the year for that. We are going to be in the 24%. You're going to hear me roar. I want you to put roar in the comments. We are roaring in 2021. Why? We're being intentional. We're making noise. We're hashtag loud about it. And we're bringing people along with us to help people. We're going after what we want. We're living on purpose. And to live on purpose, you've got to have clarity of vision. I want you to put that in the comments. Clarity. You've got to be clear on what it is that you want. Have a think. What is it that I want? Determination. I want you to write that in the comments. Determination. Another keyword for you. I love keywords. When I was a lecturer, come on, students, got these keywords for you. Perseverance. And some of these words people don't like. Oh, it didn't work. I'm going to try something else. Oh, that didn't work. No. Have a vision and be clear. Be determined and persevere. Woo! I'm a poet and I didn't know it. Come on now. You've got to persevere and you've got to be consistent. Be consistent. Keep showing up. In 2021, this is your war cry. I'm living on purpose. Put that in the comments. This is your war cry for 2021. I'm living on purpose. We have to make an impact. Our purpose is not for us. It's for others. So we have to live on purpose for others, to help others along the way. It's not all about ourselves. It's about other people. How can I serve other people in 2021? This is our war cry. We have come to make a greater impact. We have to stay hungry and keep the momentum going. Step out of your comfort zone, feel the fear, and do it anyway. Remember, you're still here. You have a purpose, a mandate. Remember, you was born fearless and an unstoppable spirit. Live on purpose. I dare you. Plan it, see it, and anticipate it. Thank you.
Oh my goodness, on purpose. We are. I love that. Yes, you are a poet. And are you owning your future? I think that is so powerful, amazing. A lot of great comments in there. I love Sister Act, by the way, just want to let you know. And we are people here today, all the speakers of the 20, we are the 24% where we are, right? Good purpose. And it's so important helping others. And that's one of the common key things of moving forward. I love when you said default setting, right? Right. And what is expected of me? Sometimes that's a bit much, right? And bringing it back. And we certainly are so powerful in that. We are blessed to have you, and the UK is on fire. So I think that's awesome.
Amazing,
Thank you.
Tanya. Thank you very much. You were definitely roaring from Manchester, and they really love intentional living. The John Maxwell book, Intentional Living, it's what we all need to do. And are we living to what is important to us, or just fulfilling what life have imposed on us? Let's live intentional, a life of purpose for purpose. Thank you very much, sister. I really
Thank
loved
you.
your powerful message. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful day. Thank you. We have to introduce him first.
We have to get back home first. Okay, we're there. We're now back in.
I think the mouse was too quick than my hand and just brought Warren before I even start to say anything. The plane is back to Moncton.
Plane is back to Moncton.
But we have to drive all the way to Shediac though.
Oh, that's okay. I know a good cab driver who take us there.
All right. Let's bring my friend Warren Redman.
He's a legend in himself. I'm blessed to have this opportunity. Look at that. What's he going to be talking about, Ali?
Well, what he's talking about is sound very profound and powerful.
Oh, yeah?
It is on becoming me.
Oh, me or him or us or me on me. Oh, that's the title of the things. Awesome. Yes. Awesome. Thank you. Well, Warren, it certainly is. You're a local hero, a writer, a poet, the founder of Emotional Fitness, which has been so successful. Coaching way back when you were just young, very young, at 1883. Darling, no, 1983. Developed the approach known as Emotional Fitness. You actually were born in England, worked in retail. I did too, manufacturing, corporate business. Moved to Calgary in 94. That's where you started the Center for Inner Balance, now called the Emotional Fitness Institute. It's hundreds of people. I think it's probably more like thousands, human resources professions, health workers, entrepreneurs, leaders, managers. And then it happened. 2009, you came to New Brunswick, Shediac. I know, it's close to Moncton. And that's where you presented at the counseling, HR, education, coaching conferences across Canada, Australia, Ireland, Israel. My goodness. You were a certified master coach, which you are the master. How many books? 17? I think 18 is around, and you've also won the Canadian Counseling Book Award. Mr. Warren, it is a pleasure to have you on our virtual stage today, and it's all yours.
Well, thank you, Darlene, and Ali, for putting this on. And it's great to be in this whole group of wonderful speakers and very passionate speakers. Good to hear the English accent too. Just between you and me, I am not one of those passionate speakers. I'm not passionate about speaking. What I am passionate about is listening, because I believe that listening is the key to our being and our humanity. And one of the things I found out about listening is, although it seems pretty simple and normal and natural, it is difficult and it is rare, which kind of makes me sad, because I believe that's what we need to grow, listening. And I'm going to share with you really some of my own story as a kind of a human guinea pig as to why it's important to be listening and some of how we can do it. So let me go back. Oh, we're talking about 80 years. Yes, it wasn't 18 something or other. It was 19, but I'm still pretty old, darling. So my first 5 years was spent living in a little cottage in a small village in the English countryside. And this was during wartime. Our family was evacuated from London during wartime. And I lived in that little place with my great-grandfather, who everybody called Daddy Bender, and his daughter, my grandmother, and her daughter, my mother. So 4 generations of us, 4 of us and 4 generations. My father was missing most of the time. I saw him maybe once or twice during that whole period, a soldier in uniform coming home from leave. And so from my great-grandfather, he was the wise man in my life, still is. And he was the storyteller. He told me stories and brought wisdom into my life. My grandmother gave me, I think the quality I really got from my grandmother was empathy. She was one of those wonderful, round, cuddly grandmothers, and she was so understanding. She got everything, and it would pour from her, as well as a great cook, of course. And from my mother, I got the joy of life and laughter and absolutely, completely unconditional love. So there I was, between the ages of 0 to 5, living a little boy in an idyllic life, in idyllic circumstances, with a wonderfully supportive family. At the age of 5, the war ended, and I had a wonderful time during those war years. We went to the East End of London, where we had been before, though I didn't remember it, to a dirty, smelly, bombed out part of London. It had been terribly bombed out during the wartime. So I retreated into myself. It was a really traumatic experience for me. I came home from school one day, I was 7 years old, to discover my great-grandfather, my Daddy Bender, the wisest man in the world, had died suddenly. I didn't cry. In fact, I remember I smiled. I don't think I shed my first tears for him when I was about 40. I kept it inside me. When I was 9, actually 2 weeks after my 9th birthday, my mother died suddenly from influenza. The light went out of my life, and I did grieve. A year later, when I was 10 years old, my grandmother died. So there I was, little boy, 10 years old, my complete family, the ones who I'd been brought up with, who gave me everything, wisdom, storytelling, empathy, joy, love, laughter, had been taken away from me. My father was there. By now, he had 2 other little twin baby boys to take care of as well, retreated into himself. He could not cope with it. He never spoke about them. For me, it was as though they'd never existed. So I had to keep this inside me. There was no one to listen to me, no one I could talk to about what had gone on. My friends didn't really want to know. So I engaged myself into a lot of reading, actually, and I found one of my heroes. I found, apart from John Wayne and the Cowboys, you know, with my other friends as well, was Moses. Moses became a real shining light for me. I really didn't know much about him. And another shining light for me was Gandhi, who also died about the same time as my great-grandfather did. But for some reason, I saw him as a great guru of wisdom for me, like my great-grandfather. For the next 35 years, I lived my life feeling I was literally in the wilderness, just like Moses. Life went on. I grew up, I married, I had 2 children, 2 wonderful daughters, and I now have 2 wonderful grandsons, and even 2.5 wonderful great-grandchildren, just like my own great-grandfather. 7 generations from him to my great-grandchildren. Think about that. I also, an uncle gave me, when I was about 11 or 12, I think, the poems of Omar Khayyam, the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam, who wrote, I think it was about 127 or something, quatrains, 4-line poems. And I read this and it moved me tremendously. I didn't really know why. But there I was, 11, 12 years old, grieving, keeping it quiet, secret inside me. And these lines kept coming to me. The moving finger writes, and having writ moves on. Not all your piety nor wit shall lure it back to cancel half a line, nor all your tears wash out a word of it. And that inverted bowl we call the sky, whereunder crawling, cooped, we live and die. Lift not your hands to it for help, for it moves on as impotently as you or I. What I understood from that was that there's no going back. What's happened has happened. You cannot change it. And it's pointless in seeking help from anyone or any being outside to make things different or better. It was all up to me. My problem was I didn't know how to do that. I had no idea. So for 35 years, I carried on in that kind of wilderness. I got divorced, remarried, divorced again. 2 marriages which founded on the rocks of unresolved childhood trauma. And then I met a man called Eugene Heimler, Professor Eugene Heimler. All his friends called him John, and I became his friend. I called him John. John Heimler was a survivor of Auschwitz. And he was the man who really, for the first time in my life, since I was 5, listened to me. He listened in a way that helped me to listen to myself. He gave me no advice, no guidance, never told me what to do, but he helped me to hear myself. And I discovered I had put myself into my own personal concentration camp, and only I had the key to get me out. And I only found that out by listening to who I was. And I heard my own mantra that I'd been using right up until that time, which were 2 things. I had an unhappy childhood, and if you get too close to people and offer them too much of your love, it will be taken away. You will be abandoned. No wonder I never had a chance. My wives never had a chance in that marriage. What woman could hope to replace the unconditional love that I'd had from my mother, who took it away, or could get close to me, who had his guards up so much? So Heimler was the man who helped me through that. What I wanted to know was, how had he done that? And that's where I started to learn how to listen from what he was doing. So I developed something that eventually I called listening power, which became the foundation for my whole work of emotional fitness. And emotional fitness starts with listening power. It's how we get to listen to ourselves, how we get to listen to each other, how we get to listen at a deep level, if you like, to the universe, how we hear our own inner being. And I believe our real core emotional self is the youngest child within us. It doesn't have to be traumatic. It has to be, though, that child who we can really hear, who is clear of all the things that people have put onto us, put onto our shoulders, who tell us what we ought to be doing, what we should be doing. Instead, listening to the inner child who says, this is who I am. And listening to the present me and having the conversation between the little one and the who I am now. And looking forward to the future to determine what our life task is, what our purpose is, and keep our eye on that vision and free ourselves to be the child self that we can be and want to be in the future. So I see Darlene coming back in. I've got lots more to tell you. I've got lots more poems I could read you. And I know there are many more speakers. So thank you so much for having me, Ali, and I wish the rest of the day really well.
Wow, that's so powerful, Warren, to hear, part of your life story. I know there's so much more to it. Listening power, right? That's such a valuable skill, right? And moving the finger, yes, as it writes. I thought that was very poetic. It's very deceiving. And you have the key to get out, to unlock, and we do, right? And sometimes we need some help. And that's where a lot of your life mission has been. And you continue. You're too young, Warren, to retire. 18 something, just forget that. We're just wiping that off. And we appreciate you being here with us with your power. I was listening all the way.
I was listening too. Thank you very much, Warren. I really love the way you started. I'm not passionate about speaking. I'm passionate about listening. And you put your life, and I'm part of that, emotional fitness, and they just graduate from that. I'm emotional fitness coach, and I'm happy to be part of that, because the power of listening is what our humanity is needing right now. The power of listening. Listen to understand, not listen to reply. Listen. Are you listening, darling? Okay. So listen to be able to understand, and we understand. History has its eye on us, and this is the 9 Steps to Emotional Fitness. I read that book. I love it. And one of it is the power of listening. Thank you very much, my friend. Really appreciate it, Warren. And have a wonderful day, my brother, my friend. Amazing. Now our MC is going to be the speaker. Oh, that's Darlene Smith. She's going to be speaking next.
Oh my goodness. How did that happen?
We don't have to fly anywhere. We just have to stay in Moncton. That's a good thing. We're saving some fuel.
Saving some fuel, some time. And that was good planning and listening on your part.
Yeah, exactly. So Darlene, she's going to, let me introduce her, but I'm going to hide her a little bit so she don't hear everything I'm saying, because she's good at listening. So Darlene Smith, her speech is going to be, what do you feed your mind? And let me tell you something about Darlene Smith. Darlene Smith, she is an international award-winning motivational speaker that energizes her audience with enthusiasm. And you already feel that. While sharing her expertise, inspiring others to achieve more success, skilled consultant, highly experienced in leading teams, successfully in real estate and home care sector, a skilled trainer, mentor, and coach. She understands how to connect, and she really connects with us very well, and you can feel it. And a coach, she understands how to connect with people, ensuring you have a well-trained team to deliver the best in customer experience. Her expertise helps to create more efficient, systemized business operation. Highlight was being a real estate speaker and trained to build entrepreneur dreams. Yes, she's building team too. With educational company, Fortune Builder, she has trained from A to Z of a business from the start up to operational successfully across North America. Darlene is certified, bank trained, and coach with Code Breaker Technology. Let's bring her. I think I don't need a plane. I'm just going to call a cab and they will bring her. The stage all yours, my friend.
Thank you, my friend, and allowing the opportunity. Can you pick up the tab for the cab? Look, I'm a poet.
I will take care of that.
You take care of that? Yeah. Thank you. And hey, what a lineup. And I'm blessed to have a few minutes to speak with you as well. What's for dinner? Are we eating in? Are we eating out? Are we going to eat healthy? Can I have some junk food? Does that sound familiar to you? We spend a lot of times controlling what goes into our bodies, but who controls what we feed our mind? Interesting. I believe and I know that everything starts and ends with our mindset. You've heard a lot about the mindset today, but one key thing is our mindset knows no physical boundaries like the boundaries for countries, right? So that is why like-minded people can connect so easily, just like here with all these speakers. And we just need to connect more as people in this world, right? So to control our mind is the most important skill that I have learned and you can learn to maximize your life. It's the most valuable piece of real estate that you do have. But first you have to be aware and give it some attention, some focus time, just like we do with what we're going to serve on our table. Right now, one thing is you people are already doing something positive because you're here today listening to all these awesome, wonderful speakers. Right now, some of you are already doing a great job. You live in the positive way. I'm going to challenge you. Let's take it up a notch, right? Bad habits. That's the thing. Now, good or bad, negative or positive, you're right. There's enough negativity out there. You can get it on the TVs, the newspapers, online, social media, people, around you. There's no lack of it, right? Particularly with this COVID. But let's focus on the good stuff. That's where it is. That's where the energy comes in. And that's why the mindset now can keep you in the game or take you out of the game. Why is it important, darling? I'm glad you asked that. One of the things is it can help reduce stress. Mindset can help increase your confidence. Yes, you can. It can help you take those steps and actions that you've heard about today. It can just help you improve happiness in general. We all want to be more happy in the world, right? So what do we do to stay positive? Because there is a roller coaster. Well, that's why I've created a daily mind menu, and you just order off of it. Now, one of my personal missions is smiles. And anybody I come in contact with in a day is I want to give them an extra smile or make them smile, even under masks, right? So as you can see here, oh, where'd it go? I want you to share some extra smiles today. You've seen all the beautiful smiles of all the speakers that we have here, right? So one thing though is think about it. When you're upset, can you be upset and smile at the same time? Yeah, I just really want to do it. It's kind of hard, right? So I don't leave home without it. Neither should you. T. Harv Eker has a great saying, what you focus on expands. And so if you focus on the negative, it's going to expand. What about the positive? And so that's why I've gone from working in real estate coaching, from flipping houses, to now what I call help people to do a mind flip, flipping their minds. And that can contribute to their success. Now, some people need a lot of adjustments and some people just need a little bit, just like a house. You write this down. No, we don't have problems. We only have, fill in the blank, challenges. We don't have hope. It is when I'm going to do it. And can't is going to be disappearing and it will happen. That positive. There was a study in 2020 at Queen's University in Canada suggested that people have more than 6,000 thoughts every day. And there are things that say even more. Some experts will say that. Now, there's several techniques that you can reduce the number of thoughts that you may think a day. Of course, one is concentration. It takes some work. Now, your mindset can be your best friend or it can be your enemy. You get to choose. You get to pick which one it is. Now, it can take your thoughts up. It can be the one thing that can be limiting. I did a lot of self-development and training throughout my lifetime. And it was always interesting that one of the first parts of the course was mindset. We had to be in the right mindset. That is so important, right? And can it be contagious? You're darn right a positive mindset can be. Well, if you have a bad mindset, what's it going to cost you? It's going to cost you sales in your business, time, friends, energy. We're here for a short time. We don't have time to waste. We need to make more of it. Yeah, everybody has a bad day once in a while. That's okay, but they don't stay there. Still, you got to learn to control your mindset, right? Continuous thoughts and beliefs are going to happen. Now, how do you start your day? First off, what do you do? Some people may already have a routine, but here's the first thing I do is when my feet hit the floor, I say, thanks for another day. Something good is going to happen to me. Repeat that with me. So, thank you for another day. Something good is going to happen to me. And if you're not doing that, That's just one little trick that you can do. Doesn't take a lot of time. Now, do you start your day with a bit of exercise? What do you do to put yourself in a positive mindset? I'm not a morning person, so I really got to feed my mind. Meditation. Now, I'm a big believer in affirmations. Now, there is an app out there, and hey, I have nothing to do with it, but I use it. It's called I Am. And during the day, it will pop up some positive messages where I feed my mind. So download it if you want. Now, here's a few affirmation statements. You can write these down, repeat them after me, create your own, but it's positive stuff. I can achieve anything I set my heart to. Oh, that's a good one. I am calm, confident, and powerful. Number 3, I surround myself with people that bring out the best in me. And you're so many examples of that today. Every day, I move forward in my life. Remember, reach out, move forward, get rid of the history. I have a healthy spirit, mind, and body. Number 6, I welcome all the ways the universe wants to bless me. And it really does. And you've heard that from many speakers today. Number 7, sleep and rest heals my mind. Yes, we've talked about healing our bodies, but we also have to heal this up here as well. 8, I'm stronger than any of my problems. Repeat that again. I'm stronger than any of my problems. And yes, you are. And number 9, I choose to see the light that I am in the world. Now, if you didn't get a chance to write them all down, go back, listen to the replay, or you can contact us and I can send those out. You can also create them all yourself as well. It's action, right? Put them in action. You know, what happens, you know, in this creating your own menu, it could be 5 minutes a day, 15 minutes a day, but you got to start. Things are going to happen throughout the day. Well, that's where you have to order off the menu, right? Place an order. There's many different suggestions. You're feeling down, stuck in the house. It's worse with the COVID. You know, maybe it's just go outside, walk the dog. For me, I just go down in my Mickey Mouse room and it makes me smile. So what is it that during the day will help? It's the people you hang around. They can either bring you up or bring you down. Now, another thing to control, who has the remote control for your mind? Hopefully you do. If not, get it back. And grateful. You know, at the end of the day, how do you end it? I ended by writing, I am grateful for whatever it may be. All right, appreciate those good things in life. If you don't, you're not going to get more. And don't forget those magic words that we don't hear enough of. These 2 words, thank you. I want you, and I challenge you today, how many thank yous can you give? For me, it just comes natural, but do you hear those back into it? They're powerful words and they never go out of style. Never at all. So it could even be a gratitude rock. So we talk about the daily mind menu. How do you start your day, right? I'll give you a few examples. Affirmations, what do you say? You know, it could be exercise, reading, you decide. Throughout the day, snack, you got to order up, get your mind back in the mindset. How do you end your day? Of course, of gratitude, whatever it may be, writing it down, right? The truth is, you are what you're saying about yourself, good or bad. So it moves your direction in your life in the direction you're speaking. So for goodness sakes, bless it and feel great about yourself. Hey, you have the remote control for your mind. What are you feeding your mind? Feed it some good stuff. And don't forget to smile. Where did my camera go? Oh, I love it.
I'm feeding. I have the remote for my mind, so I'm feeding it good stuff.
You put the remote control on mute. Just kidding.
I was looking. What happened here? She had the volume on. Powerful. I really love it. It's the mindset is everything, and we have to be mindful of our mind. Powerful message, my friend. Thank you very much. And remember always to put a smile. There we go.
You're not dressed if you don't have your smile.
Add a value to your face by putting a smile on your face. That's the and now, Darlene Smith, my friend, who shall we bring next?
Well, I think we should hear from another nice lady. We've had we've had a lot of them today.
Oh, I think she is in New York, USA.
Oh, back to the United States. I'm glad that they let us fly over, right? We're not restricted for, this part.
We don't need a mask. I think we just need to take a plane and land. We just put a ladder, pick her up. We don't
Pick her
even
up.
have to stop there.
Oh
Okay,
my God.
let's bring Janet McKay, my friend from New York.
New York. Oh, we're going to the New York City. I've never been. I love to Times Square. Oh, sorry. Back to the show.
Let me tell you a little bit about Janet McKay. She is a highly sought after motivational speaker, most known for her incredible passion and high energy for helping people realize the power they have to create a massive ripple effect. Love that. Ripple effect of positive energy and impact throughout the world. She is founder of Impact Academy and has been creating outstanding program and experiences for thousands of children and their family every summer, and most recently through her online platform, her signature talk, the power of what, Janet?
The drip.
The drip. That's what she's famous for. She has been featured on both live and virtual stage and was recently invited as a speaker for Les Brown Summit. She has been inspiring audience everywhere on the power. Each of us has to be a drip that trip and not a drop that plop. Shifting the mindset of student and adult to focus on how the choices they make at any given moment can cast ripple effect of positive energy and change the trajectory of another person when it is intention is used to show kindness, compassion, and connection. I really love that. I really love that. And I can't wait to hear more from Janet McKay, bringing back humanity one drip at a time. The stage all yours, my friend Janet.
Oh my goodness. Ali, Darlene, these speakers today are on fire. I had to put on my red shirt not only for the love of Valentine's Day tomorrow, but because of the fire that's being brought to this summit today. So thank you for this extreme honor to be with all of you. All right. So everyone, I am the Energizer Bunny. I am known as my signature talk for being the drip that rips and not the drop that plops. But we're going to take it back just a notch. But first, we're going to ignite our energy, because one thing that is a scientific fact that I want each and every person throughout this ginormous world that we all live in together is that we are all energy. The world around us is energy. We emit energy, we absorb energy, we feel energy, and energy is everywhere. And I'm going to prove this to you right now as we do a small little exercise to explain that mere fact. So what I'd like each and every one of you to do right now, unless you're driving in the car, which you might be, is that I would like for each of you to put your hands together like this. And however, what I'd like you to not do is touch your fingers at this particular moment. But what I'm going to ask is that you put your hands together as if you're holding an imaginary rubber ball, okay? Are you with me? Give me a thumbs up in the comments saying, I'm with you, sister, I'm with you. Put your hands together. Now, what I'm going to ask you to do is I'm going to ask you to close your eyes while you have your hands together. And what I'd like you to start to do is to gently push those hands together without yet touching your fingers. And as you inhale deeply and exhale strongly, I want you to continue to build the resistance between your two hands, pushing against this imaginary sphere that's between those hands. As you continue to do so, you're going to start to feel an energy. You're going to start to feel something between those hands. Your fingers may even start to tingle just a bit. And what that feeling is this energy that is coming from between your hands, from around you, within you, and through you. Now, keep your eyes closed for a moment if you don't mind. Because what I'd like for you to do at this particular moment right now is I would like for you to imagine a drip of water. It's been a very big rainfall recently, and there's this drip of water that is dangling from a green leaf at this moment, dangling over a puddle. Now this drip drops and it it falls from that leaf and makes an impact with that puddle. What do you see? What do you hear? Do you see in your mind the drip creating these ripples of energy throughout the water that are casting outward ring by ring by ring? Now open your eyes, please. Do you see that one teeny tiny drip at that moment, when it makes an impact with the water, creates another energy, but that energy doesn't just stop at that impact. That energy continues outward, moving ring by ring by ring. Yes? Are we in agreement with that? So if that little drip of water can create this massive, beautiful ripple effect of energy where this circular direction is moving outward ring by ring by ring, and if we are all energy, if our thoughts are energy, if our actions are energy, if our words are energy, could we not then ourselves be a drip that rips? And with every drip that we have within us to show kindness and compassion towards another human being, could that not create a ripple effect of beautiful, positive love and kindness that will then connect with other ripples throughout the world? You know, so often we think that we have to heal the whole world. And right now what we're hearing throughout the news is all of this negative energy that's out there. But yet we have the power right now ourselves with what we have in our heart, in our mind, in our actions, in our day-to-day choices to make a difference and an impact in another person's life. And I call it impact because it's the choice that we have, that we take right now to go ahead and go forth with kindness and compassion. The choice that we're going to be a drip that rips and not a drop that plops. And we have the power to do that each and every day, and it starts with you. It starts with your choice in your decision at that given moment to go forth and show some sort of kindness towards another human being. And here's the beautiful other piece of this little puzzle, is that throughout the whole entire world, this energy can be felt. And it doesn't matter what our cultures are. It doesn't matter what our languages are. It doesn't matter what the color of our skin is. It doesn't matter what our political beliefs are or our religious beliefs are. It just stems to the point that each one of us is born with love and kindness in our heart already. So all we need to do in this world to help heal the world, to come back to our humanity, is to be kind and compassionate towards another human being. Create this ripple effect, this global tsunami of positive energy that will be felt throughout the world. Now, how do I know this to be true? And how is it that as we grow up in our world that we see this and we see this happening? Children teach this to us. And my dog right now is universally saying hi to everybody that's out there. So it's called The Mail Person is delivering some news to my house right now. And of course, the dog has to continue to bark as soon as we do that. So let me just share this with you. The power that we have universally to make a difference in a person's life. Now, Ali had mentioned that I have had the extreme pleasure of working with families and young kids. For over 14 years, I've operated children's summer camps, and I'm involved with launching and working with Impact Academy, which is a platform that I use to showcase people who are making and doing amazing things in this world by showing acts of kindness throughout the world with one another. Okay, and how this started was the stories that I heard from kids who had heard about a teacher in their school who had a child with special abilities. And this child so desperately wanted to learn how to ride a bicycle. However, needed an adaptive tricycle in order to be able to do so. And upon hearing this 12-year-old girl gathered some friends, went on their own and raised money so that they could present this teacher with a check so that her son could learn how to ride this bicycle. Drip, ripple. In my own community right here, there was a sharing table that was set up in front of somebody's house, a sharing table that during this tragic time, during this pandemic that continues on and the economic issues that are happening right now, a sharing table where all you do autonomously is drop off what you can, take what you need, bring what you can, and just bring and share from the table. This has grown from throughout communities, and more communities are now setting up their own sharing tables in front of their house. Give what you can, take what you need. What a beautiful sentiment. Drip, ripple. All throughout the world, I have had the pleasure of interviewing people globally who are all creating these ripples of awesomeness. And I am so proud to know and be able to share those stories with each and every person. So if you have a story inside of your world, I would love to showcase you and share the world with it. Because one thing that we need to remember, as Maya Angelou has said, people will forget what you have said, and people will forget what you have done, but people will never, ever forget how you made them feel. You have the power to change the trajectory of a person's day by your independent, individual, and choice to be a drip that rips and not a drop that plops. And we are teaching this to our children. And somebody mentioned it earlier today, and it's something that I hold true to my heart, that our children make up 40% of the population, but they make up 100% of our future. So what is the future going to look like? What is it that we're going to continue to teach our children? That it's not what we see on the news. It's the kindness and compassion that we have already, that we're born with, to share with one another. We come back to our humanity when we choose to act human, to love one another, and be with other people who are not only like-minded, but they're also different-minded. Yet we come together as one force. And as Teddy Roosevelt said, I love this quote so much, do what you can where you are with what you have. It doesn't take a monument. It takes one simple little kind act. So I want to ask you, do you have the power in you right now? The power of this magnificent, beautiful act of kindness known as the drip. Because each one of us, imagine, as you go through each day and you make a deposit, one drip at a time, and all of a sudden this ripple effect of beautiful energy is felt. And we know that you can feel it. Anytime you do an act that you pay it forward to another person, the law of reciprocity sends it right back to you, sends those feelings right back to you of love and understanding. And it's just the most beautiful sentiment ever. But I get this question quite often, Janet, how in the world do you stay so positive? Janet, how do you stay happy when this world around us seems to sometimes feel like it's crumbling on top of us? Janet, what do I do when I just can't get out of bed? Janet, what do I do? My child won't talk with me. Janet, what do I do when I cannot hug my parents? Janet, what do I do? And I'm going to give you a few steps. Each and every day, you have to set yourself up. You have to set up your state. You have to set up your state of mind. And it starts with the most powerful word that's out there. And that's the word gratitude. You wake up every single morning, and Darlene just spoke of this. You wake up every single morning, and before my feet hit the floor, I sit there and say, thank you, God, for the breath that I have in my lungs right now so that I can live and breathe and make a difference in someone's day today. Thank you. Thank you. It's why we have 2 feet, so that with each step, we can be in gratitude to say, thank you. Thank you. So create what your state needs to be and set yourself up for success. Look at yourself in the mirror each and every day and say, I love you. I love you. I am so grateful to be here right now. I am so grateful for that which I have, that which is coming, and that which I don't even know yet about. But I am so grateful, and I give thanks. And say those words to yourself in the mirror. It could be the best conversation you have that day. Because remember, the chatter that you hear in your voice and the conversations that you have with others, the voice you hear most often is the voice that you hear within yourself. So what words are you saying to yourself to keep your own mind in a positive mindset state? Are you writing down in a gratitude journal each and every night so that you can reflect upon, even in the crappiest of days, those moments, those little teeny tiny moments throughout your day that brought you some joy? Do you look outside at God's gifts and do you sit there and say, oh my gosh, could you look at that sunset? Oh my gosh, can you look at this amazing, beautiful world that's around us? For some people, it starts to snow and they go, oh my gosh, it's snowing, there's a blizzard, now I can't. Other people go, yay, it's time to make a snow angel. It's always how you look at things, how you react to things. Remember, you are a masterpiece because you are a piece of the master. And we are not here by accident. We have been placed here on purpose, for purpose, and with a purpose. And for years, trying to identify what that purpose was literally tormented me. And I'm co-authoring a book right now where I write just about what that journey was like. And I'm looking forward to you reading that and sharing that with you. Because as we sit here in our life and we sit there and ask, why are we here? What is our purpose? Our purpose is to act in service, to bring back humanity by acting in service with kindness and love and compassion for others. And together, that's how all of us, I love how Ali talked about COVID bringing all of us together as one. Because we weren't shut off by borders. We weren't shut off by differences between us. We celebrated differences because for the first time, all of us together in one world, we're all experiencing the same thing. And for myself, there are moments where I am grateful for what COVID has brought to us and allowed us to do, not what it has taken away from us. So many people have thought about through this whole past year saying, oh my gosh, I can't do this. Oh my gosh, I haven't done this. But yet I ask people that I work with and coach to write a letter to say, what are 19 for COVID-19? What are 19 things that you can be grateful for that you were able to do because a pandemic has struck? And I'm saying that I know that there are people that have lost their lives, people that have lost their jobs, but there is still something each and every day to flip your mind from a crappy state to a happy state by being grateful. There is always, always, always something to be grateful for. And as you write that list, it shifts your mindset. So you go, oh, you know what? I had time with my family to sit and have dinner. I had time to now write that book that I wanted to write. I had time. Others had time taken away. And that breaks my heart more than anything. But each one of us will be able to get back to humanity. Don't think about the grandiose picture. Think about you and the power that you have, right, Darlene, to come back to humanity. We can do it one drip at a time.
Wow.
Look at that drip. That drip is powerful. It's making the ripple effect. Look at that. Oh my God, if we all be that ripple effect, that would be amazing.
Well, I know that, it's important on how you make you feel. You made us feel good. Know I energize your bunny for sure, right? Give what you can, take what you need, which is awesome. And bring and share. I love it. 40% of the population is kids. I didn't realize that. I don't have any. I'm not adding to the population, but that's okay. We've got 100% of their future. I love that. Janet, thank you from all the way from New York City for sharing your beautiful drips with us. And you know what? We got a tidal wave, a tsunami, I think it's what it's called, all the way here in Moncton. Boom.
Powerful, very powerful, Janet. I've been a big fan of Janet, like his ripple effect and the drip. And you're 100% right. The ripple effect, it starts from each one of us. So we make it bigger and bigger and bigger. And each one starting from there and bringing back humanity one drip at a time. It's all start here, my friend. Thank you, Janet. Really appreciate it big time. Have a wonderful day. Thank you, sister.
All right. Well, we're going to take a little break. We still have 6 more awesome speakers to come. We've already seen all kinds.
Darlene, can we just make a little tweak? We are going to make a little tweak. I think we found the connection. It's not lost anymore.
Oh.
We can just, instead of taking 30 minutes, we will take 15-minute break. And Ali, you better get the connection. Otherwise, you are paying for everybody that's watching tonight.
That's right. While he's coming up, I just want to show the. Oh, there it is. Oh, I lost it.
So you lost the connection? No.
No. I was just showing him what was on the app. Oh, there you go.
There we go. My brother Aliyu. We already introduced you. Let's take it from there, my brother.
Thank you very much, Ali, for bringing me back again. I really appreciate it a lot. Hope you can hear me again. Everything is clear?
Yeah, now it's good.
Perfect. Assalamu alaikum. May peace be upon to you all, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aliuba, and I was born and raised in a village called Nyabina Dankunku in the Gambia. My profession is sales and marketing, and I work for a few corporate companies in the Gambia. And I have different skills, and the one that I'm really passionate about, I love, dear to my heart, is to be a motivational speaker and a mindset coach. I believe something worth doing is worth doing badly until you get it right, by my mentor Les Brown. And a job is what we are being paid to do, but a calling is what we are made for. And today the umbrella of the topic is journey back to our humanity. And we have different topics by different speakers under the big umbrella. And my topic I'm going to focus on today is lost connection and how we can bring back this lost connection. If you look at the history of humanity thousands of years ago, when God created Adam and Hawa, which is in the Quran, and the Bible called them Adam and Eve, and from the Hebrew book they're called Adam and Eve. Also in the Hebrew, Eve was called Shavar, which is derived from the word chai, love for, because she was the mother of all living people. And we are all the same people today. You see all over the world. And we are cut from the same cord, and we are having the same color blood. But because of our geographical location determine our color skin, also depend on our environment we are surrounded with, where we adopt our beliefs, our culture, and our different religions. And I came to realize that sheer belief system made people intelligent to one another, and that the system wasn't just about the belief. People who live by the same code are rendered mutually predictably to one another. They act in keeping with each other's expectations and desires. They can cooperate, and they can also compete peacefully because everyone knows what to expect from everyone else. A shared belief system, partly psychology, partly acted out, simplify everyone in their own eyes and the eyes of others. And a shared belief system simplify the world as well, because people who know what to expect from one another can act together to tame the world. There is perhaps nothing more important than the maintenance of these organizations. And these simplifications, if it is not threatening the great ship of state rock, it is precisely that people will fight for what they believe. They will fight instead to maintain the match between their belief and what they expect and what they desire. And they will fight to maintain the match between what they expect and how everyone is acting. It's precisely the maintenance of that match that enables everyone to live together peacefully, predictably, and productively. It reduces uncertainty and the chaotic mix of intolerance, emotion, that uncertainty inevitably produces. And this is from the book of 12 Rules of Life. And how could the world be free from the terrible dilemma of conflict on one hand and psychological and social dissolution on the other hand? And the answer is through the evolution of development of the individual and through the willingness of everyone to shoulder the burden of being and to take the heroic part. We must each adopt as much responsibility as possible for individual's life, society, and the world. We must each tell the truth and repair what is disrepair, and break down and recreate what is old and outdated. And it is in this manner that we can and must reduce the suffering that poisons the world. I met a Jewish man recently who I work with, and I saw all of them using the same small iPhone, small Nokia 3310, and then Alcatel. And I was like, I used to use this phone when I was in high school, and I asked the Jewish man, why are you still using this when we are living in a world of technology? And the Jewish man told me, we only need a phone just for call and text. And I asked him again, so at home you don't even have tablets for your kids or a TV to watch? He said to me, none of that, we don't have it. So I said, what do you do at home? He told me, we just sit down and chat. And I was really shocked. The world of this technology, any home you go nowadays, you see everyone, kids, mommy, daddy watching news, what's going on. And then for them, they just sit down and chat. And then, so if we all do what these Jews do, we'll all connect back to our families, our communities, and our nation. And the world will become more connected by humanity, not by technology. And another point I want to say here is, there was a time that I was living with a friend, and when I come from work, the kid will come and jump on me and then start playing with me. But the mom will tell him, no, leave uncle want to relax. And I said to her, no, let her play with me. And she's been using her tablet for the whole day, and then sometimes you just need that freedom to play. Kids need to need that connection as well. And I told her, sometimes you just need to put all that gadgets on the side and play with her. Sometimes take her out for a walk. And then she said to me, you are very right, I will definitely do that. And then according to my very good friend Tammy Valius, who is the Hero Intelligent Teacher in Canada, said we need a new system to train children to become their own superhero. And according to her, start teaching these kids at young age what she called, number one, the IQ, which is the mind intelligence, and EQ, which is the emotional intelligence, and the GQ, which is the genius intelligence, and the last is the HQ, is the high intelligence. And according to her, if you expect the best from children, the best will show up. And I believe the kids are our foundation of this world, and they are our future as well. And also, be the change you want to see in this world. If you could change the world today, ladies and gentlemen, what will you change? Mahatma Gandhi recommended, be the change you want to see in this world. If you wish people were more respectful and connected, work at being more respectful towards others and connect with more people rather than disconnected. If you would like people to be more honest, patient, responsible, generous, or kind, practice being these things yourself. The world is full of hate instead of love. The world is full of misunderstanding instead of understanding. The world is full of uncertainty instead of certainty. The world is full of judgmental instead of getting to know each other. The world is full of division instead of unity. The world is full of lack of knowledge instead of being knowledgeable. The world is full of misinforming instead of being informed. The world is disconnected instead of connected. We lost so much connection among families, friends, and loved ones and colleagues, which we all work collectively with tremendous effort to bring back love instead of hate, and to bring back understanding instead of misunderstanding, to bring back together, to bring back getting to know each other instead of judging each other, to bring back unity instead of division, to bring back knowledge instead of lack of knowledge, to bring back inform instead of being misinformed, to bring back the lost connection instead of disconnection. Then we all going to live in a better world of love, beautiful people, people who are grateful to one another, empathy among us, love for God, integrity, humility, giving back and being selfless, peace and respect among us, real genuine compassion for one another. Then we will all live in a better communities, a better society, a better nation, and finally a better world of understanding and acceptance and tolerance. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Aliuba, and you can reach me out on my Facebook as Superstar P, and I am a motivational speaker and a mindset coach. And my email is changeisthenewgrowth@gmail.com. And my platform on my YouTube is coming up with my podcast, Change is the New Growth. It was a pleasure and a privilege to share my speech with you today. And thank you all, my fellow great speakers, that you have dropped so much nuggets today. And I'm so grateful to be here. And thank you to Ali and Dali for making this happen. And despite the fact that the disconnection, the technology wasn't on my side,
connection.
but I still try to come back and make sure I make it happen. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
You know what? We are so blessed that no challenge is going to stop
Darlene,
you.
it's echoing. Yeah. Thank you. I have the other one. We found the connection. Ali, thank you very much. I have it here. We are connected now. Thank you very much. I think connection was holding you back, but you really speak from the heart, my brother. You see the comment from people. It's amazing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, brother. Really appreciate it. But what for lunch? You are paying.
Okay, whatever you want. I'm going to bring some nice food from Manchester for everyone here today. On me, straight away. Yes.
It's covered. Thank you very
I'm
much.
going to get Tanya Cully with me to get that lunch from Winslow Road. Very nice food, no problem.
Thank you very much, Ali. That was very
Thank you very much, and
brother.
God bless you
Lost
all. And
connection.
thank you everyone for listening today.
Amazing. Thank you very much, my brother. And it's amazing how lost connection in this mess of our humanity. We need to get that connection back so we can all be connected, understood, and be one family, power of one and found connection. And I think it's break time, my friend, darling.
Yes, it is. And don't go away. We're only taking about a 15-minute break.
15 minutes.
Yeah, we will be back at about 1:55, 1:56. That's Atlantic time. I don't know what time it is in Switzerland or New York City or Denver, Africa. Who knows? But what we're going to do is, well, we just grab a quick bite here, and we're just going to play a little PowerPoint. I'm just going to pick this up, share my screen.
Excellent.
Share application window. We want to share this window. We want to share this window. We want to. There's a lot of buttons to the connections. All right, can you see that, Ali?
Yeah, I just add it now to the screen here. And here it is.
All right, awesome. So we're going to let that go. We'll be back in 15 minutes. Grab yourselves a drip of water, ha ha, we've still got so much power to go.
more pain, no more worries. Make we stay together. Hey. I believe we can make this world bigger. There is power and ability. We believe we can make this world bigger. Better place. Oh yeah. We get different colors, but in love we see ourselves as one. We are strong if we united, but we are weak if we divided. Where there is unity, there is victory. Even the wicked get the power in their unity. If we must prosper, we need each other, so you and me can make the world a better place. All we need is one love, one love, one love. The kind of love from above, above, above. God has made us as one, as one. There'll be no more pain, no more worries. Make we stay together. Hey. If we try, we can make our order. Oh yes, we can do it. If we believe, we can make our world better place.
I can see the future in your eyes.
Tonight, the world will sleep, but hunger will not wait for promises we made. La la
Sisi binadamu, wa roho moja sisi binadamu, nchi moja sisi binadamu, kanisa moja wa roho moja, nchi moja sisi binadamu, wa roho moja sisi binadamu.
Can you hear me? Ellie, I can't hear you.
I can hear you. Yep.
Did the PowerPoint not play?
I was playing, but it's stuck on one.
Okay.
On one take, but I played all those things, which is amazing. Those video with my friend Sam Ibubi and We Are the World, and also the other one Sammy Yusuf about humanity and stuff. Now the bill is full. We need the head now to sing.
That's right. So you're literally black and white today.
Yeah, actually, I just went and they said, you know what?
Oh, look at that. Be the
change you want to see in the world. Ali Dose of Inspiration.
That's awesome. I heard somebody say that. That's awesome.
Amazing. And they can't wait. There is a powerful speaker waiting. Cynthia. Cynthia Simmons. Can you believe it? She is going to roll this stage. She has a powerful story. I'm not going to say anything. I will just let it so we can share it with the.
And where's she hanging out from? Where are we?
She is in United States and
Okay.
USA. I
Ooh.
think she's in Denver. Are you in Denver, Cynthia? No, she's not in Denver. I think the plane is taking us the wrong way. Hello, Cynthia. How are you doing, my friend?
Hi, I'm in Seattle.
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 That's what I thought.
It's in the middle of a snowstorm.
Yay!
No, boo!
Oh, sorry.
I'm not a fan of snow.
No.
Me either. Me
I don't
either.
blame you. We had so much snow here in Moncton, but we can't say we want some more snow. So it's 1:56. I think we are back.
We're back.
Just Cynthia. And Cynthia, why giving up is never an option. And she is an author, inspirational speaker, business owner, course instructor, 4-time cancer survivor. She was given 6 months to live over 10 years ago. Cynthia, my friend, she is very powerful. She is a bouncy ball. You have that smile face ball, darling?
Oh, yeah.
The more life hit her, the harder she go up. She's just like a powerful lady. I can't wait to hear her speech. Let's bring our friend Cynthia. The stage all yours, my friend.
Thank you, Ali. Thank you, darling. You guys, it is such an amazing job what you're doing, and I appreciate it so much. First of all, let me say thank you all for being here today, for listening in. My name is Cynthia Simmons, and today I am an author, an inspirational speaker, and a business owner. But it has not always been this way. Over 10 years ago, like Ali just said a few moments ago, over 10 years ago, doctors gave me 6 months to live. You see, I had battled 4 different cancers, and not one cancer was connected to the other. And I'll never forget that day when he said to me, you know, it's really bad. You have multi-vital organ involvement with very poor prognosis, at best 6 months. And my exact words to the doctor that day were, you be the doctor and let God be the timekeeper, because I don't believe we come here with an expiration date. You see, I believe that we all have a purpose, and God has blessed us all immensely with a purpose to serve that while we are here on earth. And Exodus 9:16 tells us, but indeed for this reason, I have allowed you to remain in order to show you my power and in order to proclaim my name through all the earth. And so even though doctors counted me out, God never did. And even though I lost 2 jobs because of cancer, it didn't stop me from moving forward. You see, Matthew 6:25 tells us that if God provides for the fowl or the birds in the air, will he not do more for us? And so I had to take that and I had to run with it, and I had to put my faith in God and say, I cannot believe this is where my life stops. And I put my faith in him, and I kept a positive attitude and a positive mindset. I live by the never give up mentality. And that's what I want to share with you today. I knew that just because I had cancer did not mean that I would die of cancer. And today with COVID the way it is, many people have lost their jobs. Many people have lost loved ones. And we must move forward. There is a plan and a purpose for all things that happen on this earth. And James 1:12 tells us, blessed is the one who perseveres. Having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life. And the Lord has promised that to those who love him. And so I realized that my calling and my purpose was to go out into the world and share with others and encourage them and help them to remain strong, to have a good attitude, and that no matter what, you can never give up. I went from tragedy to triumph and struggle to success. and my test became my testimony. In Romans 8:28, it tells us, and now we know that in all things God works for the good for those who love him. We all have been called according to his purpose. And we must keep the hope and give it to others and inspire them, even when we are tired, even when it seems as though we cannot take another step forward. That our trials are just too much for us and the test has become too hard. Matthew 25:40 says to us, whatever you do for the least of them, you do for me. And so we must inspire and help others and encourage them. That's why I love the message that Ali is bringing today to everyone around the world. The speakers who are here today come from every corner of this world. And if you listen to the message of each and every one of them, they are bringing words of encouragement, words of hope, and words of inspiration. See, we don't always understand what the struggle is for and why we are being tested over and over again. But the Bible says he will not give us more than we can bear, even though sometimes in our own mind, we're asking ourselves, I don't know if I can take any more. How much more of this can I withstand? So my message to you today is to know that God has blessed you immensely with the opportunity to be here and to receive all the things and the purposes that he has for your life. And whatever you do in going through your journey, and no matter how hard it gets, the one thing you can never do is give up, because giving up means you will never see your true purpose, your true calling. And so move forward in this. COVID will soon be over and it will be behind us. And many great things have happened because of it. So when you have rotten apples in a basket, take those out and live off of the fruit of the good ones that are left there with you. 2 Chronicles chapter 15 verse 7 says, but as for you, be strong and do not give up. Your work will be rewarded. And with that, I want to tell you, grab a hold to the never give up mentality. And whatever you do, persevere. Don't stop. Keep moving forward. Your blessing is on the other side. And your test is your testimony. Thank you, Ali. Thank you, Darlene. I am so excited to be here today. And I hope my message inspires some people that no matter how dark the moments get, even if a doctor says to you, you've only got 6 months, God has a plan that nobody can stop, not even cancer.
I love it. I love it. Never give up. And you are a perfect example. 4 times, boy, I don't think cancer knew who they were messing with when it kind of dropped on you. It was like, here, I'm just going to get you. And I love when you say, test becomes my testimony. That is beautiful. And we appreciate all your kind words. Awesome. Plan and purpose. There is a plan and purpose. And your plan was being here because you had a purpose to help continue to inspire the audience and all these great speakers today. We're so blessed to have you.
Thank you.
Seattle. Wow. So now we're in Seattle. Oh, Ali, yeah, I was reading your lips again.
Thank you very much, Cynthia. That was very powerful. And
Thank you, Ali.
You made it before the storm, before we get disconnected. So your message was timely, and God bless you. And keep pushing. Keep rising up. The more it hit, the more stronger you come back.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Cynthia. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Wow, so powerful.
I think we have 6 minutes before Reem join us. I really love this one. I will play it again. This one is amazing. This brother Sami Yusuf saying it about
But hunger will not wait for promises we made. La, la, la.
Sisi binadamu, wa roho moja sisi binadamu, wenyeji moja sisi binadamu, kanisa moja wa roho moja, nchi moja sisi binadamu, wa roho moja sisi binadamu.
Oh, I love that.
Powerful, very powerful. Really love that, and I like the connection everywhere in the world. Huh?
I love it. I had trouble doing it, but they were doing it right on the beat. Love it.
We have 4 minutes before Reem come in and join us. And can you just share, Darlene, about that project, about the book One, and where all the money is going for One? Let's connect. One word, one people.
Yeah.
About humanity.
About humanity. That's so awesome. Hey, your dream coming true, which was to do summit number 1. We had beautiful 26 speakers there. And it didn't stop there. More people need to know about what is going on and how to connect as one. So in order to do that, that's where the group of 17 of those awesome speakers putting together a book. Everybody has a beautiful chapter in that. Now, this is so awesome. Everybody's giving to this project. The book is called One, right? We need to connect as one as the world. And all the money is going to help kids in the world. All the money is being donated. We are giving back. It's so awesome to be part of this great project. And one of the videos that you showed was kind of a preempt for that. It's coming soon, be published, coming out sometime in March, give or take a day or two. So we're so excited for that as well. Do you have the cover there, or do you have the video?
I'm looking for it now, but it won't let me. But see if you can share it with me here. But let me just share my screen here with everyone. I think we have 2 minutes before Reem. We got Reem with us.
Wow, so powerful. Like all the nuggets, all the tips, all the stuff, all the notes I've been making, everybody bringing their own personal experiences, sharing, all working towards one cause, humanity.
Exactly. And that's just, can you guys see it?
Not yet. They still have to look at us. Thank goodness. It's a good thing we have that plane. It was donated. Just want to let
there
you
we
know.
go. One. Let's connect. One word, one people. This is just a sneak peek to the cover. But as Darlene shared, the book is going to be all shared for. Like all the money will be donated to children all over the world, organization the people, unfortunate children or organization. So this is really humanity coming together from all the speakers from all over the world. 17 authors devoting their time, devoting their chapter, and devoting energy. So this is part of journey back to our humanity. It is action, not just word. And they really appreciate everyone's effort to come together and be part of this amazing project. Shall we bring Reem? Do we need fuel or no? I think we are good. We are just
no, we're good. Yeah.
Oh, she's in Moncton, huh?
Yeah, we only went to Seattle, which is on the other side. So I think we need to come back to somewhere else.
Okay, all right. Let's get back to Moncton and bring Reem Fayyad.
I think that's awesome. We're back home for a few minutes. Oh,
hi everyone. Hello.
Wow. All right. So you're in Moncton. That's awesome.
Yes. Yes.
That's good. We're all in here. Well, one of the cool things is you're going to be speaking about Do Not Think and Grow Rich. I like that. Oh yeah. So you're also a famous writer, public speaker with John Maxwell as well, and lead with Rem Reflections, and it inspires. Oh my goodness. Sometimes the jaw gets stuck. Empowers others to grow. Executive Director of Performance measurements at New Brunswick's Health Council. I should not have taken a break and ate. That's his word. You lived in Kuwait, Lebanon, Dibay, Moncton in 2010. Oh, awesome. Passion for the Cultures and Arts Board of Directors of the Fry Festival in Moncton. Thank you for giving to that cultural community of the city of Moncton. Founding member of the Arv Club, Culture Club, and a vocalist with the music band. Two so far. Self-published books of poetry. I love it. So Window of Truth is your Facebook page. So, hey, I can't wait to hear what you've got to bring.
Thank you. Thank you.
We might get her to sing to us in Arabic.
Maybe at some point in time, yeah. So thank you, Ali and Darlene. What an energy today. What a diverse lineup of speakers. All the messages shared today, very inspiring. And what a topic, because what's better actually than talking about this topic during Valentine's weekend? When Ali invited me to be part of this wonderful summit, and he shared the title, The Journey Back to Our Humanity, then he asked me about what I would like to talk about. I was like, oh my God, there are so many angles and perspectives to this. So what shall I choose? And after giving it some thought, I chose to share a reflection that I experienced personally during my journey. And it ties up very, very nicely with the title, Returning Back to Humanity and the Journey Back to Our Humanity. Because like throughout my life, since I graduated from university, I've worked mostly for the public sector. My personality and mission in life were more aligned with serving a public good. And despite few projects, I still work definitely some of the projects with the private consulting firms, but working for profit never appealed to me. In fact, it used to go against my vibes. And I started to wonder, why was that feeling? What is it that was feeling wrong about it? And I realized that, of course, it was not a reaction against the private sector per se. The private sector is very important in the economic development everywhere, but it was mostly against the vibes I used to get because of this common culture in the private sector of money making as the target. When you work for profit. So you see, when you consider money, when you have in your values or the way of thinking, you consider money to be a tool and not a goal, it is hard for your brain to be wired in a way that would be running after the dollar sign. And regardless of how appealing or attractive that may be, it definitely can be very attractive and appealing. It's just a different perspective when you look at that from that perspective. And that's why when 2 years ago, I was recommended the book Think and Grow Rich as the game changer in personal development, I had mixed feelings. The title was very provoking. Like, who wouldn't be attracted to such a title? I signed up for the virtual sessions. Those were sessions that summarized the learnings from that book, and I read the book. However, the only way I was able to read and learn from that book and for that book to resonate with me was when my mind replaced the word rich with words like better or successful. Because after all, success is a very relative concept. It's highly dependent on how you define it and how it relates to your values, priorities in life, and as such. And eventually, I realized while reading that book, just like all the content that equates personal development and success with becoming a millionaire, that if people read it searching for a quick recipe to being millionaires financially, then the only thing those books do is creating money-making machines that only measure success by how many zeros are in their earned income. Individuals who are never satisfied. And unfortunately, it is this profit-driven culture, the money-driven culture, that has distanced us away from our humanity. That culture triggered that sense of a wild competition for rich, when we equate rich with money. Not only did it triggered that sense, but it also normalized it. It has become very normal as a synonym for success, unfortunately. And don't get me wrong, when I talk about like a competition, now you're speaking to a person who has always been competitive since childhood. If you ask anyone who had known me since I was a child, they would tell you how competitive I was. You're speaking to someone who at some point in time in grade 5 came back home crying because my report card said I had a second rank rather than first rank in my class. So being first in class was kind of something I had been very proud of. And so that's just to speak to how competitive I was. But it is what we compete for and how we compete that actually determine our humanity, not just like the competition per se. We need to know what we're competing for, and it's the approach in competition that determines and distinguishes what's human versus what's not human. When your competitor, when your competition and your competitor inspires you and motivates you to get better, that is human. Unfortunately, the common trend in competition nowadays is comparing to others in a way that leads to frustration rather than inspiration. Questions like, why can't I be like them or more than them? Wanting to be as or to have more than them. Now, when we don't take the time to learn from them and their journeys and just focus on where they are now, we allow that to make us feel inferior because we are not there. Think of our children, like what are we teaching them as role models when we compete with that kind of a perspective? When now we have lots of children who come to us asking, why does my friend X has this phone or that sophisticated gadget or that dress or watch? Why can't I have that? What are we teaching them? They're looking at us as role models. So we need to be very careful about what we show them. And how we look at what's our perspective. What does that kind of a perspective bring? What do those feelings and perceptions lead to? It's only self-centeredness, selfishness, and eventually frustration. And what do we gain from frustration? Frustration can only lead to negative thoughts about ourselves, because it might reflect or translate into that kind of sense of failure or incompetence, limiting beliefs. And it also leads to negative feelings about others. The jealousy question, like why them? Those negative feelings, they lead to miserable individuals who are never satisfied, who don't like themselves. And that's a trap. It's a trap, and it's a vicious circle that can be consuming of our energies. It can be draining for our energy and morals. And it is that trap or circle that derails us away from our humanity. So it is how we compete that determines our humanity. And it's also what we compete for. So when our competition is towards serving others, that is human. Nowadays, competition is all about getting more titles, more assets, more money, more attention. When that form of competition for more got normalized, the lens shifted in our life towards what we get rather than what we can give. This urge to get more has grown to the extent of crossing the line, sometimes to the extent of get what we get at the expense of taking from others. And we need to let that sink in and reflect on it. What are we getting? Do we get it at the expense of taking from others? That competition and that comparison game I'm speaking about now, think about it, it has intensified over time. And social media was the fuel to that kind of a blaze, because it exposed everyone in a show-off way. We want to show off what we have, what we've achieved, sometimes not to inspire, but just to present the case that we have more, or look at us, like here we are. And this kind of created an appetite for comparison and competition. And not only it created the appetite, it also created a craving for more. So what is humanity? Humanity is about what we give, not what we get. And if what we get is our measure of success and it's the reason for being happy in life, we will never achieve that goal, because getting is so addictive. It's like drugs. And that means that we will never be satisfied or content. It is what you give or share with the world, what the world gets from you, is what adds value to others. It is what will spread joy, not only to others, but also to you, because you realize your contribution to others, how you made them happy, how you helped someone else. And that is humanity. So if all what you think about is growing rich financially, earning more money, and if that is accompanied by being less humane, less happy, less satisfied, then that is definitely not success. It is in fact mere failure. So just to close here, that's why I do believe that the journey back to our humanity can never start with a mindset that searches for books or courses or podcasts that advocate for becoming a millionaire or becoming rich as the goal or the destination. Hence why my message to you today, my message is, do not think and grow rich if growing rich is all about being rich financially, and it's strictly about becoming a millionaire. And thank you.
Wow, some powerful message in that. Money is a tool, right? It is, to get to other things. When you spoke about competition, sometimes people compete too much, never satisfied. We know there's a lot of people out there, just complainers, never satisfied. Selfish. Yeah, selfishness is not something that you'll see in any of these speakers here today. We are chasing and giving. We're not chasing the almighty dollar, as they say. I love when you said rich replaces success, or even better, right? And spending your time in the public sector. We are blessed, and thank you for your service in the public sector, because it takes a lot. You need a suit of armor, all those people.
Thank you.
Awesome. I just love it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for this opportunity, Ali and Darlene. You're doing a great job.
Thank you very much. And everyone, remember, don't think and grow rich. Grow rich in the heart, grow rich in the spirit, and be in service. Because service plus significance give you success, not the opposite. Thank you, Rain, my friend.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Awesome.
All right.
Well,
my friend, I think we are doing awesome. Like, how many speakers we have so far?
Well, we've had 18. Number 19 is coming up. But don't worry, we still got some good stuff. We're still traveling. We are going across, I think they call it going across the pond.
I think we are staying in Moncton still.
Are we staying in Moncton?
Yeah. I think Mario make it easy for us, and he's in Moncton. He's not in Mexico. He's not in Mexico. He came specially for this, make it much easier.
I thought he was in Paris. We can't keep track.
In Mexico, not Paris. No.
We can't keep track of him.
No, we're not. My friend Mario, bring him in. Hello, Mario.
Hello, comment ça va? Ali, Darlene, New Year's.
I know, it is. And thank you for being.
No wonder you can't keep track of me.
You're definitely. We're blessed to have you here. You're going to be talking about something about what's he talking about, Ali?
Mario, he's talking about really. I love this topic. His speech. Tech is not the obstacle. However, what is?
Ooh, what is? Ooh, I want to learn more about this guy. I think he loves to travel. He's a business life coach for over 30 years, experienced in community development and counseling. He is trilingual: English, Spanish, French. Yes, I got them right. He's studied as a social worker. And psychology, go 3 or 4 months a year. I don't blame you because of Moncton weather to be there. Technology before finally choosing to move permanently. All right, Mario, now that you're found, this virtual stage is yours.
Well, merci beaucoup. So bonjour, hola, buenas tardes, and hello to everyone. So, as Darlene mentioned, je suis Canadien, and I immigrated to Yucatan, Mexico about 6 and more years ago to a new home without losing my home here in Moncton as well. And I'm back in the snow at the moment. So most of my life, I've done community development. I'm certified in choice theory and emotional fitness, I just recertified. And I've been an advocate of inclusion in all of our differences, an advocate of our ideal world and listening to our inner voice, and celebrating that our basic needs of the ideal world are all different one from the other, and celebrating that our beauty and our abilities are different and unique, and celebrating them so that we fill each other's spaces and work together. So when I took a look at regaining and reclaiming our humanity, I immediately thought of tech not being the obstacle. I've worked. That's how it's permitted me to be in Mexico, how to work and communicate with family, and over the years. And then I started taking a look at what it meant, what I wanted to say. I listened to videos on different studies that were done. Robert Waldinger, that it was involved in 80 years of research done from the Harvard University, and looking at their lives. And then I started to share what I was hearing and having discussions, listening, and I listened to how other people reacted as well. And after listening, the same theme kept resurfacing. I kept being energized by the actual basics. It is about how do we connect and value each other in the end. As I am from, I'm from Canada. Most of us are from various cultures. I was raised Catholic in the Christian belief, and I became agnostic. I have many friends from Buddhism, Hinduism, and we all feel each other in learning from each other. My husband is even from France. So it's a matter of all coming from different sections of society and coming together and valuing the connections that we have by listening to what each of us have to say. And I kept coming back to the phrase as well, social distancing. I really dislike that one. I believe it's a misnomer. We need physical distancing, not social distancing. That's where the obstacle is. It's not about the physical distancing of being connected. It's not being across the pond in England. It's not about being in another part of Americas, in Mexico, in North America, rather than being in Canada. It's not about, it's the connection of listening to the other person, recognizing, valuing what they have to say. I heard so many fantastic speeches today. I listened since early this morning, and I've learned from things that are different from what my own belief systems are as well. I had a great discussion last night with an old friend, not as old as a person in case the person's listening, but as in a longtime friend that we have very different points of view, and it ended much better than in years past because it was, I see where you're coming from. I value what you're saying. I don't need to share the same thing. And being listened to as well. That is where our connection as human beings are. It's about valuing. The human contact is more important than the distancing. According to research, sound and lasting relationships are based on feeling secure, heard with our fellow people. Our basic needs based on choice theory and emotional fitness, which is what I'm going to refer to most today, is belonging, recognition with little doses of freedom, fun, which is learning as well, and human survival. And listening to ourselves and valuing ourselves and being listened to and being valued by others, that is the choice theory part. And then we mix the fantastic parts of emotional fitness, first and above all, listening to our inner self. It's really not as much about listening to the other person at first. We need to understand ourselves. We listen, and then we are more able to listen to the other. And when we mix the two together, it really combines into an amazing approach. Each stands by their own, no problem there. However, I like the fact of mixing it up a bit, and I like the fact of combining the positives of each. To believe in ourselves is first, when we listen, is to believe in ourselves and also believe that in the other person. So in humanistic approaches, choice theory and emotional fitness, we believe that that the other person that we're with has all the skills necessary. We are first responsible to ourselves, thus listening to ourselves, connecting to ourselves, and then we're better able to connect to the other person. So just going back to technology a little bit. Nothing of this technology is not the obstacle. I grew away from that a little bit because it's all about connecting, whether we do over Zoom, over StreamYard, or whether it is about going back to the basics of 5 basic needs, about listening to the other person, respecting differences, respecting that we have a different way of doing things, and that's fine, and maybe the other person does, and it works better for them, and we could maybe even learn at that point as well. So to believe that we all have the skills. So I'm not here to teach. I chose to be here to share and listen on what is about connecting. And when I'm talking about connecting, I don't mean that I'm okay with having the phone while we're having supper with a group, and that we're on the phone listening and chatting and so forth, and ignoring the people that are right in front of us. I'm saying that when technology allows us to be in communication, crying together over 2 countries, 3 countries, or from the Americas to France and Europe, and being able to connect, to keep friendships that were made in mountain, even though we've moved across the world, I believe that the technology is not the issue. It's that we sometimes forget that listening is what's the most important. That we need to take a look at, I like you because you're different. I like you because you're your own self. And if I don't agree with something, well, I'm not forced to believe the same thing, and neither are you. And we come to a world that I stated from the beginning. I'm from Canada, Acadien. My first language is Francais. I learned English. I learned Spanish because I immigrate, not just live in Mexico. And with that, I'm very pleased that all of that put together has made for better relationships with other people. So basically, that's where I'm at with the connecting. It's about valuing others, going back to the basics of emotional fitness, listening power, group dialogue, time capsule, all of the 9 tools, and then combining them with choice theory, where we understand what we've heard, and saying we perceive the world in 5 and 6 different senses. We interpret, we mix, and then we value it against our ideal world, see what fits for us, because it could be very different for somebody else. And then we make a choice, and then we're in control of our lives, not of others. We're in control of our own lives. And then as we listen to others, respecting that they have control over theirs and have a choice in where they're going. So thank you. Darlene, I may not have gone through the full 15, but it's about inclusion. difference, quality of life. And I think it's not about the technology that we use, it's about going back to the heart and reclaiming that part of humanity.
You're muted there, darling.
I just wanted you to read my lips. Was I saying good stuff? No, just kidding.
Only 3 languages, reading lips, not quite there.
Thank you for that. You know what? I love your different perspectives. You're right. You know, we have different belief systems, and I love how that you have so much respect for them and carry on those conversations and respect people for that. A lot of people, it's one. That's it. It's my way or it's the highway. They don't know the difference. You're right. You know, we have technology, but the human connection, man, I'm giving you all virtual hugs today because we can't do it because of COVID. We're missing it, and we need more fun. Listening is correct. Listening to connect and our inner voices. So much value that you bring, and yeah, when you look at it, the choices we make can make a big difference. So you've made some great choices in your life, and I appreciate. You know what? Technology is bringing us together today. That's when we're using it good. But you're right. At the dinner table, should be no technology. We need to disconnect. Not yet. We still got more speakers.
Thank you very much, Mario. Such a powerful topic, and I really want to take this opportunity to give my condolence to your father, Mario, and I think that's the reason why Mario is back to Moncton from Mexico. And my condolence to sorry for your loss, and prayer and thought with you, my friend.
The same here, and that explains why you've been flying around. Okay.
Yep, even within the bubble.
Thank
I
you
just
very
learned
much.
there was a bubble 3-4 days ago.
All right. Thank you for being, and yes, we're certainly prayers for you.
Nothing.
So we have a 3-minute, darling, before we bring the next speaker, which is going to be.
Where's he located? The next dude. Where are we driving off to? I want to get back in the plane.
You want to go back in the plane? All right, me too. But can you check if we have enough fuel?
We do, because I was ready to go to Paris. I am disappointed because I didn't get to go to Paris. I just want to let you know.
Okay. I think we're all good. So we're going back to USA again.
Really?
And this is another powerful speaker that we are going to bring. And his name is Joe Baptist. And what the world needs is kindness.
Oh, yes. Certainly, there are some places that kindness, I don't think people know what the word kindness is, right? I won't go down that road, but
100%. Kindness is the key. Kindness is loaning people our strength instead of reminding them of their weakness. Let's bring my friend Joe Baptist.
Joe is in the house.
In the house. Is my lighting okay? And my audio okay?
Your lighting's okay. Your hair is okay. Everything's good. There, you're even better now.
Better now. Wonderful. Glad to be here. Good to see you, Ali.
All right, Joe. Thanks for joining us. And you're quite I'll tell you, you're a motivational speaker. That's what I hear. And you've got the background in cars, corporate sales, and leadership. 20 years. Again, when you were young. I love it. Salesperson to management. That's the way to do it, right? You've been certainly experienced in the automotive industry, sales leadership, startups, and the Georgia Real Estate Investing Association. I love real estate too. You've got a lot of expertise and certainly is well-educated, numerous rewards as a professional salesperson, that empathy about personal and professional development. Hey, I love this. Les Brown, power of your voice, and we're going to hear the power for that. So, Joe, the virtual stage is yours.
Thank you, Darlene. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Before we get started, I want to thank the entire team for making this summit happen for all of us. A special thank you to Mr. Ali Edernici for his kindness in inviting me to speak to everyone in attendance. Your work at home and internationally has brought great credit to yourself and your circle of influence. Additionally, thanks to all the presenters on the panel. I look forward to learning from your vantage point. Today, you could have been anywhere you wanted to be, but you chose to be here with us. I'm happy to share this time with you. Please take a moment to congratulate yourselves. Now, why am I asking you to say congratulations? Because you showed up. You're here. You took action. The information I'm going to share will help you look better. What I'm going to tell you will help you feel better. It's also going to help reduce your anxiety, reduce your blood pressure, improve your blood circulation, and elevate your vitality. All benefits of a longer and healthier lifestyle. For some of you, you may relate to my life journey and experiences. If so, that's great. I realize every one of us has a different why for being here. Many years ago, I was at a seminar and the speaker said, if your why is big enough, the how doesn't matter. I took that comment to mean the challenges and obstacles along the way were simply part of the process to get here. What I would like to share with you today is my message of kindness. Now, I know that kindness is a well-known word, but perhaps this message of what the world needs now, kindness, will motivate you to take action. Why now, Joe? Because of time. We're all living this song. Hey, there you go. Because of time, we're all living this song. Time keeps on slipping into the future. I know I'm not a singer. Yes, it does. With or without us. I'm also reminded about a song about, if I, time, a message in a bottle. Wish I could save time in a bottle. We know, if I could save time in a bottle, the first thing that I'd like to do. All right, I know I'm not a singer, but anyway, you get the message. For me, kindness was a vague concept because of my upbringing and also the struggles of my life. Additionally, it was not easy to express affection, compassion, decency, or goodwill because I had poor role models. Sadly, for many of us from a young age, we can be confronted with animosity, bitterness, and inhumanity from both inside and outside our circles of family and friends. Raise your hand and let me know if you can relate to some of these experiences. Now, I'm not here to discuss the bad things going on in the world because I'm certain almost everyone on the planet has experienced their share of the opposite of what the world needs now, kindness. With this limited amount of time, I want to speak to your head and heart about what is good because we hear more than enough of what's bad regularly. President John F. Kennedy said, the only reason to ever give a speech is to change the world. Here in the USA, growing up in the Northeast, winters can be harsh. And when I was a kid, I remember waiting on the bus to get home from the mall. It was cold, snow on the ground, and freezing rain. I didn't have an umbrella or hood on my coat, and the bus stop shelter was full. The last bus picked us up at 8:30 p.m. When I boarded the bus, I realized I didn't have enough money to pay the fare to get back. The bus driver was very kind and allowed me to stay on the bus to get closer to home. I never forgot her kindness to me that cold winter night. Write this down. Kind people are the best kind of people. As an adult, I was driving on a neighborhood street and came upon a person walking on the sidewalk in the rain. I rolled down my window and I yelled to him, "I'm one of your neighbors." Then I tossed him an umbrella. I felt good doing that, and he was thankful to get the umbrella. You see, I feel good knowing that many people in the world practice kindness. On a personal level, it's very gratifying when I reach out to others and carry out acts of kindness. And in fact, I have found this to be true about many people around the world. Sorry about that. Missed my mic. Doesn't matter what part of the world you're in. No matter what part of the world you're in. Most people who are kind don't expect or need recognition because that's who they are. I believe almost all people have a lot of faith in humanity and the ability for most everyone to connect with others in kindness. If any of you is not completely convinced as I am, I hope your outlook changes by the time I end my talk. Here's some research to share with you. Did you know that negative news stories outnumber positive news stories 90%? Did you know negative news contributes to a host of bad conditions? For example, sadness, anxiety, depression, hopelessness, a faster heartbeat, higher blood pressure, and so on. Did you know people who listen to just 3 minutes of negative news in the morning, people who listen to just 3 minutes of negative news in the morning can ruin their mood for their whole day? That's right. Psychologists call this the negativity bias, and research studies have found it's one of the first things we develop during childhood. Wow! I wonder why. We don't want to be one of those people. Once we know better, we're supposed to want to do better, right? Nod your head, right? Yeah. Young Anne Frank wanted all of us to know how wonderful it is that nobody need to wait a single minute before starting to improve the world. Satchel Paige said, nobody can help being born common, but ain't nobody got to remain ordinary. And Honest Abe knew it's not the years in your life that count. It's the life in your years. Ladies and gentlemen, let the record show. Let the record show. Energy flows where energy goes. Energy flows where energy goes. Okay, Joe, got it. Kindness can better the odds. Well, how so? Well, I'm glad I asked myself. Well, the sooner people start, the better. The better the odds for less depression and suicide. The better the odds for less involvement and risky behavior. The better the odds for not failing in school. The better the odds for increased self-esteem. The better the odds for greater social competence. And the better the odds of becoming happier and more engaged in the world because of kindness. Getting back to my globe, doesn't matter. We are. Doesn't matter. Now, this leads me to bring home 3 important things about kindness. Write this down. Write it down. The person who benefits first from an act of kindness, the person who benefits first from an act of kindness is the one initiating the act of kindness. The person who benefits first from an act of kindness is the one initiating the act of kindness. That's right. Did you know kindness is infectious? It helps us relate to others and have positive relationships in our lives. Did you know kindness is a remedy for anxiety? Much better than taking prescription medication. Did you know kindness can affect the chemical balance in the heart, keeping your heart healthy? Ladies and gentlemen, when we are kind to someone, it creates a wave of happiness for other people in their path. When we practice and participate in acts of kindness, our mind agrees and our body is pleased. Philo of Alexandria, you might want to look him up. He reminded us, be kind towards anyone you meet because they are all engaged in a big battle. Being mindful of this quote helps all of us. Now imagine what a lifestyle you will have with the side effects of kindness. starting with happiness. For some people, being kind is almost spiritual, a sort of cardioprotective effect. Can't get that type of progress from medication. Ain't gonna happen. I started doing more things for people, not because of them, but because of who I became. You and I both know firsthand that everyday kindness and simple giving can change a person's life. So now that we've explored some benefits of what the world needs now, kindness, where do we go from here? Ask yourself, how did I get to this point in my life? Think back for a moment and ask yourself, how did I keep my head up and find the light during those dark moments? How did I find the positives while dealing with so many negatives? I'm convinced it's because of people who reached out and simply were giving without ever realizing how important their kindness and their gifts were to me, you, and others. I have my memories, and surely you have yours. So many kind and generous people taught me that giving in any form makes an impact and can bring hope to the hopeless. They taught me the importance of everyone deserving kindness, and we all matter. Their kindness also set me on a positive path, which makes it easier for me to identify opportunities to make someone day better. Yep. In closing, let's continue to contribute and make a difference. I'm asking you to do two things. Think back and remember a time when someone's kindness impacted your life. You remember that feeling, the words spoken to you, that impact moment when you needed it badly. Equally important, think back of what acts of kindness or simple small deeds you can act on. Perhaps a heartfelt call to a former coworker in need, a sincere smile to an elderly person passing by, volunteering at a charity of your choice. I know and understand it's easy to feel overwhelmed by the thought that your acts of kindness are not enough to make a difference without huge amounts of money or time. But I'm here to tell you, knowing why or how, without knowing why or how, your kindness will help change somebody's life for the better. You, yes, you, doing just one act of kindness a day just might make the difference in what the world needs now. Kindness. Thanks, everyone. Thank you very much. Find me at joedelivers.com. Thank you so much.
Joe, you are so kind to be with us today and sharing all your wisdom. You know, we need, and I love when you say the smiles as such, what the world needs now. And by the way, I love the old record. I'm sure you have a record player to still play that on, right? And
Right.
you know, when our mind agrees, our body agrees. You know, I thought that was good. And did you know there was a lot of things? No, I didn't. Better the odds. Hey, maybe 90% of the news is negative. I thought maybe 95, but you know, it's adding up there.
It just went up, darling.
Considering some of the things that are going on, I would say it did. Right? Kindness, we take it for granted, and all the kindness has been shown here today with all the speakers giving their time and energy to share this message. And you're right. Do something kind for somebody just for no reason at all. Simple as
Amen.
that. Very powerful.
Thank you very much, Joe. That was amazing. Wherever you are in the world,
My man.
kindness costs nothing and mean everything.
I didn't want to say you guys are competitive, but Joe's globe was bigger than yours, Ali.
Oh yeah. It's bigger and kinder. I love it.
Mine's older.
Thank you very much, Joe. That was very powerful, my brother. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
What a powerful message from Joe. That was amazing.
Oh, yes. We just need more kindness in the world. I just wanted to start singing again with all the records. Do you see the musical theme throughout all the different speakers? Right? Whether they could sing or not. No, I'm speaking for myself. Most people can sing.
It's amazing how like everybody come into this topic with kindness, with love, with everything. And now actually the plane is going back to Canada.
Oh, it is. Okay.
But it's almost like, you know, how big is Canada? Like even it's almost like in the USA, we are just going back to British Columbia.
Right, but kinder people.
We have Michael Bridgman. And he is, let's introduce my friend Michael Bridgman here. Okay.
He's in Vancouver, is it?
I believe he's in Vancouver.
On the West Coast. Whoa.
Yeah. Hello, Michael.
What's going on, everybody?
Oh, what are you doing?
It's good. It's still morning for me, so it's fabulous. I get so much of my day still left, and you guys are rocking and rolling. Darlene, well done, my dear. You've done a fabulous job today.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you.
Very welcome. Very welcome. It's been great, and yeah, Joe was fabulous. I wrote down a whole bunch of notes. My favorite one was the kind people are the best kind. I like that. That's awesome. Thank you, Joe, for that.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Let's get to know Michael. Michael Bridgman. He is a multi-business owner, entrepreneur, and the CEO of Team, a media creation and education company, shattering the glass ceiling on your own personal income. Productivity and possibility is no easy task. But that has been Michael, especially for years. Only a few short years ago, Michael was stuck on the hamster wheel of 60-hour work week. Holy. Struggling to keep afloat his brick and mortar business, he would be taking over the family business and doubled its revenue. Earning money was consuming all the other things in his life that he loved. As fate would have it, he was in seminar a few months later and was introduced to an educator and mentor that pulled the veil back on the mystery of finding harmony between what you want to do and what you want to be in life. I love that. This became his journey, and his mess became his message. Now the owner of multiple businesses and successful author of the fast-selling book Unlock. His personal mission statement is to unlock what, Mr. Mike? To unlock what?
Oh, unlock the absolute power of possibility and in absolutely every single person, man. That's what I want. Let's stop pretending that mediocrity is enough.
Wow.
Oh.
Powerful.
Sorry, was that a salvo across the front of the ship there? Was that?
No, I love it.
No, it's powerful. Really powerful. I like unlock because it's open to everything. We can unlock our mind. We can unlock the closed door. We can unlock many things. And that's why we are turning back to our humanity. And I would love to hear more of your speech, which is the title, which is the simple road to find more energy, time, and peace in your busy life. And no, it's not an app. Let Michael take the stage, my friend, and roar it from Vancouver.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Ali and Darlene. And it is an absolute honor to be on here with all these fantastic speakers today. It is a pleasure and a privilege, my friends, to be here with you. And I'm going to dive in real quick here on the fact that if you're anything like me, you've probably felt at times like your week is just jammed, isn't it? It is full from tip to tail, from butt to nose, whatever you want to use, all the way through. It's full of all these different things that you want to get done, all these to-do lists, all these tasks, all these activities. And yet when you get to the end of the week, if you're anything like me, sometimes you've got to the end of that week and you look back and you realize, I didn't get anywhere. Did you ever feel that way? Like you're just jamming all this stuff in and you're racing to get things done. And yet you get to the end of the week and you don't feel like you're any closer to what you actually wanted to achieve than you were at the beginning of the week. See, this was my curse. This was my plague because I combined two things. I took two concepts and I wedged them together, and it was causing a massive problem in my life. And I'm going to get to that in just a second. But if you are absolutely tired, my friends, of being on this hamster wheel, of looking every week at this hamster wheel that enchants you, it entices you, it says, oh, come on, come back on, get back on and grind away, run away this week, Michael, because I promise you, you'll get somewhere, and you get to the end of that week, and once again, you're in the exact same place that you started, then you, my friend, are in the right place at the right time today. Because what I want to share with you is how to stop being addicted to productivity, how to stop being addicted to productivity, and how to bust the myth of what productivity really means. Because there is a massive divide in what it means to be valuable and what it means to be important. And I'm going to get to what I mean by that in just a second. So I didn't experience this this wasn't something I was born with, my friends. In fact, much like a lot of people, I had to go and learn this the really, really hard way. And as Ali was mentioning, I encountered a gentleman in my life at a seminar that really changed everything for me. Hopefully, maybe I can encounter him again and he knows a good barber, because right now my hair is doing something during COVID that I just can't control. God, it's just poofing up. Anyway, I see myself on StreamYard right now and it's like, holy smokes. And for those who don't know, StreamYard flips you. So if I raise my right hand, it's like my right hand's coming up, but it's my left hand on the screen. I don't know, it looks really weird. But I totally digress. I met this man and he taught me some amazing things about focus and about energy and what we do with our time and how crucial that time is. And I needed no more remindment of how important this is than very recently, a month ago, one of my best friends, he lost his mom very suddenly to cancer. And I'll tell you, he looks back on some of his choices about, being at things, doing things rather than being with her. And he regrets those things. That's for sure. And I felt the addiction, because being active is an addiction, right? And I love how Mario was talking about how the fact that these powerful little tools right here, these things, which is keeping time for me right now, that's why it's in front of me, but these things right here, they can be powerful tools of connecting and they can develop humanity with each other. But the one thing they do that dissuades us from our humanity, that saps the humanity out of us, that makes it so that we're not in the moment, which is what humanity is all about, my friends, is being there, being present with another human being, is that they're distracting, right? We've allowed our technology, we've allowed our addiction to activity to become a universal distraction. And there is no greater place where this is a problem, more of a problem, than in the entrepreneurial world. A lot of the people watching this today, a lot of the people speaking today are business owners themselves. They're entrepreneurs themselves. They're building companies. And they want to have an impact in the world, and I applaud them for that. But the thing they have to catch themselves on is the same thing that I had to catch myself on, was that 60, 70-hour work weeks are not a badge of honor, my friend. And that's how I wore it. That's exactly how I wore it. I would put that up there and pin that on myself. Yeah, I worked 68 hours this week. Bam. And when someone said, okay, well, how much time did you spend with your wife? I'd go, I have a wife, right? Because when you combine sleeping with activity, there's ain't a whole lot of room left in there, right? And then you do the old proverbial things, you're showering, you're shaving, although I don't do much of that, obviously, but you're doing all those things. We run out of space. And so I want to bust this myth that productivity is the way we want to go. I want to bust this myth. And it became acutely aware for me. Like it became super sharp pointed for me 3 years ago. 3 years ago, was December 19th, my son was born. He's just a little over 3 years old. And I'll tell you, nothing shocks the system like children being born than to change your priorities. And I realized that my addiction to activity, being active, was ruining my ability to be present. And so that's the thing that I'm going to take away. That's the thing I want to crush for you today. That's the thing I want to release you from today, is this idea that we have to be active in order to be productive. And that's the myth. That's the myth, my friends. And when I was able to solve this, my business took off. My brick and mortar company that I own with my family took off. It allowed me to open up several more one more company and several more brands. It allowed me to write a book. It allowed me to have the space in my life to be a great dad and to hang out with my family almost whenever I wanted. So if that's something you want, then you were in the right place at the right time, let me tell you. So what is this thing that we combine together? We combine the idea that productivity equals activity. I did the same thing, that productivity equals actions. And that is not true at all, my friend. There is no connection there whatsoever. In fact, productivity is defined as the ratio between input and output. So we put that a different way. That means if you can achieve the same amount with less effort, then you're being more productive. Think about that. Same amount, less effort, more productive. Or if you can put in the same amount and get more out of it, that increases productivity too. So the myth is not to be active. The myth is that productivity is not related to activity. Productivity is related to, here we go, my friends, results. If you were to change an addiction in your life right now, replace one habit with another, here's what I would recommend. Replace the addiction and the habit of being active with the addiction and the habit of producing results. Two very different things. And when I did that, it made a big difference for me. So real quick, if you love that, put a BAMO in the chat box right now. Put a BAMMO in the chat box right now if that makes sense to you and you absolutely love that. Because I'm going to give you some simple rules here. This very simple structure, okay? When I adopted this, it changed my life forever. And I summed it up in one simple rule, okay? So if you have a pen, write this down, please, because it's so important, especially as a business owner. Be less important and more valuable. Be less important and more valuable. In other words, don't make yourself the centerpiece of everything that you do. Don't make yourself the main cog in every single wheel that spins in your life. Don't make yourself the key filtration system for all the decisions that are being made. Don't make yourself the person that's got to show up every day and crank the wheel around in order for productivity to happen, in order for results to take place. Teach, train, mentor, give, trust. These are the things that I had to incorporate in my life to go from being less important and way more valuable. So put a BAMO in the chat box, my friends, if that makes sense to you right now. Put a BAMO in those comment sections. Now I'm going to give you 3 things. In my few minutes I've got left, I'm going to give you 3 things that can really help you. First off, okay, you have to schedule in peace and presence. Meaning that you need to make or I love how Stephen Covey puts it. He says, if you prioritize what's on your schedule, do not prioritize what's on your schedule, schedule your priorities. In other words, the first blocks that go into my schedule every single month are the ones with my friends, my family, and that bring me peace. Those are the first things that I schedule, and the rest of my life is built around those pillars. So schedule your peace and schedule your presence. Very important and can really help make you more addicted to being in the moment and going after results than just simply activities. Okay. Second one that I'm going to give you right now is never be afraid to slow down in order to speed up. So number 2 is slow down in order to speed up. And it's funny because Henry Ford said something, and I mean, this guy was one of the greatest industrialists of all time, right? So Henry Ford says, improved productivity does not mean more human sweat. It means less. Think of that. One of the greatest industrialists of the modern era said improved productivity does not mean more human sweat. It means less. In other words, what he's saying is slow down and figure out the leverage points in your life, the big things that, as my friend Devon Brown would say, the small hinges that swing very big doors for you. Where's your leverage points, right? That you can suddenly make, and slow down to think about it. Go, okay, if I want to have this impact, if I want to do X, how do I get a massive leverage point in order to accomplish that? What do I need to do? Don't just get, and a lot of people say, get after it, go after it, take action, go. But the trouble with doing that without taking that pause to think, how would I best be able to leverage this, is that we get addicted into just taking action. So I would recommend, think about it, right? What's going to really move the needle? And one of the reasons that this is so important is we, as entrepreneurs, we are taught over and over again that social media is a valuable marketing tool, and it really is. But we get buried in content creation. Put a BAMO in the chat box, my friends, if you get buried in creating social media stuff to go into the stream. And some of this stuff only lasts for 24 hours. So, man, we got to make more and more and more and more. And you're stuck in this river of just absolute stuff pouring through. And it can be a really challenging spot to sit as an entrepreneur. One of the things that I did made a big difference for me. I created only one pillar piece of content, one major piece of content every single week. And I fractured little parts of it off to build all of my stuff. So I'm able to do one whole week of content in simply a few hours. A whole week of marketing in just a couple of hours a week. Because I took one major piece and have that as a presence, but then break that into all sorts of smaller bits to be able to keep that steady stream of attention that I need from my client base and my coaching base to keep going. And the third and final thing, as I see Ali and Darlene jump back on here, the third and final thing, my friends, is it starts at the beginning. It always starts at the beginning. All you beautiful people didn't have to go away. Come on back. It all starts at the beginning. In other words, how you spark your day really leads to how the rest of the day plays out for you. That's where I schedule in my peace of mind stuff. That's my personal schedule, right? I'm a 4:30, 5 a.m. kind of guy, and I schedule in my peace of mind stuff so that by 7 a.m. when my family is getting up, I'm there with them. I'm present with them. I'm right in those moments. So what you do at the beginning part of your day is going to dictate the whole rest of it. If you start your day, and this is the first thing that happens is you open this up and you take a look, it will dictate your day. I promise you. I promise you. And that is how, my friends, you crush the myth of productivity. You go after the fact that it is about results, not actions. And you're allowed to be more present in the moment and be right there with the people that you love the most. And that's what being human is all about, isn't it, my friends?
100%.
Wow. You know what? I learned a lot of stuff from that. Slow down. And you're right. You know, when you look at your scheduling, a lot of us do as opposites. You put the family in first, and then whatever's, usually it's whatever's left over. I love it. Be less important and more valuable. You know, there's been so much valuable. We appreciate you, everybody bringing the value for here, you know, and that hamster wheel, right? A lot of stuff here. And we think I'm like, we always got to be productive. Let's go. We got to get this done. But we need to slow down sometimes and just pause.
Golden nugget you share with us, Michael, my friend. Slow it down. Peace first. And we're all guilty for that. The first thing, open the phone.
Yeah,
that's just drain us, and we don't realize. Don't confuse activity with productivity.
You know what? This is someone else's priority list dictating your life. So think about that, right? If you open this up first, you've got hundreds of other people telling you what to think, what to do, how to lay out your life. And they have their own personal damn agendas that have nothing to do with you.
Love it. I really love it. Priority is the key. And I really love when you said about the family. Family first, friend first, and you build your schedule around that. Because that is what's important to us. It's family and stuff. Thank you very much, my friend Michael. A lot of golden nugget. Really appreciate it, my brother.
Not a problem, guys. Keep up the great work.
Thank you
Ciao
very
for now,
much.
everybody. See you
All
later.
right.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Michael. Wow. There's so many nuggets here and so many different views and so many different parts. It's so much value.
Amazing,
Awesome.
amazing.
The
Where
time
next?
is where the
Where
time
next,
is. Let's
darling?
do it. We're next. Well, the time has been flying and flying, and we've listened to 21 people. Why not listen to one more? Why not?
One more.
One more.
Miss, and he's not far from us. It's New Brunswick, and they think in Maine.
Oh yes, let's keep it local because we've only got so much fuel left. But we're gonna end up with a rocket fire.
So next speaker is Mark Henkel, and his speech is, I hope you don't kill me if I say it wrong, imposterism and how we can end our divisive tribalism. Mark, I'm good. Did I say it right? Let's bring our friend Mark.
Hey, he's on the blue screen, not on the green screen. Mark, hey. Who is Mark, by the way, this guy? Well, he's a national policy advocate for win-win solutions. I agree with you there, it should be. A media expert guest, a web host, a writer, an inspirational speaker, which we are going to enjoy today. He graduated high school while homeless, but he earned 2 degrees in 3 years with a 4.0 GPA. That means you're really, really smart, right? When an investor bought his corporate job, well, he decided to become self-employed. Good move. Mark is best described as intensive, inspirational, and I probably will get this wrong, iconish. You can fix that word for me there. It means he's good. His service to humanity world to help us, each and every one of us, overcome our adversities and face our hypocrites. In today's era of angry, increasing diversiveness, he's going to bring, well, a unique shaped perspective, and we need that. With a whole new way of looking at things, we need that. We can.
You froze. You froze on me. You froze on me. I don't see anything.
And
Oh,
this
here
tribe.
comes Ali.
Yeah, so a whole new way of living things. I forgot what part I left, and that it divides us from each other and so hurts us all in the journey back to humanity. Mark, the stage virtually is yours.
Thank you, Darlene. Thank you for being a wonderful MC. Thank you, Ali, for this wonderful forum. And wow, so many excellent speakers ahead. What a whole series of tough acts to follow to come in as the last speaker. This has just been awesome. If there are things you do that you love to do, raise your hand. If there are things you have that you love to have, raise your hand. If someone wanted to make it against the law for you to do the things you love to do or have the things you love to have, if you would oppose that law, raise your hand. Now, to all who just raised your hand, congratulations! You're a normal human being. You just proved it. Every time, every audience to whom I ever ask those 3 questions, everyone always raises their hands. By raising your hand, you proved 3 things. You proved 1, that you're normal, 2, that everyone else is normal, and 3, that imposition creates opposition. That's right. Imposition creates opposition. The opposition did not exist until the imposition created it. What is an imposition? It is something that is thrust upon someone that was not welcomed by them. But as we understand that is the definition of an imposition, we also have to know what an imposition is not. Parents parenting, teachers teaching, coaches coaching. None of that is an imposition. because protecting, educating, guiding to a long-term positive end result, yeah, that's not an imposition. An imposition is something that is thrust upon someone that is not welcome by them. Now think about it. At the moment you heard of your imposition of what you love to do, how did you feel? If you're like most people, likely you feel unsafe, excluded, defensive, like somebody poses an existential threat to you and that you're likely unwilling to even work with them. Most likely, you feel oppressed. That's right, oppressed. Opposers feel oppressed. And it can get so angry and so angering and increasing rage that I'm sure some might even suggest that I should probably end this speech with a four-letter word. It's just that intense. So think for a moment about what you love to do. I'm going to tell a story. I'm going to tell a story about swimming. And swimming will be the proxy for everything that you love to do. Here goes the story. Media reports. Local child drowns in ocean. Next day, media reports. Local politician calls for swim control. It's time to ban all swimming. If we can save just one child's life, it's worth it. Next day, media reports. Swimmers oppose that ban. But what do the politician and supporters of that do? They demoralize, dehumanize, and demonize the swimmers. You don't have a right to swim. You can live your life completely without ever having to swim. You hate children. And then every day in the media, for the next coming weeks, they report on children dying in very distant locations, drowning in rivers, lakes, and ponds. And corporations announce that they'll stop selling swimming products. Now you're innocent. You just love swimming. How do you feel? How could this happen? It comes from a thing I call imposerism. Imposerism comes from the root word impose, which is a verb which means to thrust something on someone that is not welcomed by them. Put an R at the end of impose, and you have imposer, and that is one who imposes. Add an ISM, ism, to imposer, and you have imposerism. Imposerism is the willingness to impose on others. And every single one of us has our own preferred forms of imposerism. Indeed, every one of us thinks we're righteous. It doesn't matter what side of religion, what side of politics, every single one of us thinks that we are righteous and that we're okay to impose on others. Every single one of us. So when we look at these situations, the next thing we have to do is we have to ask three questions. Who is the imposer? What is the imposition? And who is the opposer? By looking at the situation and asking these three questions, it allows us to have a clarity of what's really happening. Because the fact that we all have our own imposerism, we will aggregate and collect with other people of like mind. We will collect into tribes, and it becomes our tribalism. And we create echo chambers that only say the same things we want to hear in confirmation bias. And we end up with one tribalism and another tribalism and different forms of people's preferences of what they're willing to impose on others. And that makes us vulnerable and exploitable by politicians because they can tap into our willingness to impose on others. And so that's how we end up with the current era we now have of imposer versus imposer politics, in which an imposer always wins no matter which side gets elected. Because they're tapping into our imposerism, and one side wants to impose one way, another side wants to impose the other way, and our tribalism and our imposerism is being exploited against us, and we just keep getting imposed upon. But as this happens, think about the story we just saw. You went from sad for the child who drowned to being defensive when the ban was proposed to then being made angry by the 3Ds. Because that's the next thing that happens. They demoralize, dehumanize, and demonize you. They say, you're immoral. You're inhuman. You're evil. What? I mean, for crying out loud, the fact is a person forced against their will is of the same opinion still. And they think they're going to persuade you by giving you the 3Ds? No, it just makes people angrier. And that's what's happening is our tribalism, and they're just getting angrier and angrier with each other. And indeed, it just gets that intense that I'm sure someone's going to say that I should end this speech with a four-letter word. And sometimes that anger can get so bad, it leads to hurting people. The 3Ds anger people so bad to the point they feel hurt. And the truth is, hurt people hurt people. Yeah. When people are hurting, they hurt others. And that's why we're finding this getting worse and worse in our society, in our imposer versus imposer politics. And it can even get to a place of vengeful imposerism, where people just impose for the sake of revenge. And that's definitely what we now see in our era of imposer versus imposer politics. But as we ask the three questions, who is the imposer? What is the imposition? And who is the opposer? We have to recognize that sometimes those who used to be an opposer become the new imposer. I've got another story to illustrate that. I'm going to talk about coat control. C-O-A-T. Coat control. One man, one coat. But what that sexist statement really means is one man's coat per person. Eventually, some group rises up to oppose that, the women. And they say, we want to have attractive, pretty coats. Why can't we have a woman's coat? And the men come out and they demoralize, dehumanize, and demonize the women. And the women say, we just want to have a pretty coat. And they get angry and everybody fights back and forth and they say, okay, fine. One man's coat per man, one woman's coat per woman. Eventually, another group rises up to oppose that. The choosers. And some woman says, hey, I never really wanted to wear a woman's coat. And some guy says, hey, I want to look fabulous. Why can't I wear a woman's coat? And the women, who used to be opposers, join with the men to now be the new imposers. And they demoralize, dehumanize, and demonize the choosers. And the choosers say, hey, we just want to have a choice. And so everyone gets angry and they just fight all against with each other. And they say, fine. One coat of choice per person. Eventually, another group rises up to oppose that. The adders. And they say, hey, we're unrelated consenting adults. Why can't we add more than one coat? And the choosers, who used to be opposers, join with the women who used to be opposers to become the new opposers with the men. The new imposers then demoralize, dehumanize, and demonize the adders. And the adders say, hey, we just want to be able to add and have more than one coat. See how that happens? The lesson we learn from this is that sometimes those who used to be the old opposers become the new imposers. It's like the song by The Who. We won't get fooled again. Meet the new boss, same as the old boss. And that's really what it is. So when we ask the three questions, we have to recognize that sometimes those who used to be opposers are the new imposers when we're asking those three questions. But what can we do about all this? Many of us are probably familiar with something called the Golden Rule. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. That's a beautiful principle for any of us to live under. Unfortunately, in this era of imposer versus imposer in politics, we have gotten so arrogant that we found a way to justify imposing on others, even using the Golden Rule. Someone will say, well, if I was ever unrighteous, I'd want somebody to force me to be righteous. And with that self-justification, they justify imposing on others and say they are doing it under the Golden Rule. I know how ridiculous that is because I used to say that myself. So we need to clarify the golden rule with a double negative. When you put two negatives together, two knots together, you have what's called a double negative, and it basically becomes a positive. So we need to clarify the golden rule with what I call the reverse double negative golden rule. Do not unto others as you would have them not do unto you. Do not unto others as you would have them not do unto you. That suddenly clarifies everything. You would never want to impose or think you could impose under the reverse double negative golden rule. It clarifies it completely for us. And so now we can live under this, but what do we need to do? We need to disimposerize. As we learn that imposerism is the willingness to impose on others, when we put dis to dis in front of it, to disimposerize ourselves is to remove our imposerism, to cast off our willingness to impose on others. To basically say, I will not impose on you. Now think for a minute. When I say that to you, I will not impose on you, how do you feel? If you're like most people, it's likely that you feel safe, included, no longer defensive. Most likely you feel that I no longer pose an existential threat to you, that you could be willing to work with me in real unity to solve our real problems. Most likely you feel free. Free! Free! When I say I will not impose on you, I free you. When we say I will not impose on you, we free others. And not only so, when we say that, when we disimposerize ourselves, we disempower the politicians. Because now we no longer have that vulnerability that can be exploited. We no longer have that imposerism. Because when they want to ask us to support them, we will ask the three questions. And we say, no, that's an imposition. I will not impose on others. And the politicians won't have our support. And so when the people lead, the leaders will follow. But not only that, when we disimposerize ourselves, we have empathy for the opposers. We realize they're not the bad guy. They're not the bad lady. They're just being normal. They definitely don't deserve the 3Ds. We can have empathy for the opposers. And when we disimposerize ourselves, we can create a new consensus of kindness. In our current consensus of kindness, we already declared that it is unacceptable for someone to be using insults, violence, or racism against somebody else. Let's create a new consensus of kindness in which we add to that list imposing, that no one will impose on others. The new consensus of kindness will not tolerate imposing on others. Because truly, disimposerizing is really just a deeper level of kindness. And that deeper level of kindness is really an even deeper level of love. That's what we're doing when we say to others, I will not impose on you. Earlier, when you raised your hand, you proved to yourself that opposers are normal and that imposition creates opposition. And you've already proven to yourself why it makes sense to say to others, I will not impose on you. You will not impose on me. So I encourage you, go out into the world, disimposerize, teach others. Teach others the three things we just learned here. Teach others that imposition creates opposition. Teach others that they need to ask the three questions, which are, who is the imposer? What is the imposition? And who is the opposer? And teach others to disimposerize. Let us all and each one of us declare, I will not impose on you. You will not impose on me. And no one will use government, corporations, or media to impose on anyone else. I will not impose on you. When we disimposerize ourselves, we can end our divisive tribalism. When we disimposerize ourselves, we can end imposer versus imposer politics. When we disimposerize ourselves, we can change the world. When we disimposerize ourselves, we will build that new consensus of kindness. When we disimposerize ourselves, we love others. Disimposerizing is kindness, is love. So yeah, I am going to end this speech with a four-letter word. To begin the journey back to our humanity, when we disimposerize, we L-O-V-E. Love. Madam MC.
L-O-V-E. Yes, we all love. Thank you, Mark, for that powerful message of ending out today. The chat is, there's a lot of chat going on there, and no one's imposing.
What a powerful. I think we put him at the end for a reason. Eh?
I think
nobody imposed. Nobody. I'm not.
Nope.
Powerful, Mark. That's amazing. You want probably you see what's everyone posting there, my friend. Can you see it?
I cannot.
There we go. Share a few with you. I will not impose on others. That's powerful. Wow, that's power. When people lead, the leader will follow. What an amazing speech, my brother. And look at Joe Grondon. What did Joe say here? Joe said, what a great message, Mark. This polarizing is a deeper level of kindness and love. L-O-V. Amazing. Well, thank you very much, Mark. That was powerful. That was very engaging. And everyone did an amazing job
Yes.
today. It was a powerful summit. And thank you very much, Mark. Appreciate it. Darling, what an amazing line of speaker.
Wow, you just keep outdoing yourself, Ali. I mean, my arms are tired from flying from, Switzerland to just going to across the city to wherever we ended up today. I love that, to all different verses. Some 22 powerful speakers, all bringing a different message. I loved all the music and the singing today, and a little bit of dancing. So many nuggets taking away. What have we been feeding our minds? Well, we've been feeding our minds some positivity, and yes, a whole bunch of smiles for sure. And I encourage people. The replay will still be up on the Facebook, right?
Yeah, it will be on Facebook. It will be on YouTube as well. Ali Tarnishi YouTube channel. They can go there and watch it from there. What is your takeaway today, darling? Like let's see what I really take away from today. I'm putting three things that I'm putting here. Kindness costs nothing and mean everything. Being a human is given, but keeping our humanity is a choice. Let's all find this is actually I heard it from Amanda Gorman. Let's all find the power to author a new chapter of, I add humanity there. Let's all find the power to author a new chapter of humanity. Let's all be kind to each other. Let's all be the ripple effect. Let's all not, what Mark say? Impose on others. Let's all be kind to each other, and let's all don't confuse activity word productivity. And what Sister Khadija said, the voice for the voiceless and lost connection. Don't say that word. We are afraid to get disconnected. The mindset. I love that from Darlene Smith. The power of one. And the ripple effect from Janet. And it's just like amazing. So many powerful speech from everyone. I lost my paper, but it's still one love, one word. The mirror. And use empathy to find common ground. Time to create history. We did create history today.
We did.
History has its eyes on us.
Yes,
and the future has its eyes on us as well. Creating a better world. Found connection. Identifying and eliminating limiting belief. The human perspective. I have a dream. We all do. And that's what we are here for. Voice for the voiceless, perception, deception, living on purpose, on becoming me, from Warren. What do you feed your mind? That's from Darlene. Bringing back humanity one drip at a time. Why giving up is never an option. Don't think and grow rich. That's true. Reem. Tech is not the obstacle, however, what is. What the word needs is kindness. The simple word to find more energy, time, and peace in your busy life, and it's not an app. Imposterism and how we can end our divisive tribalism. Amazing. Like, oof, that's just like, and I want to thank everybody. I want to thank the audience. I want to thank the powerful speaker. And stay tuned. There is another summit coming Saturday, 15 May 2021. And it's going to be powerful as well. So amazing. So mark the calendar on Saturday, 15 May 2021. And it will be, I will share the topic soon. And it's going to be powerful, another powerful and a big lineup of some really good speakers as well. So stay tuned.
It's amazing, Ali, and congratulations, and thank you for bringing this and connecting us all together. This is what we need more of. Congratulations, all the powerful speakers, some great messages. I loved how one just kind of built on the other, right? And some great things throughout, all great different perspectives, great way to summarize it up. You know, so many nuggets to take it away. The chat was blowing up as well, and we could have just listened to some of them, basically all of them, even longer.
Maybe it could be a book coming out from this summit.
I don't know. There are some huge.
If we share all chapters from this summit, I think we could make a nice book about the journey back to humanity. I'm just saying. Something might come out. So
you never know. So thank you for letting me come back and hang out with you, Ali. It's always fun and to listen to all these great people as well. Sometimes the jaw gets a little tongue-tied there. It does, really. Years ago, I had jaw surgery, and sometimes
it's 6, almost 7 hours. That's a long thing, but we are doing it from the heart. I really appreciate you, darling. People love your energy, love your service, love sharing is caring, and you are doing a good job. So let's finish with this video, Journey Back to Humanity. And thank you very much, everyone, and have a wonderful day, everyone. We'll finish with this video, and we will disconnect from here. Thanks, darling. Thanks, Mark. Thanks, everyone. I will thank everyone, all the speakers. Let's say it again. I'm not saying where they are from. I will say it. Thank you, Ali Tarnishi. Oh, I'm just thinking myself. I just realized that. Thanks, Sam Ibubi. Thank Sharon Joseph. Thank Anna Goodbar. Thank Ian Harvey. Thank Mew Wewa Faskin. Thank Aliuba. Thank John Ogulu. Thank Barry Overton. Fanny Timmy. Khadija Toto. Monalu. Tarnia. Coley. Warren Redmond. Darlene Smith, our beautiful and wonderful and one and only Darlene Smith, and Janet McKay, Cynthia Simon, Reem Fayyad Abdul Samad, Mario Luduk, Joe Baptist, Michael Bridgman, and Mr. Mark Henkel. And ladies and gentlemen, we really appreciate all the audience that watched today and everyone who been part of this. And you know what? When things come from heart, it make effect. And let's be the change we want to see in the world. And thank you very much, everyone.
Kindness and love. Thank you.
Kindness and love.
No more worries, make we stay together. Hey. I believe we can make this world bigger. There is power and ability. If we believe we can make this world bigger. Better place. Oh yeah, if we get different colors, but in love we see ourselves as one. We are strong if we united, but we are weak if we divided. Where there is unity, there is victory. Even the wicked get the power in their unity. If we must prosper, we need each other. So you and me can make the world a better place. All we need is one love, one love, one love. The kind of love from above, above, above. God has made us as one, as one, as one. There'll be no more pain, no more worries. Make we stay together. Hey. If we try, we can make our border. Oh yes, we can do it. If we believe, we can make our world better.
I can see the future in your eyes.
Tonight, the world will sleep, but hunger will not wait for promises we made. La, la, la.